Chapter 101. Look at both sides of the field. Kuwata and those who didn't play sat on the sidelines, talking nonstop. No matter what you do, it feels like you can't win. The strength of the selected players is not at the same level as ours. The game hasn't started yet. Kuwata and others were a little discouraged. Although there are Tatsuhiko and Kogure and Sakuragi Hanamichi on the bench, but there are Kid Rukawa and Mitsui on the opposite side, and Miyagi. And Shiozaki and Kakuta can be regarded as the previous official. But look around. Except Tatsuhiko is a two-way player, can easily score points in the hands of the selected players. The remaining Sakuragi is a beginner. Although the defense has improved a lot, but offensively, it can be described as ignorant. Although Kogure has a three-pointer, he also has a certain scoring ability. But the defense is simply a big colander. How is it possible to prevent Mitsui? Look at the other side. Kid Rukawa and Mitsui are both offensive firepower for Shohoku, especially Kid Rukawa. He has super attacking ability and single skills. That alone, it's not something Sakuragi can hold. Not to mention the ultra-fast Miyagi. No matter how you look at it, there is no possibility of winning. Watching a few people discussing, Akagi cast a glance and scolded several people. Several of you, what are you discussing? You will also be on stage later. Stop talking. Stop talking. The captain is going crazy. Kuwata and the others immediately looked at each other in blank dismay, not daring to speak. Ayako laughed like a silver bell. Senior Akagi's temper is really big, but it's understandable. Ayako thought about the scene in the locker room. The sprained Akagi leaned on the locker room cabinet a little lonely. Ayako, I'm tighter, Akagi said in a deep voice. No, Captain. You can't compete anymore. Ayako immediately rejected Captain Akagi's request. Now Akagi has sprained his ankle. If you tighten the bandage and force yourself to play, it is likely to cause bone fractures. At that time, it would even affect Akagi's future basketball career. I want to play. Akagi doesn't seem to worry about this in the slightest. All he wants to do is play. Absolutely not. Captain. Ayako still maintained the previous attitude. This game must not ruin Captain Akagi's basketball career. Do you know how long I waited for this opportunity? Akagi murmured softly. It's been 2 years, 2 full years. I have seen 373 hopes, and we must not be unable to go to the national competition because of me, that moment. Ayako saw too much firmness and determination on Akagi's face. She doesn't insist on her own ideas anymore. And as the previous big team, the pressure on Akagi is beyond the imagination of others. Shohoku desperately needed this win. Ayako, what are you thinking? Coach Anze looked at Ayako with a whistle in his hand with some doubts. Nothing, Coach. Ayako shook his head hastily, ready to play the whistle. Her gaze turned to Akagi, who was serious and serious aside. When playing against Shoyo, if Shohoku lost the game because of his sprained ankle, he would feel guilty inside. Strengthening the bench lineup is also a good choice. This guy, Tatsuhiko, thinks ahead. Hopefully these guys can take some of the pressure off Captain Akagi, but he also knows a lot about the substitute Ayako. But having said that, this group of substitute guys is really hard to describe, field. Yasuda and the others looked at Kid Rukawa and the others opposite. Swallowing involuntarily, he looked at Tatsuhiko. Only Tatsuhiko can compete with Kid Rukawa Mitsui, Miyagi. Tatsuhiko, it's up to you. Sakuragi Hanamichi freaked out. And this genius. That's right. It's time for Sakuragi to dominate the inside line. Good old Kogure stepped up to smooth things over. Tatsuhiko also echoed. Shohoku's rebounding leader Sakuragi Hanamichi. Rebounding depends on you. Hear compliments from Tatsuhiko and Kogure. Sakuragi gets carried away. I like this nickname. I will be the rebounding king Sakuragi Hanamichi from now on. It must be. Look at the people on the opposite side. None of them can compete with you for rebounds. Tatsuhiko continued to cheer for Sakuragi. If you don't grab 20 rebounds in this game, how can you prove that you are the rebounding leader Sakuragi Hanamichi? Okay, we have to grab 20 rebounds in this game today. Sakuragi shouted loudly. Then there was a ha-ha-ha laugh. It seems that the scene of the audience chanting Sakuragi Hanamichi, the rebounding king, has come to his mind. Mitsui sighed. He looked at Tatsuhiko with burning eyes. It's rare to have the opportunity to face you and see where you are now. Kid Rukawa looked at Sakuragi Hanamichi. This guy, although his head, bide, is a bit arrogant, but his strength has grown visible to the naked eye. Are Yasuda and the others the same? Kid Rukawa had a little bit of expectation. Substitutes except for Tatsuhiko. There is really no player who can catch his eye. As for Miyagi, he sighed helplessly. Even if there are Tatsuhiko and Kogure over there. But how to say, there is no possibility of winning. For a while. The students in the physical education class also came after when Son. Have you heard? Shohoku is going to play an intra-team match. Hurry up and watch it. It seems that Tatsuhiko is going to lead the bench to play the main force. Playing with a substitute? Really? Shohoku's main force is not that weak. Shohoku team training. Tatsuhiko brought a substitute against Kid Rukawa and them. Interesting. Haruko also has 2 girlfriends. Heading towards the basketball court. I still think of Tatsuhiko's handsome figure when he played against Shoyo. Basketball hall. Game start. Kuwata serves as the referee temporarily. Sakuragi Hanamichi jumps the ball with Kid Rukawa. I can't let the water out today. Sakuragi Hanamichi despises Kid Rukawa. Stinky Fox, are you ready to experience the strength of our Tintuan? Kid Rukawa rolled his eyes. Idiot. Kuwata throws the ball. Sakuragi Hanamichi and Kid Rukawa took off at the same time. The fingertips of the two touched the ball at the same time, and the basketball was lifted into the air again. Sakuragi is no match for Rukawa's bounce. The two took off for the second time. Obviously, Sakuragi Hanamichi is slightly better. Sakuragi's secondary jump speed is much faster than Kid Rukawa. Sakuragi grabs the ball, and it lands directly on Yasuda's hands. Tatsuhiko, catch the ball. Yasuda gets the ball, and without thinking, passes it straight to Tatsuhiko. Make him fight Miyagi? Isn't that lighting a lantern in the toilet, looking for death? Tatsuhiko sighed helplessly. He was psychologically overwhelmed, so how could he fight? Tatsuhiko rushed with the ball and encouraged Yasuda and others at the same time. Okay, let's go ahead. Mitsui was on the defensive immediately. Tatsuhiko's super long three-pointer is no joke. This guy is so accurate that even Shoyo can't defend him. That outrageous half-court three-pointer. Except for Tatsuhiko, no one dare to shoot like that. Others have the ball. He may not be so serious. But Tatsuhiko has the ball, and that has to be taken seriously. Tatsuhiko, bring the horse over here. Tatsuhiko pouted. I'm not here to attack. Seeing that Kogure is in the right position. Tatsuhiko direct long pass to Kogure. Kogure received the ball, and suddenly felt an inexplicable feeling. It's so strange. Why does it feel so much more comfortable to touch the ball in my hand? Shiozaki quickly stepped forward to defend. Kogure is also considered to be a good substitute among their substitutes, and it should not be underestimated, and his own strength is more balanced than Shiozaki's. But what I didn't expect was, Kogure went straight to singles. Kidden's crotch dribble shook Shiozaki away. Does Kogure-senpai still have this skill? Ayako watched Kogure break through with some surprise. This was never the case with Kogure before. He's more of a three-point shooter. But I didn't expect Kogure's dribbling to be so smooth. Kogure has been working on his ability to drive off the dribble, Akagi said softly. In the past, Shohoku relied on Kogure's outside line. At this time, Ayako just remembered. During the time when Kid Rukawa Tatsuhiko did not come to Shohoku, Kogure is Akagi's best helper. Although limited by talent, Kogure doesn't have Mitsui's precise shot or Miyagi's quickness. But it depends on hard work and hard work. Formerly Kogure was Shohoku's second leading scorer. Come to the inside line. The fluency of Kogure's shots has improved a lot compared to before. Without hesitation, he directly scored 2 points and made a steady hit. No one was surprised by Kogure's score. It has been a long time since Kogure relied on his personal ability to score. But Kogure himself has no emotional swings. He just felt that the sense of catching the ball seemed to have improved a lot. Kogure was a little puzzled. I feel that this ball is a bit suitable for me, and I feel that the shooting is much smoother. And Shohoku's bench team cheered. Yasuda et al. High five. Good shot, Kogure-senpai. Sakuragi Hanamichi praised Kogure. Four-eyed big brother, Tion's beautiful. Kogure was a little embarrassed. No, it just feels better. Tatsuhiko walked to Kogure's side, patted Kogure's shoulder with his hand, and grinned. Just let go of the shot if you feel the touch, Kogure-senpai. Don't worry. Leave the outside line to me. Kogure nodded confidently. The game continues. Kid Rukawa serves straight to Miyagi. Miyagi advances with the ball. Yasuda immediately stood in front of Miyagi. I won't let you pass easily. Miyagi dribbled across his hips, eyes on Yasuda's feet. Suddenly, Miyagi dives down and breaks to the right. Oops. Miyagi dribbles past Yasuda and hits the paint. When sheer speed is all about the advantage. Even if the defensive attitude is excellent, it is useless. So fast. I can't prevent it at all. Yasuda looked surprised. Miyagi goes straight to the hoop and lifts the ball for a layup. Sakuragi Hanamichi was already at the rim. Miyagi, don't even try to score. Sakuragi jumped up high, ready to give Miyagi a big hat directly. However, this is just a feint. Miyagi catches the ball in place to his chest. Wait until Sakuragi has jumped in front of himself. Raise the ball for a layup again. 2 points are firmly in hand. Miyagi teases Sakuragi. Want to guard me, Sakuragi? You are still a few years too early. Sakuragi was a little mad. Damn, Ryota. Don't let this day get your chance. Ah, what chance can you take, idiot? Miyagi laughed and gave Mitsui a high five. The two discussed tactics loudly next to Sakuragi. Let's just keep attacking the paint and work on Sakuragi's paint defense. Good idea. I don't want to shoot 3-pointers anymore. Let's go inside. Mitsui echoed Miyagi's thoughts. Little San, Ryota, if you dare to go inside, you'll be able to block the cap with a gorilla. Akagi on the sidelines turned black. Sakuragi, this guy. Ayako next to Akagi covered her mouth with a smile. There are only wrong names, not wrong nicknames. Ayako turned to look at Akagi, who was livid. From this direction, it does look like a gorilla. Sakuragi, you don't want to try Captain Akagi's iron fist. Tatsuhiko sighed helplessly. What a nervous guy. Had he forgotten that Captain Akagi was on the sidelines? Mitsui on the side had a smirk on his face. Tatsuhiko, why don't you come to attack? I don't feel pressured at all. The competition has just begun. Mitsu-senpai. Tatsuhiko smiles. Where is this? I believe them. Then Sakuragi Hanamichi serves. Yasuda decides to drive with the ball. Faced with Miyagi's obstruction, he tried to break through, but found that he couldn't break through. This clearly shows the gap between the two. Although Yasuda is about the same height as Miyagi, but the difference in speed is really too big. No matter which direction Yasuda breaks through, Miyagi can quickly block the direction of his breakthrough. In desperation, Yasuda passed the ball to Tatsuhiko for an off-ball run. Tatsuhiko catches the ball and feigns a drive. Mitsui defends and Miyagi helps. Tatsuhiko smiles. That's it. As long as he can attract the defense of more than 2 people, teammates will definitely be able to find open space to attack. Seeing a chance, Tatsuhiko immediately passes to Yasuda inside the arc. Without the slightest hesitation, Yasuda immediately raised his hand to shoot. Direct hit. Nice job, Yasuda. This shot is too decisive. Just hit it like this. Tatsuhiko's pass is also very beautiful. I haven't seen him attack in this game. It should be ready to feed the ball to the substitute players to improve their touch. Shohoku's students were already standing outside the arena. Together they cheer for the substitute players. Pause time. Yasuda was puzzled. This feeling is amazing, as if the basket has become much larger. Is this ball better for me? Or am I feeling explosive today? Akagi frowned. What's going on? Yasuda's long-range shooting has always been inaccurate. What's going on today? Ayako on the side was also a little puzzled. Is it because Tatsuhiko's pass is more comfortable? Does the pass make any difference? Akagi shook his head. Could it be that the kid has some magical powers, Kogure too, and Yasuda too, and the feeling explodes when you're on the same team with him at this time? Tatsuhiko compliments Yasuda. Good job, let's hold the ball. For a while, the confidence of the substitute team who hit consecutively burst. Even Rukawa and Mitsui Miyagi are such strong main picks. Face them all behind. Not to mention, they have the best scorer in Shohoku. Don't worry at all. Yes. Everyone on the bench shouted in unison. The atmosphere of the internal training match became active. Chapter 102. At the same time, there are more and more students watching. The surrounding audience looked excited. Tatsuhiko is playing against Mitsui. It's a good show. Come on, Tatsuhiko. How could Mitsui defend against Tatsuhiko? Come on, Tatsuhiko. You are the ace of Shohoku. Can Sakuragi Hanamichi hold keyed Rukawa? It's hard. Don't even mention it. Sakuragi Hanamichi's progress is really fast. He used to be the king of exits, but now he can basically play the whole game, and his defensive efficiency has also improved a lot. The Shohoku students outside the venue were discussing. Haruko and 2 girlfriends are long overdue. Her gaze was on the scoreboard. Although Mitsui's side score slightly ahead, but the score between the 2 sides did not widen to 10 points. Haruko was a little surprised. What's going on here? Is Tatsuhiko-san scoring alone? No, I don't talk much about using guys. Mito Yohei on the side explained. Nozomi Takamiya and others stood behind Mito Yohei. In the past, They totally scoffed at Sakuragi training basketball. How could that fellow Sakuragi hold on? Basketball is not something that can be played with passion. But now, they have changed that mind. Although Sakuragi still has a lot of times, like a beginner, the performance on the court is very immature. But I have to say, Sakuragi has gotten better and better. Now Sakuragi is more and more like a basketball player. At the beginning, with the mood of mocking Sakuragi, several people from Sakuragi's gang came to watch the game. Watch what the Shohoku players do on the field. Also gradually became a loyal fan of Shohoku. Although every time he said that he wanted to see Sakuragi's ugly face, he mocked Sakuragi. But they are now more willing to go and cheer for Shohoku. Nozomi Takamiya poked her nose and teased. Sakuragi is actually playing against Kid Rukawa. It seems that he will be taught a lesson again. Kid Rukawa's offense is really sharp. Mito Yohei sighed with emotion. Sakuragi's defense is still too average, and he can't defend against Kid Rukawa's offense at all. Mito Yohei and the others leaned on the railing, becoming a melon-eating crowd. Always watch Shohoku games. Under the influence of their ears and eyes, they also have a certain understanding of every player in Shohoku. It's not just limited to the nickname given by Sakuragi. On the pitch, Kid Rukawa holds the ball and directly chooses a single. This is the way he is most familiar with playing. He himself is a sharp tackler and scorer. Kid Rukawa changed direction 2 times in a row, directly revealing Sakuragi's center of gravity. Not good. Sakuragi screamed inwardly. In this defense, he has completely lost the best defensive position. Naturally, Kid Rukawa will not give up this opportunity. He made a nice frontal change, skimming right past Sakuragi's right hand. Damn it! Sakuragi roared angrily, but still can't change the result of being passed by Kid Rukawa. But what happened next was beyond everyone's expectations. The pass Sakuragi went straight to Kid Rukawa. Don't try to score. Dead fox. How fast Sakuragi exploded with full force. I'm afraid Kid Rukawa can explain it later. Kid Rukawa, who had already thrown Sakuragi in 3 positions, was about to go straight to a one-handed dunk. However, there was a gust of wind coming from behind him. It took only 2 seconds for the chasing Sakuragi to complete the defense from the bottom corner 3-point line to the penalty area. Sakuragi's outbreak is terrible. Ayako couldn't believe it. Just Sakuragi's return speed from the corner 3-point line to the penalty area. Even the fastest speed recognized by Shohoku, Miyagi can't do it. Is this the speed at which Sakuragi explodes at full strength? A bit too fast. Kogure on the side was stunned. Although Sakuragi will play fast break with Tatsuhiko and others in the game. But I have to say, the speed of the fast break can only be said to be quite satisfactory. And now, the speed of defense displayed by Sakuragi. Even Miyagi can only bow down. Compared with everyone's surprise, Coach Anze was all smiles. Coach Anze had already heard about Sakuragi's glorious deeds when he first entered Shohoku. Coach Anze at the time didn't think so. For freshmen like Sakuragi, there are 8 if not 10 every year. However, when he saw Sakuragi, he changed his mind completely. Sakuragi's talent is really outstanding. Bounce, height, strength, regiment in terms of talent alone. The entire Shohoku except Tatsuhiko. No one can compare to Sakuragi. Even Kid Rukawa, who has super scoring ability. In terms of talent alone, it is far inferior to Sakuragi. It seems that the core inside players for next year have also been found. Look back to the field. Sakuragi, who had chased and defended in place, immediately jumped high. He was going to block Kid Rukawa directly from the flank. Watch my gorilla swatting flies. Sakuragi yelled and stretched out the cover directly. Kid Rukawa frowned. Sakuragi, is he so fast in defense? I have clearly opened up more than 3 positions of Sakuragi. But unexpectedly, Sakuragi caught up. Seeing that Sakuragi has blocked all his slam dunk routes, without any choice, Kid Rukawa put his hand directly to his chest. Then he slid under Sakuragi's elbow. Can this escape the cover? Sakuragi was a little dumbfounded. Tatsuhiko didn't teach this at the time. How can you change direction at will when attacking? This is a bit too difficult. Kid Rukawa took advantage of Sakuragi's hesitation. He seized this fleeting opportunity and made 10 beautiful tie-bar Kong layups. Goal. 2 points in hand. Kid Rukawa landed with a cold face. Idiot. You should go back and practice more. Damn fox, you wait for me. Sakuragi said with some bitterness. The ball went to the side of the bench. Sakuragi threw the ball straight into Yasuda's hands. Then he trotted all the way again and ran into the restricted area. It's a familiar plot again. Anze watched himself smothered by Miyagi's pressing defense. Again he passed the ball straight into Tatsuhiko's hands. Come here, Tatsuhiko. Mitsui spread his arms wide while striking a rather iconic defensive stance. Tatsuhiko, I won't let you pass the ball easily. I promise. That's a bit difficult, Mitsui-senpai. A small smile appeared on Tatsuhiko's mouth. With Mitsui alone, he can't control himself at all. Suddenly, Tatsuhiko lowered his center of gravity directly to prepare for a breakthrough. Super start. Tatsuhiko chose the skill to launch a super start. Mitsui only felt a gust of wind blowing past him. Oops, what a quick first step. Mitsui frowned. Turn around and look. Tatsuhiko was already in the box. Don't try to score. Kirukawa and Miyagi immediately got in front of Tatsuhiko. It is the tactics they discussed. Tatsuhiko's breakthrough kill was too much. Shoyo's Mitsuru Nagano and Tsuji Takashi's Wu Deyu felt the deepest. Tatsuhiko is like crossing the road. Consecutive dribble past Mitsuru Nagano no less than 20 times. Even calling Fujima for help wasn't enough. Facing Tatsuhiko with a two-team. With little hesitation, Tatsuhiko pulled Mitsuru Nagano and Fujima straight away. Although Mitsuru Nagano's height and defensive skills, definitely not the best player on the Shoyo team, but his ability to assist defense and make up defense is definitely the best. It is also because of this that he can secure Shoyo's starting position. But facing Tatsuhiko, he was completely powerless. It is for this reason. Only the drafted player team has developed such a defensive plan. Tatsuhiko's perimeter 3 was given to Hisashi Mitsui to cover it all the way, and once reached the inside line. It is multi-person defense at all costs. Tatsuhiko couldn't score even with a foul. Seeing that the breakthrough space in front of him has been blocked by Kirukawa and Miyagi, Tatsuhiko passed the ball directly to Sakuragi, who was left unmarked in the middle. Vote. Sakuragi. Tatsuhiko roared. Mitsui, who could have caught up in time, didn't move. Sakuragi, how can he have a shot? Even if he is allowed to shoot, he will definitely not be able to score. Sakuragi seized the opportunity and jumped up and shot directly. A direct hit from the basketball. In an instant, the entire Shohoku arena erupted. Except for Haruko, Ayako, and Tatsuhiko. Everyone stared blankly at Sakuragi, who made the shot. Who threw that ball just now? Sakuragi Hanamichi's talent is a bit scary. Has he learned how to shoot in such a short time? The key is that his posture is also very standard. This is the posture that shooting should have. The audience outside the stadium were talking loudly. Several members of Sakuragi's gang also looked at each other in blank dismay. This guy has only been practicing shooting for a few days, but he can already use it? Coach Anze smiled and looked at Sakuragi, who was surrounded by everyone. Very good. I didn't expect Sakuragi to have already practiced shooting. He felt a little relieved. These kids at Shohoku are good kids. Their desire for victory is no less than that of any other team. And under the leadership of Tatsuhiko and Akagi, Shohoku's record is also getting better and better. Coach Anze sighed. It's a pity that his body no longer allows himself. If his body can last for a few years, perhaps at that time, he also had the opportunity to see a dynasty of Shohoku. *0 Coach Anze smiled again and said softly, Team Shohoku is really getting stronger. As time passed by every minute and every second, competition is over. The final score is set at 80-100. The bench team lost the game by 20 points. But I have to say, this is already a very proud achievement. To know, the current Shohoku is no longer the big team it used to be. They are now the top 4 in Kanagawa Prefecture. The team that leads the superpower Shoyo by more than 10 points. The achievements of the substitute team are also impressive enough. But what made the surrounding audience a little confused? After the whole game, Tatsuhiko seems to be almost no strong desire to attack. More often, Tatsuhiko chooses to break through and pass the ball to his teammates. If Tatsuhiko turns on the scoring mode, I am afraid that the 20-point difference can be tied within a few minutes. Pause time. The audience on the sidelines were a little surprised. If Tatsuhiko lets go of the singles shot, I don't think the right pick is right. The first team is definitely not good. The main thing is Tatsuhiko is too strong. He should be practicing for these substitutes of Shohoku, otherwise why would he not attack? But don't tell me, Tatsuhiko's point guard is really good, and he can control the rhythm of the game perfectly. Although the score gap is as much as 20 points, but almost all viewers firmly believe that. As long as Tatsuhiko takes a shot, with his scoring ability, he will win with a high probability. Akagi off the court was a little emotional. This guy Tatsuhiko is really special. 0 as Shohoku's true ace. The most well-known is Tatsuhiko's super-accurate three-pointers and beautiful and elegant slam dunks on defensive counterattacks. And his defensive ability. He can always contribute steals frequently. Let the players facing him completely lose the chance to score. But today they just opened their eyes. Unexpectedly, Tatsuhiko's point guard ability is not bad at all. Not only can he grasp the position of his teammates, but also send exquisite passes. It is also able to revitalize the entire Shohoku team. Even Kogir and Yasuda, who were not very accurate in shooting before, both scored double digits in this game. This also proves that Tatsuhiko's organizational skills are indeed very good. Ayako on the side blinked his eyes and tilted his head, feeling a little unbelievable. The positive selection can only lead the substitute by 20 points. When did their substitute players become so strong? Bench side. Although the defensive pressure they encountered was not very great, but the hit rate has indeed improved a lot. Especially Sakuragi. Near the free throw line, when no one is defending, the hit rate can even reach more than 90%. Is this the same Sakuragi Hanamichi she knew before? Mitsui took a deep breath, with a displeased expression on his face. When did this group of guys become so good? His original plan was to win by 50 points. After all, they are all teammates on the same team, so save them some face. I don't know, but it does seem to have become stronger. Miyagi wiped the sweat off his cheeks with his hands and said with deep understanding. He has the same idea as Mitsui, only one Tatsuhiko is the opponent. But never expected. In the end, they only won by 20 points. As for the bench scoring, only a fraction of it came from Tatsuhiko. Most of the rest comes from each teammate. Almost every substitute player who played scored. And here they are. The score is concentrated on himself and Kid Rukawa. Judgment between the two. Akagi muttered to himself with a solemn face. Is this the magic that comes with Tatsuhiko? Not only let teammates play better and better, but the more they shoot, the more confident they are. More importantly, the players on the team with Tatsuhiko, especially Sasaka and Kuwata, who are usually very weak in physical strength. Even after finishing the game, he was not as tired as he looked. It even feels like their physical exertion, not even as much as Shiozaki, Kakuta. Shiozaki and Kakuta had already sat in the rest area to rest. The two looked out of breath. This proves that the physical exertion of the two is definitely not small. Coach Anze had a smile on his face. Tatsuhiko has completely mobilized everyone in Shohoku's offense, and it's very good to play like this off the bench. Tatsuhiko sat off the court. Feel the benefits brought by the power of implication. He was a little emotional. Whoever will be my teammate in the future will be the prettiest boy on the court. It is worthy of being rewarded by the system. See if there are other things that are better. After this game, the popularity value has only increased by 100. Could it be related to his performance? The better the performance, the more popularity you get. With this in mind, now he is really looking forward to the game against Kanan. Chapter 103. Time flies, it is already a few days later. Shohoku Basketball Gym. Coach Anze, who usually seldom shows up, came to the basketball hall. Captain Akagi hurried up to meet him. What's the matter, Coach? Coach Anze showed a grin. You let everyone gather. I want to say something. Akagi nodded and roared. Gather. With the voice of Akagi, everyone in Shohoku lined up in front of Coach Anze. Okay, your performance in the previous game was very good. Coach Anze recognized the efforts of the Shohoku crowd. However, the next step is the most critical test. In the next games, we will not meet teams like Mayoradai and Kadono. Akagi added. Coach Anze announced softly. The moment of decisive victory has begun. Akagi stood beside Coach Anze and said in a deep voice. This year's promotion team from Kanagawa County, Kanan, Ryanen, Buri, and Shohoku, except for our Shohoku, are all old strong teams in Kanagawa County. Kanagawa County has only 2 places to participate in the national competition, that is, the top 2. So in the next 3 games, none of them can relax. Ayako on the side added. Everyone in Shohoku looked a little dignified. They were able to reach the semifinals in Kanagawa County from the first round of the county competition. It is already an incredible thing. And every opponent that will be faced next is not an opponent that can be easily won. Akagi continued. Our goal at Shohoku for this year is... Shohoku shouted in unison. Dominate the country. Coach Anze nodded in satisfaction. Now Shohoku's competitive state has reached its peak. To defeat Mayoradai, Linkashoyo is too important to Shohoku's momentum. I have one more request. Coach Anze of 260 said softly. Although the top two can participate in the National High School League, but I ask you, be sure to beat all their teams and come out with the first place. The voice fell. Everyone was excited, and finally reached the final decisive victory. Sakuragi Hanamichi is proud. Looks like it's time for this genius to perform again. This time, Miyagi and Mitsui did not joke. Sakuragi Hanamichi has seen progress during this time. A novice who couldn't even hold the ball steadily from the very beginning. By now, Sakuragi has become a key rotation player inside Shohoku. It is not an exaggeration to say that the current Sakuragi is the best sixth man in Shohoku. It wasn't hard to see a little excitement on Kid Rukawa's grim face. Is it finally here? He is one step closer to being the #1 high school student in the country. Although the current Tatsuhiko is far stronger than himself. But one day I will surpass him. Yasuda and the others were even more excited. I didn't expect that we could even make it to the finals. Tatsuhiko smiled, said nothing, thinking in his heart. It's finally here. How many popularity points will I get this time? He was looking forward to it. In the game of Shoyo, he got 100 expectation points. If this stage is in the whole country, will the expected value obtained be higher? While everyone was discussing, Kogure took out his notebook. Our opponent for the first game has also come out, and it is Kanen's big subsidiary. In the match between Kanen and Wuyuin, the main players basically didn't play, and they won with a score of 150-78. At that time, AMU and the others may play in the decisive battle, and the game will be more difficult than the match with Shoyo. Kogure's words were like a basin of cold water. It directly extinguished the enthusiasm of everyone. Most of Shohoku's players are first-year and second-year students. They are far from knowing how powerful Kanen is. Everyone was silent for a while. His face was full of shock. Wuyuin is also a top 8 team. Kanen's main force is not up. How strong are their true strengths? Kogure went on to add. Kanen's national semi-final team has participated in the national competition record for 16 consecutive years. This is an old strong team in the country. Can we really win them? The corners of Kakuta and the others' mouths twitched, their eyes extinguished. Compared to Shohoku, Kanen's background is like heaven and earth. They only now have a deep understanding of Kanen's strength. For the 16th consecutive year, he qualified first in Kanagawa Prefecture. National competition last year. Meet Sano High if not in the Final Four. I'm afraid their grades will be even better. Sakuragi Hanamichi laughed. There's nothing to be afraid of at all. Only then will I take you to win the game. Coach Anze looked at Sakuragi Hanamichi with a smile and nodded secretly. That's right. You need to have this kind of energy. If you think you are not an opponent before the game, then I am afraid that the performance in the game will only be worse. Not to mention, in the eyes of Coach Anze, the current Shohoku is not inferior to Kanen at all. Their game against Kanen was within a few points. Coach Anze looked at Tatsuhiko, who was silent all the time. Tatsuhiko was the winner of the match between Shohoku and Kanen. He played at full strength. Even Kanen was completely unstoppable. Noticed Coach Anze's gaze. Tatsuhiko nodded. He looked around at Yasuda and the others and spoke calmly. Last year, Kanen was only the top 4 in the country. If you are afraid of this, then how can you talk about dominating the country? Besides, you are also very strong now, aren't you? Immediately, everyone recalled the in-team training match a few days ago. Even if they were substitutes, they were still quite a threat. Only then did his fighting spirit improve a lot. Akagi scolded. For the rest of the time, training must be strengthened. Kogure looked at Akagi, worried. Will your foot heal by then? Akagi smiles. How could you miss the game? Captain Akagi, you must not cause any problems with your ankles because of the game. Otherwise it will affect your future basketball career. Ayako on the side said worriedly. During the last game against Shoyo, Captain Akagi's ankle was wrapped in 7 or 8 layers of bandages. Ayako, who was bandaged at that time, couldn't stand it any longer. But even the injury has been such a serious situation. Captain Akagi still has to play. Ayako is really worried about Captain Akagi now. Because of impulsiveness, it caused some regrettable injuries for life. Don't worry at all, BU will definitely recover before. Akagi waved his hand, signaling Ayako not to worry about himself. Then, he turned to look at the Shohoku crowd. Akagi's expression was a little nostalgic, a little grateful. He thought of the hard work he had put in over the past 2 years. Akagi also thought about giving up. Efforts have been made, but the results cannot be seen. It is difficult for anyone to persist like this. But this year is finally different. Akagi finally got good teammates, Tatsuhiko and Kid Rukawa. Miyagi and Mitsui also changed their previous habit of being a gangster. Start preparing for the game in earnest. This year is the most promising year, Akaji said secretly in his heart. No one is more sure than him. This year's Shohoku must be able to dominate the country. Time flies. Unknowingly, more than 20 days passed. Everyone improved quickly, especially Kid Rukawa and Mitsui, who felt the trouble caused by the lack of physical strength during the game. Feeling much better now, Tatsuhiko sat alone on the chair. Look at his panel. Host. Tatsuhiko height. 187 cm weight. 80 kg physical strength. B+, speed. A strength. B+ bounce. A skills to master. Top-level dribbling skills, full-court shooting skills, super start, quick recovery, phantom interception, precise passing, C shape dribbling, dunks and mid-air changes, perfect shooting posture, piercing eye, backward jumper, behind the back dribble, super bounce, perfect copy skills, extreme pull, items, system basketball shoes, popular collection card, talent, power of interaction. Look at the skills in the skill list. Tatsuhiko couldn't help sighing. The current self, even if he meets a gentleman, also totally capable of fighting. He is now very much looking forward to the match against Kanan. On the pitch, everyone in Shohoku is sweating profusely in training. Mitsui and Kogure kept working on their three-point shots, and Miyagi also joined in and started shooting. Previous games, Miyagi clearly felt it, due to his lack of 3 points. As a result, he is in a state of being released every game. And even if he can break through to the inside line, it is also difficult to score points in the tall and big inside. I also have to practice a precise three-pointer. Mitsui, on the other hand, is constantly training his defensive and breakthrough skills. 2 years of waste. His breakthrough ability has been somewhat degraded. Only the three-pointer is still accurate. But in the match against Shoyo, just having a precise three-pointer is not enough. Once faced with close defense, he has absolutely no way of getting out of the defense. The other side, Kid Rukawa is constantly training his physical fitness. Whether it is offense or defense, Kid Rukawa can be said to be flawless. But his biggest problem is that he is not physically strong enough. In the match against Shoyo, after the outbreak, Kid Rukawa even suffered from leg cramps. Fortunately, Tatsuhiko stabilized the situation in the end, steadily maintained the score to 15 points. Sakuragi was constantly fighting Tatsuhiko one-on-one. As a beginner, he has so much to learn, but you can't chew too much. If you learn too much, you may not be able to learn all of them well. And the game is coming soon. Many skills may not necessarily be displayed in the game. Coach Anze thought twice. Still decided to target Sakuragi's defensive boost. Shohoku has enough scorers for now. Starting Tatsuhiko, Kid Rukawa, and Mitsui, they are all scorers who can shoot suddenly. That is because the team has too many scorers. As a result, Akaji's ball rights are constantly being diluted. What Shohoku needs now is an isolation defender, not a scorer. Akaji clapped his hands and let out a lion-like roar. Gather! Everyone in Shohoku lined up immediately. Tomorrow our opponent is the C-South. Their defensive ability is very strong. The key point is to pay attention to Shinichimaki. Tomorrow's game, Miyagi, you are responsible for defending Shinichimaki, yes? Miyagi nodded. Akaji looked to Tatsuhiko aside again. At that time, Tatsuhiko will be responsible for assisting defense. If the situation is wrong, Shinichimaki will be double-teamed. This game must be won. Set off early tomorrow morning for the final. Everyone shouted. Shohoku must win. June 20th. Everyone went to the basketball court. Everyone showed up on time. Coach Anze had a smile on his face. Set off. Yes. Everyone in Shohoku shouted in unison, then boarded the car and headed to the prefectural gymnasium. In the car, Tatsuhiko lay on the back chair and closed his eyes to meditate. It's his favorite way to adjust. Closing his eyes before the game allows him to enter the rhythm of the game as quickly as possible during the game. And on the other side, Miyagi and Mitsui were a little nervous. The two remained silent and looked out the window. Although this is not Shohoku's first prefectural competition, but I have to say, Kanan is definitely the strongest team they have ever faced. Undefeated for 16 consecutive years, King Kanan. The national competition can reach the semifinals every year. Just listening to these already makes people feel a little invincible. And the #1 high school student in Kanagawa Prefecture, Shinichimaki. His strength is even more unfathomable. Akaji sighed inaudibly. He also doesn't know what the match against Kanan will be like. Akaji also has no information to win this game, although they have passed the Shoyo hurdle. But Shoyo and Kanan are two very different teams. Kanan is the true king team in Kanagawa Prefecture. Kogure next to Akaji was also a little nervous. Although during this period of assault training, his three-point and shooting ability has been greatly improved. Compared with before, the defense has also made great progress. But what is the result of the actual game? It is still unknown. Ayako on the side comforted everyone in Shohoku. Don't have so much psychological pressure, just show our best. Coach Anze also nodded in agreement. Although the result of the game is very important, but the pressure on Shohoku players if too much, that's probably not a good thing. At the same time, Haruko and girlfriends. Several people from Sakuraji's gang also headed towards the county gymnasium. County gymnasium. No seat available. Everyone's face is full of excitement. It's unknown which two teams will make it to the nationals this year. Kanagawa reporter, Ida Yayoi, and assistant Nakamura came to the scene. See, she couldn't help but sigh. The game has not yet started. So many people have come. It can be seen that both teams have attracted 0.7 bets. Nakamura, do you know anything about Kanon? Then discussed the Kanon Grand subsidiary with Nakamura. Nakamura smiled awkwardly. I don't know Kanon very well. Ida Yayoi frowned slightly and sternly scolded. You didn't know the situation in advance. How are you a reporter? I'm sorry, Miss Yayoi. I also want to understand. But time is running out. Why don't you explain it to me? Nakamura scratched the back of his head with his hand and apologized hastily. Then Ida Yayoi sighed helplessly and began to explain. The Kanon University subsidiary is the strongest team in Kanagawa Prefecture and has entered the national competition for 16 consecutive years. Nakamura's eyes widened in disbelief. This year Shohoku is not weak at all. They not only have Kanagawa's rookie king, Tatsuhiko, but also two-year junior high school MVP players, Mainwell and Kid Rukawa. Miss Yayoi is really a big fan of Sendo. Shohoku faced Kanon. Maybe there will be no unilateral suppression, then ignore Ida Yayoi, who is wandering in the air, and slowly turn on the camera. Ida Yayoi shook her head. In terms of reporter knowledge, the assistant Nakamura looked at the inexplicable Ida Yayoi. The corner of his mouth couldn't help twitching and began to complain. It's so strong. But I believe Sendo will definitely lead Ryan into the game. It feels like Kanon won't lose at all. Their strength is much stronger than Shohoku. Ida Yayoi continued to explain. Feel the atmosphere inside the gym. Then Ida Yayoi blushed pretty and said in an affirmative tone. Nakamura nodded, without words. He is really lacking. Shoyo, as Kanon's old opponent, was eliminated by Shohoku this year. Perhaps Kanon is expected to enter the national competition in 17 years. That's not the case, Nakamura said softly. Chapter 104. Kanon Locker Room. Coach Riki Takata walks in. Have you finished warming up? He asked everyone with a smile on his face. It's already ready, coach. Kyoto Nobunaga stood up triumphantly and said with a smile. Teach Shohoku a lesson today. The tall coach smiled and shook his head. Shohoku is not that easy to deal with. Even Shoyo lost them by 15 points. It's just that Shoyo didn't play well. They have too few scorers. Hanagata is still out early. If it were us, we would have won the game. Kyoto Nobunaga said confidently. As Kyoto Nobunaga, who was selected as the main selection as soon as he entered Kanon, his confidence is not groundless. In middle school period, Kyoto Nobunaga is famous for his super physical fitness and unique scoring ability. Later enter Kanon. It also fills Kanon's vacancy at small forward. It's understandable to be so confident. Coach Gautu smiled, but did not answer Kyoto Nobunaga's words. Being confident is not a bad thing. Not to mention, there's no way they'd lose to Shohoku either. Suddenly, the tall coach turned his head and looked at Shinichi Maki, who was bare-chested, still surprised. Like a male lion, the breath of a king. The figure is not like that of a high school body, which is terrifying. Even if Shinichi Maki is a college student, or even a professional player, everyone will believe it. Shinichi Maki saw the high head coach coming and asked softly, Has the game started yet? Coach. The tall coach laughed. Don't worry, there is still a while. Appreciation appeared in his eyes. Shinichi Maki is eager to win and goes all out for every opponent. It's not just personal ability and physical fitness. Shinichi Maki is also extremely mature in her mentality. Even after teaching for so many years, Coach Gautu has never seen a player like Shinichi Maki. He has a clear and definite plan for his future. Shinichi Maki has always been aiming at the strongest high school students in the country and constantly training himself. Shinichi Maki, who is extremely self-disciplined, trains hard no matter what. 18 Sometimes the tall head coach is also very curious. What is it that keeps Shinichi Maki going so far? Then he understood. Some things just come naturally. And Shinichi Maki's competitiveness is just that. He is like the guardian of the lions, the absolute leader. The tall coach grabbed the back of his head with his hands and laughed. Shohoku, I didn't expect to defeat Shoyo, so I haven't investigated them for the time being. I need you to wait for the opportunity on the field for the time being. I will observe first. Shinichi Maki waved his hand indifferently. It's okay. It's the same for anyone. Then he looked at Takasago on the side. Right? Takasago grinned. That is required. Kyoto Nobunaga stretches his body and looks smug. I thought it was Shoyo, but I didn't expect it to be Shohoku. Just in time. Let them see who is the first newcomer. The other players also looked confident. Even if Shohoku wins Shoyo, it still won't have any impact on Kanen's dominance. They are the top team in Kanagawa County for 16 consecutive years. He is also the king of Kanagawa Prefecture. Subsequently, Riki Takato sat on the chair, opened the folding fan, looked at the fighting spirit of the crowd, and nodded secretly. Not bad. The other side. Shohoku locker room. Coach Anze opened the door and smiled. This game is the first game of the decisive victory. Do you have confidence? Sakuraji Hanamichi responded immediately. Whether it's Kanen or Ryanen, this genius will bring Shohoku to victory. Miyagi spread his hands helplessly. This guy, after a little improvement, he starts to be defiant. Kid Rukawa rolled his eyes and complained in a low voice. Big idiot. Sakuraji Hanamichi squinted and looked at the two of Miyagi. He turned his head away and ignored it. Akagi looked down at his ankles. Although he has removed the bandage, but I still feel a dull pain in the ankle position. This game is too critical. If they can beat Kanen, even if they lost to Ryanen in the end, then it is certain that they will appear as the number one in Kanagawa. More importantly, they beat Ryanen once. At that time, Shohoku did not have Miyagi and Mitsui. They can both take on Ryanen. Now they are more than a little bit stronger than before. Both Tatsuhiko and Kid Rukawa have improved a lot. Even basketball beginners like Sakuraji. Defense is also visible to the naked eye. And with the addition of Mitsui and Miyagi, winning against Ryanen is not difficult. And now, the most important thing is this game. The first step to dominating the country. Defeat Kanen. Looking at Akagi's pensive expression, Kogir held the mirror frame with his hand and asked with a smile, Akagi, are your feet okay? Akagi smiled. Fine. Then he looked at Tatsuhiko and the others. We have to win this game. Akagi encouraged everyone excitedly. I have been waiting for this day for a long time. Everyone, no matter who the opponent is, the victory will always belong to Shohoku. Tatsuhiko also smiled slightly. Shohoku lost to Kanen in the original book, and now that he's on board, that's definitely not going to happen. He was extremely confident in this matter. Finally ushered in the game with Kanen, the slightly agitated Mitsui pretended to be calm. He also didn't think in 10 days he'd be back on the field, and it is expected to enter the national competition. He squeezed his fist. His three-pointer is his most trusted weapon. Just rely on his own three-pointer. Be sure to defeat Kanen. Enter the national competition. Bench players such as Yasuda looked nervous. This is Changshang's king team facing Kanen, Kanagawa. Even if they have passed all the way, successively won the top 8 teams such as Mayuradai and Tsuji Takashi. Even a top team like Shoyo was beaten by them. But facing Kanen more or less will not be confident. Kanen is really too strong. Represented Kanagawa County in the high school league for 16 consecutive years. The national top 4 super team. They looked at each other with suspicion in their eyes. Can we really defeat Kanen? Seeing the nervousness of Kuwata and others, Tatsuhiko couldn't help but shook his head, sighed to encourage everyone, and said, We have already defeated Shoyo, so is Kanen still far behind? Shohoku will definitely win, and you are all stronger now, so have confidence. Everyone in Shohoku glanced at each other without speaking. But there is nothing but, although Kanen is strong, each of them is just an ordinary person. Tatsuhiko shouted loudly. Does each of them have more eyes and more noses than we do? Not at all. Tatsuhiko became more and more excited as he talked. Compared to us, they are at most a little better in basketball talent than us, but now it's just a high school game. Tatsuhiko continued. Talent is only the upper limit, and hard work is the lower limit. What's more, it is far from the time to fight for talent. Everyone in Shohoku nodded, approving Tatsuhiko's words. Aren't we training hard enough? Not at all. We train harder than anyone and work harder than anyone. So we deserve more for this game. Hearing Tatsuhiko's words, Yasuda and others recalled how they suddenly became stronger during training. The fear of Kanon in my heart gradually dissipated. Yes, we Shohoku are the strongest. Everyone in Shohoku cheered up again. Tatsuhiko said softly, "There are two most important times in a person's life. One is when he is born, and the other is when he discovers his purpose in life." Everyone in Shohoku sat up straight and listened carefully to Tatsuhiko's words. "And our goal is the championship. We are here for the championship. Now is our most important moment." Everyone in Shohoku stood up at the same time. Shohoku must win. The momentum throughout Shohoku has never been higher. Coach Anze looked at Tatsuhiko with a satisfied smile. He likes Tatsuhiko more and more now. Don't be arrogant in victory, not discouraged in defeat. Always love basketball. Tatsuhiko may not be as competitive as Kirukawa, but on the road to honor. Tatsuhiko never stopped. Coach Anze understands now. Tatsuhiko's goal. It was never about becoming the so-called strongest high school student in the country. What he wants to be. Always the strongest team. The best champion. Tatsuhiko's stage is definitely not in this small island country. And on the other side of the ocean. That's his best landing spot. And only there can Tatsuhiko shine brightly. And Tatsuhiko is the most different place. He is very team-oriented. Maybe Tatsuhiko didn't realize it himself. But Tatsuhiko always speaks up when Shohoku is in trouble. Inspire the confidence of teammates. That alone. Tatsuhiko is the perfect candidate for Shohoku's next captain. Coach Anze looks at the confident Shohoku players. A gratified smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The heart of the strong is indispensable, and Shohoku is getting stronger and stronger. Keep that faith going. In the future, Shohoku will also become a famous basketball school like Kanon Ryanen. Unlike the silence in the locker room, there were loud shouts outside. Auditorium. Spectators holding Kanon King banners are dressed in Kanon school uniforms, excitedly waving the flag in his hand. King Kanon. Changsheng Kanon. The deafening shouts were even stronger than the Shoyo cheerleaders. And on the other side, Shohoku fans wear Shohoku school uniforms. They also hold banners in their hands that Shohoku will win. Have to say, Shohoku's fanbase is much bigger than before. And more people watch Shohoku go all the way. From the first round of the county competition to the current tiebreaker. Shohoku's journey can be called a real-life counterattack. Shohoku used to be an underwhelming team, although there are super centers like Akagi, but still unable to break through the first round of the county competition. At that time, Akagi was dubbed a lonely hero by the audience, because other than Akagi, no one in Shohoku was able to stand up. And this year, Shohoku is completely beyond people's imagination. They made it all the way. In the first round, they faced the traditional strong team Mayuradai, scored a high score of more than 100 points, directly bloodbathed. Subsequent Shohoku seemed to be on and off. Even overcoming strong enemies, they reached the semifinals all the way. At this time, they also encountered the strongest opponent at present, Changsheng Shoyo, last year's seeded team. Even Ryanen, who has the twin stars of Yuju and Sendo. They all had no choice but to drink their hatred under Shoyo's super defense. Before the game starts, there are countless doers claiming it. Shohoku is absolutely incapable of defeating Shoyo. And the start of the game was just as everyone expected. The Shohoku team is in a downturn. At one point fell behind by as much as 13 points. And their scores are in the single digits. Only 2 points. Faced with such a dilemma, Shohoku's trump card finally played. Tatsuhiko came on the stage and not only overtook the score in an instant, but also suppressed Fujima's performance. In the second half of the game, Akagi was injured and left the game. Everyone agrees that Shohoku can't defeat Shoyo without Akagi. But the results were once again jaw-dropping. Shohoku's super scoring ability told all the audience. Even if the defense is slightly worse than 347, they can also kill the game with abnormally accurate three-pointers. Fujima is also strong enough. Absolutely worthy of being one of the top 5-star players in Kanagawa Prefecture. He was never known for his scoring ability, but in this game, he maintained enough aggressiveness. Fujima kept the game suspenseful until the last 5 minutes. In the face of Shohoku, the three musketeers broke out in turn. Shoyo, who is already weak in scoring, is even more stretched. Defeat Shoyo. This certainly adds to the greater topicality of Shohoku and the experience of reaching the finals in the first round of the county competition. It also endowed them with a legendary color. From underestimation to peak, climb to the top step by step. Isn't it stronger and more attractive than it should be? It is also for this reason. The number of Shohoku fans has exploded. Haruko came to the scene with 2 girlfriends. The entire venue is already watertight. Look at the seats full of people. Haruko was shocked. Is this the scene of the decisive victory? Look around for a location. Suddenly, Nozomi Takemiya of the Sakuraji Wooden Legion beckoned. Here. Haruko and the others walked over. You guys came so early. Mito Yohei smiled and touched his head. It's not about coming early to sell some game tickets, and it's not easy to sell tickets if you come late. Sell tickets? Haruko was puzzled. Obviously, she still doesn't quite understand the twists and turns. Nothing. Mito Yohei hastily changed the topic. The competition is about to start, Akagi-san. Haruko nodded, his face agitated, his hands on his chest. Big brother, the day has finally come. We must work hard, and Tatsuhiko-san, she blushed slightly as she spoke. The 2 girlfriends shook their heads and looked at Haruko, who was in fantasy. Nozomi Takemiya and others are discussing Sakuraji Hanamichi. That guy, I don't know how he will perform in this game. I don't know why, but I'm looking forward to it. Mito Yohei smiled. Sakuraji has been training with Tatsuhiko a lot during this time. That guy, totally in love with basketball. But that's not a bad thing. Sakuraji, who likes basketball, is better than his own ignorant punks. And Sakuraji's basketball talent is also very good. Maybe this time next year, Sakuraji will succeed Akagi and become the core of Shohoku. It is not certain. At the same time, Mayuradai, Shoyo and other teams who competed with Shohoku also arrived. Muramame Jinwoo is indifferent. Last year I lost to Kainen. This year I lost to Shohoku. Now let's see who is stronger. Shoyo Taku would decide. If they hadn't lost to Shohoku, then Shoyo would have been on stage. Not long. In the eyes of all, Shohoku and Kainen walked into the basketball court. Chapter 105. Is this Kainen, the king of Kanagawa Prefecture? The momentum alone is completely unmatched by other teams. Shohoku's momentum is not weak at all. They should be fully prepared for this game. Kainen is the true king of Kanagawa Prefecture. No team can beat them. Shohoku was able to beat Shoyo by a big score, and their strength really cannot be underestimated. All eyes are on Shohoku and Kainen. Cheerleaders from both sides cheered, especially the Kainen cheerleaders coming in. Hundreds of students in Kainen's blue uniforms carried the banner King Kainen, standing in the audience and waving nonstop. Suddenly it was a surprise. Kainen must win. King Kainen. Seeing this, Kyoto was full of complacency. That's Team Kainen cheerleading. When he first faced Wu Yuan, he was really startled. Kainen's cheerleading team is indeed much larger than Wu Yuan's. But the point is, the members of the Wu Yuan cheerleading team are almost all girls. It really made Kyoto Nobunaga a little envious. But even so, Wu Yuan was still taken by Kainen without bloodshed. Whether it's Kyoto Nobunaga or a member of the Kainen cheerleading squad, they all have this confidence. Kainen is the only king in Kanagawa Prefecture. No matter who the challenger is, they all have the confidence to win the game. It's kind of tricky. Kogure was a little nervous. Is this the momentum of Team Kainen? Don't build up their aspirations and destroy your own prestige. Akagi glared at Kogure. That's right, four-eyed big brother. With this genius present, we will definitely win. Don't worry. Sakuraji on the side said stinky fart. I think this sentence is still inappropriate for you. Mitsui complained softly. It seems that the victory of the county competition has nothing to do with you. What are you talking about? Little San. Sakuraji was furious. Little San, do you want to fight? Both of you, shut up. Akagi frowned. 2 heavy punches hit the heads of Mitsui and Sakuraji. The actions of the Shohoku crowd attracts the attention of the Kainen players. Soichiro Jin couldn't help laughing, although trying very hard to hold back a laugh. But there was still a smile from the corner of his eyes. Kyoto Nobunaga on the side is much bolder. He laughed directly and covered his stomach. Captain, look at those people in Shohoku, especially that red-haired monkey. I don't know how they made it to the finals. Who are you calling the red-haired monkey? Wild monkey. Not to be outdone, Sakuraji directly challenged Kyoto Nobunaga. You are the wild monkey. The red-haired monkey. Wild monkey. Red-haired monkey. 2 people are like 2 little children. They bickered directly on the court. Boom. 2 loud beeps. Sakuraji and Kyoto Nobunaga covered their heads at the same time. Akagi bowed his head in embarrassment. This guy is so stupid. Mushuni also looked embarrassed. No, it's our teammates' problem, Kyoto. Go back today and double the amount of training. No, Captain. Kyoto Nobunaga moaned in pain. compared with the joyful crowd. Tatsuhiko is a bit out of place. His eyes fixed on the strong Mushuni. The guy in front of him is Kanagawa's #1 high school student. It is also the strongest opponent he has encountered so far. Tatsuhiko looks at Shinichi Maki's data. Scanner. Shinichi Maki height. 184 cm weight. 79 kg physical strength. A speed. A power. A bounce. A skills. Super passing. Extreme block. Stable mid-range shot. Instant steal. Quick dribble. Savage layup. Induced shooting. High speed start. Changing jump shot. Abilities. Calm heart. Insightful eyes. Spiritual leader. As firm as a rock. Talent. Emperor domain. Look at Shinichi Maki's stats and skills mastered. Tatsuhiko was a little surprised. It's almost the same as him. He then looked at talent and frowned. What is this? Imperial domain. Shinichi Maki is on the field, and other teammates have certain bonuses in speed, strength, and shooting percentage. Tatsuhiko took a deep breath. Isn't that about the same as his implicated power? Kind of scary. When Mushan is on the court, the defense and offense of the entire Kanon team will be stronger. Tatsuhiko then looked at the rest of Kanon's team. Basically the same as everyone in Shohoku. Even slightly worse than Shohoku in many ways. But the ones to watch out for are Soichiro Jin and Kyoto Nobunaga. Soichiro Jin's three-point shooting ability is not inferior to Mitsui's. But physical strength is his advantage. And Kyoto Nobunaga's physical advantage is indeed great. In addition to being inferior to physical strength in height and physical strength, the remaining aspects are basically the same as Sakuragi Hanamichi. To know, Sakuragi's talent is not bad at all. Tatsuhiko thought for a moment. Look at their talents. In addition to Mushani, the rest of the crowd lacked talent. Tatsuhiko couldn't help but wonder. Could it be that the talent has not been awakened yet? Then look to Akagi et al. Still no talents. Maybe it will wake up later. Akagi Takanori looked at Shinichi Maki with a heavy face. This is Shinichi Maki, #1 in Kanagawa. In the past, in his sleep, he wanted to have a confrontation with the Mu-shun countless times. Shohoku, led by him, faced the King Kanon in the final match. But every time I opened my eyes, only to find out that Shohoku is still the big team. And he couldn't even get past the first round of the county competition. Akagi began to train harder. Gradually, he became the top 4 center forwards in Kanagawa Prefecture. Shohoku also has a growing audience. But Shohoku was still unable to make it out of the county contest. Over time, even the most enthusiastic viewers no longer have faith in Shohoku. However, today is completely different. Akagi finally, with his own efforts, came to this stage. This game. He also has a reason why he absolutely cannot lose. Both parties arrange personnel, Shohoku aside, started by Miyagi, Kogure, Tatsuhiko, Kid Rukawa, Pressure Sleepy. Sakuragi Hanamichi freaked out. The four-eyed big brother is able to start the game, and the genius will also be on the field today. Coach Anze smiled. Not yet. You are still Shohoku's secret weapon. Sakuragi Hanamichi was overjoyed. Sure enough, I am the absolute trump card of Shohoku. Others were surprised. Mitsui not on? This is a duel with Kanon. Without Mitsui, a consistent three-point shooter. Meaning Shohoku will be missing a very consistent scorer. Be aware of Mitsui's scoring ability. Even compared to Kid Rukawa, Mitsui does not play. At least things will be a lot harder for Shohoku than usual. Kogure's defense compared to Mitsui's. Still, the gap is too big. Kogure's figure is really too thin. Such a figure. When facing an offensive player, I am afraid that I will be knocked down directly. Coach, I want to play too. Mitsui pondered. Although I don't know what I did wrong. But Mitsui's attitude of admitting mistakes is still very positive. Don't worry, keep your eyes open. Coach Anze continued. You're not physically strong enough to play a full game right now. What you should do now is to conserve your energy. Coach Anze explained. He has foreseen the moment when the game will finally decide the outcome. In the last 5 minutes, the strength of Shohoku and Kanon. In the eyes of Coach Anze, in fact, they are not equal. Although Kanon has participated in the national competition for 16 consecutive years, and it is also the top 4 team in the country, but now Shohoku definitely has the ability to compete with them. Kanon has 2 super perimeter players, Shinichi Maki and Soichiro Jin. If it is an ordinary team, I'm afraid that just an outside attack is enough to kill them. But Shohoku is completely different. Shohoku also has 2 super perimeters, Tatsuhiko and Kid Rukawa. Although they are both first-year players, whether it is experience or skill, they are almost the same as Mushuni and Soichiro Jin. But Tatsuhiko is too special. He's not just a scorer for Shohoku. It is also the core organizer of Shohoku. Shohoku initiates almost all tactics. Both were directed by Tatsuhiko. Not to mention, Tatsuhiko also has an accurate three-point shot. That's why Coach Anze made his decision. The last 5 minutes is the decisive moment. Then it is very important to ensure the physical strength of the main players. Mitsui nodded in agreement. Sacrifice for the team. This kind of thing is not a regrettable thing for him. He looked at the crowd. Come on. Just don't fall behind too many points before I play. Don't worry, Mitsu-senpai. There was a smirk on Tatsuhiko's mouth. We will definitely give it our all so that you don't even get a chance to play. It's better to let me play. Mitsui sighed helplessly. Tatsuhiko's strength. He is still very appreciative. Since Tatsuhiko is so confident, maybe this competition really doesn't need him to appear. Don't worry at all, Xiao-san. I will win this match for you today, Sakuragi said proudly. Akaji growled. Win the game and enter the national competition. Others reached out and folded together. Roar. Shohoku must win in the audience. Looking at the energetic appearance of everyone in Shohoku, fans cheered for Shohoku. Shohoku is really energetic. It's really not easy for them to go all the way. Shohoku's strength is beyond doubt. However, it is still a bit difficult to beat Kanen. After all, Kanen is the king team in Kanagawa. Shoyo is still in Changsheng's team. Is it still taken away by Shohoku? Anything is possible. I believe in these guys in Shohoku. Team Kanen's dugout. Kanen's starting players are Shinichi Maki, God, Kyoto, Tadashi Muto, Takasago. Riki Takato sat on the chair, calm, without the slightest worry. The game is up to you. Shinichi Maki raised his hand. Come on, it's been a while. Then they took Kanen on stage. As soon as the Kanen players come on, the atmosphere of the whole venue suddenly became lively. There was cheers in the audience. Kanen is here. It seems that Kanen also attaches great importance to Shohoku and directly deployed all their core players. Shohoku is the biggest dark horse this year. Even Shoyo lost to Shohoku. There is nothing wrong with being respectful. Isn't it a bit too serious? Before the match against Wuyuan, Mu Shini didn't play. All the audience watched the players from both sides play quietly. Tatsuhiko and Kanen's number 10 matchup. Who is Kanen's number 10? As if you've never seen it before? Is it Kanen's freshman? Is this the wild monkey that AMU scolded? I just don't know how his strength is. I feel that he is a guy who can talk big. Shohoku fans wonder. Now the first-year freshman can also take on the important role of Kanen and Kanen? Kyoto looked unhappy. Report yourself. I'm the number 1 super rookie in Kanagawa. Self-proclaimed super rookie? How does it feel like a red-haired kid from Shohoku? With this guy alone, can Tatsuhiko be defended? It is estimated that we will know how strong Tatsuhiko is in the future. His defense is stronger than his offense. The audience looked suspicious. Is this guy Tatsuhiko's match? Nuku, just relying on this freshman to want to guard against Tatsuhiko, wouldn't it be a bit of a dream? Kyoto pouted, being underestimated. His eyes went to Tatsuhiko. It's finally here. This game will blow you away. He has always been a self-proclaimed super rookie in Kanagawa Prefecture. Except that Tatsuhiko's three-pointer is really inimitable. Something else. Tatsuhiko was able to do it. He can basically do it. This is also a manifestation of his strength. The difficulty of many of Tatsuhiko's moves. Not even a professional player can do it. Tatsuhiko looked at Kyoto who played, and couldn't help laughing. Wild monkey. The water in this game is very deep. You can't grasp it. It's deep? Are you kidding me? I'm a super rookie this year. You stinky B asterisk 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 D. Just wait and see. Kyoto Nobunaga frowned, looking unhappy. What he dislikes the most is when others deny him. Same as that red monkey, they are all arrogant guys. Then he looked at Sakuragi Hanamichi off the court. He didn't even play. It seems that his opponents are Tatsuhiko and Kid Rukawa. Kid Rukawa complains, same idiot as Sakuragi Hanamichi. Kyoto was upset and wanted to refute. Get scolded by Shinichi Maki. Ready to race. Then looked at Tatsuhiko. Tatsuhiko doesn't look away. The four looked at each other and sparked. Subsequently, in the cheers of the audience, the referee blew his whistle. The game officially begins. The audience seethed. Akaji and Takasago head to the center of the jump ball. I've been wanting to meet you for a while, Akaji. Then you have to be careful. Akaji also responded politely. Soichiro Jin looked at Kogure in front of him, feeling puzzled. It's not Mitsui. That's a bit disappointing. Then stand in position and get ready for the game. Beep. The race begins to stalk. Chapter 106. That's Shohoku's players. They all look strong. King Kanon is finally here. Teach Shohoku a lesson. AMU. Let them know that high school basketball is not a place where you can win championships by luck. Kanon's momentum is really strong. It seems that they are bound to win this game. Shohoku will definitely not win against Kanon, who has been the champion of Kanagawa Prefecture for 16 consecutive years. That's not necessarily the case. Even Kanon's old rival Shoyo lost to Shohoku. Go Tatsuhiko. Go Shohoku. The audience outside began to cheer continuously. Waited for a long time. The game is finally about to start. Only love Tatsuhiko. Only love Tatsuhiko. Rukawa, you are the most handsome. Tatsuhiko and Kid Rukawa cheerleaders keep cheering for Tatsuhiko and Kid Rukawa. All girls in short skirts became a beautiful sight in the auditorium. But the surrounding audience just glanced at it. Then he focused his attention on the court again. The battle between Shohoku and Kanon is finally about to begin. Before the game, some good netizens posted a horizontal comparison between Shohoku and Kanon. Continuously analyzed Shohoku's strength from various positions, except at the small forward and power forward positions. Tatsuhiko is far ahead of Kyoto Nobunaga, and Kid Rukawa is far ahead of Tadashi Muto. Another location, Shohoku is basically a balance of power, especially at the point guard position. Although Miyagi Ryota has extremely fast speed and breakthrough skills, but compared to Shinichi Maki, it still pales in comparison. As the well-deserved #1 high school student in Kanagawa Prefecture, Shinichi Maki, whether it is size, height, or breakthrough ability, both are far better than Miyagi. The most important is, Shinichi Maki also has an extremely accurate mid-range shot. This is simply a big killer. And Miyagi's mid-range is too unstable. There is no such thing as long distance. Under horizontal comparison, Shohoku is arguably slightly behind. But Shohoku's vertical comparison is far better than Kanon. They have the best defensive counterattack skills and offensive routines in Nagawa Prefecture. And the three muskets on the outside can also guarantee Shohoku's firepower. The most important thing is Tatsuhiko, that ultra-long three-pointer that kills people. It is doomed that Kanon will be under great defensive pressure throughout the game. Tatsuhiko has proven it game after game. One-man defense is completely impossible to mark him, and multiple teams double-teamed Tatsuhiko. That means the line of defense will inevitably be pulled. For a projectile brigade like Shohoku, it's just too unwise. 8-17 summarized by countless netizens. The outcome of Shohoku and Kanon is a tie. What matters is whether Shohoku can use their offensive strengths to kill Kanon. Still being completely stared down by Kanon, the three musketeers couldn't take advantage of their long-range shots. Akagi on the inside doesn't have the strength to break Kanon at all. Come on, Kanon. King Kanon. Cheerleaders in Kanon school uniforms. Have to say, although Kanon's cheerleading team is not as large as Shoyo's, but they also have unique advantages. That is confidence. No matter who the opponent is, Shoyo, Ryanin, Shohoku, there was no pressure whatsoever. Kanon is the strongest team in Kanagawa Prefecture, and their ace player Shinichi Maki. He is the best high school student in Kanagawa Prefecture. Beep. The game starts now. With the referee's whistle sounded, Shohoku and Kanon's players stepped up to the jump ball. Akagi jumps the ball with Takasago. Akagi grabs it and passes to Miyagi immediately. Tatsuhiko and Kid Rukawa immediately ran towards Kanon's backcourt. Tatsuhiko, catch the ball. Miyagi roared. Immediately the ball was thrown long into Tatsuhiko's hands. Tatsuhiko kept walking. Continued to kill towards Kanon's restricted area. Shohoku fans rose to their feet. This is the fast break system that Shohoku is most familiar with. It seems that Shohoku has been prepared for a long time, and he will give Kanon a blow. Tatsuhiko dunk one. Tatsuhiko on the court didn't hesitate. The basketball doesn't stay in the hands. Pass directly to Kid Rukawa. Kid Rukawa takes the ball. Leap up and dunk. Next second, a pair of big hands appeared in front of Kid Rukawa. I'm really in a hurry. A figure caught up with Kid Rukawa, who leaped and dunked at an unimaginable speed. The audience on the sidelines covered their mouths in surprise. Is this the speed of the strongest high school student in Kanagawa? It's more than enough to participate in the sprint competition, because, oops, Kid Rukawa didn't notice. The ball is going to be blocked. The one chasing him is Shinichi Maki. Shinichi Maki jumped high and blocked Kid Rukawa's dunk. Seeing that the slam dunk failed, Kid Rukawa snatched the ball back immediately. He frowned. This guy, what a speed. It was basically impossible to defend the ball just now, and who knew that a Shinichi Maki was shot? Akaji's face froze. Remind everyone of Shohoku. Be careful, he is Kanagawa's #1. Seeing that the fast break can no longer be achieved, the Kanon players have already made up their defenses. Kid Rukawa can only take a long-term view and reorganize the offense. He passes directly to Miyagi outside the line. The moment Miyagi catches the ball,
Snapped.
Soichiro Jin saw the opportunity and stole the ball directly. Got it. Seeing this, Kyoto praised him. Nice grab, God. Pass the ball. While running, ask for the ball. Soichiro Jin smiled slightly. Don't worry. Then a long pass is played and the ball goes towards Kyoto. Sudden. A figure jumped up high. Tatsuhiko steals. Soichiro Jin was shocked. Tatsuhiko is so insightful and jumps so high. Kyoto gritted his teeth. What a nuisance. Seeing Tatsuhiko steal, Shinichi Maki rushed towards Tatsuhiko immediately. Stand in front of Tatsuhiko. He reached out and grabbed the basketball in Tatsuhiko's hand. Seeing this, Tatsuhiko smiled slightly. I've been on guard against you since the beginning. Tatsuhiko spins and blocks Shinichi Maki's tackle. Then he glanced at Miyagi not far away with his glasses. God noticed it and immediately stood in front of Miyagi. Stop passing the ball. Next second, Tatsuhiko shook his hand, eyes still looking in Miyagi's direction, but passed the ball to Kogure on the line. Instantly, everyone in Team Kanon panicked. Damn it. No one defends Kogure. All the attention is on Tatsuhiko. Kogure catches the ball. Directly make a three-pointer. Go in. Shohoku scored the first goal. Miyagi put their hands together and praised Kogure. Nice shot. Kogure was secretly delighted. The feel of the ball today is comparable to the feel of the ball during internal training. Not knowing it all because of Tatsuhiko's presence. Tatsuhiko showed a faint smile. The effect of this implicated force is much better than he imagined. Greatly increased the hit rate of teammates. That means a three-point shooter that Kanon needs to watch out for. But it's not just Tatsuhiko and Mitsui. Even an inconsistent three-point shooter like Kogure. Both will become Kanon's key man-marking targets. It was a burst of exclamation. In less than a minute, Shohoku and Kanon actually collided multiple times. From fast breaks, to being snapped, to Shohoku's steal to hit a three-pointer. The offensive and defensive momentum of the two sides was deflected several times. There is also a no-look pass presented by Tatsuhiko at the end. In this short period of time, the two teams have already fully demonstrated the technical characteristics of both sides. In a sense, Kanon's is a very perimeter-oriented team. They have two star players from all Kanagawa, Soichiro Jin and Shinichi Maki, the functional shooting guard and point guard. This is doomed to their extremely strong outside ability. And Shinichi Maki can also fill in the problem of perimeter defense. And Shohoku as well. What they have is the three musketeers of Kid Rukawa, Mitsui, and Tatsuhiko. Point guard is Miyagi Ryota. Although Miyagi's point guard level is still much worse than that of Shinichi Maki, but Miyagi is also definitely Kanagawa's #1 point guard. Have such a few players with super offensive power on the outside. Shohoku's outside firepower is unique in Kanagawa Prefecture. Shoyo Auditorium. Taku Itu looked at Tatsuhiko in some astonishment. He didn't expect Tatsuhiko to improve so fast. If you are Kanon's defensive player, I'm afraid he will also be confused by Tatsuhiko's pass. This guy is stronger than before, Hasegawa said softly. Taku Itu nodded gravely. It is indeed much better than before, but there are still problems with Shohoku. Takano Shoichi on the side is a little puzzled. Is there anything wrong with Shohoku now? He couldn't see it at all. Judging from his contact with Shohoku, he can't find the current problems of Shohoku at all. Taku Itu shook his head with a smile. Keep watching. I'm afraid Kanon has already found out. Immediately, he stopped talking. Hasegawa gave Taku Itu a meaningful look and turned his head away. He actually couldn't see the problems in Shohoku either. Sitting on the strongest center and guard offensive line in Kanagawa Prefecture. Defensively, Tatsuhiko and Kid Rukawa are ready to help. Shohoku now. Except that the inside line is slightly weak. The rest of the place can be described as flawless. In the auditorium, there were cheers. A good pass. Even MU was fooled. The guy with the glasses is pretty good too. Tatsuhiko's passing is getting better and better. It's hard to believe he's actually a small forward. Shohoku hit a three-pointer early in the game. It was like a slap in the face of Kanon. Have to say, the defensive intensity of the two teams is much stronger than when Shoyo played against Shohoku. Shoyo pays more attention to single defense and zone defense. Relying on the advantages of height and wingspan, it covers a larger defensive range. Kanon is completely different. This is why Kanon has been able to win the championship for 16 consecutive years. Kanon's defense is characterized by severing ties. They focus more on severing the connection between the player with the ball and his teammates. Make it forced to single. In the end, the chance of victory was lost due to physical strength and hit rate. However, what I didn't expect was Shohoku got the head start in this game. Tatsuhiko's wonderful pass combined with Kogure directly scored a three-pointer. Off the field, Coach Gaotu still fanned his fan. His expression remained the same. This guy, Tatsuhiko, seems to have some strength, not a beginner like the rumors. Then looking at Kogure, he frowned. Based on intelligence, Kogure is a steady guy who would take a risk on a three-point shot. He stroked his chin with his hand, thoughtfully. It appears that Shohoku also had secret special training for the players. Coach Gaotu did not guess wrong. There is a high probability that shooting training is the main focus. Although relying on more than 20 days can't train a three-point marksman, but you can rely on training to quickly become a three-point shooter. In this case, Shohoku's offensive area will only be larger, and so will Kanon's defense. Forced to pull away. After all, Shohoku's three-pointers are too accurate. If the Three Musketeers come upfield, even Shinichi Maki is having a hard time chasing points. The tall head coach looked at Soichiro Jin, who was on the side. The winner of this match is Soichiro Jin's god. If he can do it alone, hit Shohoku's three-point shooter, then Kanon's victory will only be within easy reach. And once it can't be restricted, then this game will be very difficult for Kanon. Shohoku. Sakuraji Hanamichi made a fist. The four-eyed big brother shot beautifully, and he is worthy of being on the same team as this genius. Kuwata et al. Are also excited. Even against Kanon, Shohoku scored the first goal. Mitsui sat on the chair and praised repeatedly. It was a really good shot. After such a long time of special training, Kogure has improved more than just his shooting. More importantly, self-confidence. Kogure now, as long as there is a chance to shoot, he will shoot without hesitation. Kanon's group of guys play defense well, but forget about the humble existence of Kogure. Coach Anze laughed. You played well. It seems that everyone's tacit understanding has improved a lot during this period of training. He had no doubts about Shohoku's victory over Kanon. In the eyes of Coach Anze, the current Shohoku has already surpassed Kanon in actual strength. Field. Shinichi Maki is indifferent. It seems that I still underestimated you a little. In the past just now, even he was cheated together. The strength of this guy Tatsuhiko, it seems to have improved a lot. Tatsuhiko shrugged. Shohoku is not as weak as you think, but we came prepared. Then remind everyone in Shohoku. Return to defense. Shinichi Maki didn't object. The current Shohoku is really not to be underestimated. They were able to reach the finals from the first round of the county competition. This is definitely not something a weak team can do. Shohoku is strong, but Shinichi Maki doesn't feel the slightest bit of pressure. He has already experienced the baptism of the national competition. I've seen better teams than Shohoku. Shohoku's strength is indeed surprising, but this is not enough. Shinichi Maki turned his head and encouraged everyone in Kanon. Hit the ball. Kyoto's face was full of displeasure. Damn Tatsuhiko, always so fond of stealing the limelight. Have a good attack. Don't talk about what you have and what you don't have. Shinichi Maki glared at Kyoto Nobunaga. Although he recognizes the strength of Kyoto Nobunaga, but this does not mean that he can tolerate Kyoto Nobunaga on the court. Yes, Captain. Kyoto Nobunaga hurriedly nodded yes. Kanon has the ball. Akagi scolded everyone in Shohoku. This ball must be defended. Everyone in Shohoku responded heavily. Don't worry, Captain. No problem, Akagi. Let them see how good we are. It's just Kanon. We can beat them. Chapter 107. County Gymnasium. The air itself is hot and dry today, even if the stadium has air conditioning running nonstop. But the foreheads of many viewers are still full of sweat. The Shohoku versus Kanon match continues. Shinichi Maki, who was already 3 points behind, did not panic at all. Shohoku's outburst from the perimeter was exactly what he expected. It's just that I didn't expect it. The first to hit a three-pointer was actually Kogure, a little-known guy. The game continues. Kanon has the ball. Shinichi Maki dribbles over the halfway line. The rest of Kanon's team followed suit. Kami and Kyoto parted towards Shinichi Maki's left and right sides respectively. Kogure and Tatsuhiko ran towards them respectively. Miyagi stepped forward to defend. Looking at Shinichi Maki in front of me, I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. Good physical fitness. With such physical fitness alone, even as an inside player, there is no problem at all. But he chose to play point guard instead. This shows that Shinichi Maki's body advantage is more obvious. Miyagi frowned. I don't know who it will be passed to, God, or the first-year guy. Seeing the defense of Shohoku, Team Kanon was amazed. Tatsuhiko guarding Kyoto, and Kogure guarding God? Doesn't that make God score? And Kid Rukawa ran to Tadashi Muto. Kyoto looked at Tatsuhiko in front of him and joked. Finally, I've matched up with you. I'll let you see what a real super rookie is. Then ask for the ball to Shinichi Maki. Captain, here. But Shinichi Maki just glanced at him lightly and had no intention of passing the ball. This also made Kyoto face a burst of embarrassment. Tatsuhiko scoffed. It seems that your captain doesn't trust you. Kyoto's face was full of anger. Once you let me get the chance, you're screwed. The audience watched as Kyoto's request for the ball was denied. Can't help laughing out. I'm not mistaken. That Kanon's rookie is actually asking for a ball from AMU. It's not that you read it wrong. I also saw that guy really has the will. How could AMU pass the ball to you? Doesn't that guy know how good Tatsuhiko's defense is? Kanon's number 10 was against Tatsuhiko. Where there is any comparison, Shinichi Maki is the right choice not to pass the ball. I'm afraid the ball was intercepted by Tatsuhiko before it reached his hands. Until now, almost every Shohoku fan present has approved of Tatsuhiko's defense. Although Tatsuhiko seldom defends close, and most of the time he is a supplementary player. But his defensive awareness compares to his offensive awareness. Almost exactly. Under Tatsuhiko's defense, no player was able to score more than 10 points. He perfectly limits the opposing players. And it can also be supplemented at any time. Tatsuhiko's defense awareness is also very good. Especially when Akagi was injured and left the field, he showed it vividly. If it weren't for Tatsuhiko's timely supplementary defense in the paint, I'm afraid Shohoku's inside line was directly pierced by Shoyo. Off the court, Sakuraji Hanamichi couldn't help laughing too. Wild monkey, your opponent is a genius. Damn red-haired monkey. Kyoto Nobunaga gave Sakuraji a hard look. A beginner like Sakuraji deserves to be his opponent? Wild monkey, I will teach you a good lesson when I come on stage today. Sakuraji shook his fist at Kyoto Nobunaga. Then he ran to Coach Anze's side. Started pushing Coach Anze's chin, begging to play. Compared to everyone's happy expressions, Shinichi Maki, who was dribbling on the side, looked calm. Shinichi Maki looked around the crowd. Defending God Kogure was more likely to show his feet. Next second, Miyagi stepped forward and reached out quickly, trying to steal. Shinichi Maki didn't change his face, switched his left hand to his right hand, and broke directly towards Miyagi's left hand. Miyagi looked startled. Be cheated. Did he show his flaws on purpose? Shinichi Maki's shoulder hit Miyagi's chest lightly. Miyagi felt as if he had been hit head-on by a truck. The whole person felt like he was about to lose his standing. What kind of physical fitness is this? Miyagi was taken aback. In the confrontation of the same position, Miyagi has never seen a player quite like Shinichi Maki. Even Shoyo's Fujima. His physical fitness is not outstanding. Too strong. Miyagi gritted his teeth. Then he adjusted his body and quickly chased after Mushan. Compared with Shinichi Maki, the speed is not lost at all. Shinichi Maki still ignored it, like a bulldozer, breaking through towards the inside lane. Akagi scolded. Careful, Shinichi Maki is coming. Although he wants to make up for Shinichi Maki in time, but he guards the basket and cannot step forward to help defend. If you let go of Takasago at the basket, I am afraid that scoring this time is simply within reach for Kanon. Kogure, who was closest to Shinichi Maki's breakthrough, frowned and immediately helped defend. Watching Kogure come up to him, the corners of Shinichi Maki's mouth turned up slightly. Hooked. Tatsuhiko reminded loudly. Watch out. He's going to pass the ball. The voice fell. Just as Miyagi and Kogure blocked Shinichi Maki, Shinichi Maki hits with his right hand, and the ball passes right between Kogure and Miyagi. Snapped. Ashan took the ball steadily. Miyagi and Kogure's expressions changed. Hateful. Be cheated. Although Tatsuhiko has been reminded in time, but the two still didn't expect Shinichi Maki's pass to be so subtle. Surrounded by the two, the ball was still accurately scored in the hands of God who was open. Oh God, big space. He directly raised his hand and made a shooting motion. Kid Rukawa lowered his voice. Don't even think about scoring. Quickly move your body towards God. Leap high. Reach out and cover. But the next second, God took the ball back. Passed to Tadashi Muto inside. which was Kanan's real purpose. They themselves planned to let Kanan's inside players open the situation first. Shohoku is weak inside. Although Akagi is strong, after all, he lacks helpers inside. Although Kirukawa and Tatsuhiko can defend the inside at any time, but their size is still too far from traditional power forwards. And Akagi can't take into account too many positions. This leads to, once you attack the inside with all your strength, Shohoku's inside line is very likely to lose sight of the other. And Shohoku is in with a decent fight. It is because of the internal problem. The situation that led to the start of Shohoku was directly suppressed by Shoyo. On the pitch, Kirukawa's cold face was also slightly moved. It's actually a pass. He thought so. A sharpshooter like Soichiro Jin already got an open shot. Will definitely make a decisive move. All it takes is a three-pointer. Shohoku and Kanan will return to the same starting line. Tadashi Muto receives the ball. With a smile on his face. Successful. Raise your hand and shoot. Just when the rest of Kanan was about to cheer and celebrate, Shinichi Maki reminded suddenly loudly. Careful. The voice just fell. Snapped. The ball held high by Tadashi Muto is intercepted by Tatsuhiko. Tatsuhiko, who grabbed the ball, yelled and rushed towards Kanan's backcourt. Fast attack. Miyagi immediately turned his body and ran towards Kanan's backcourt. A series of changes were a little unprepared. Shohoku versus Kanan is just too beautiful. In all fairness, this round, Kanan's offense was flawless. First, Shinichi Maki's breakthrough attracted two defenses. Then opened the pass to Soichiro Jin outside the arc. Shohoku's defensive formation was in disarray for a moment. Kirukawa, who was supposed to be inside, had no choice but to defend Soichiro Jin first. For the marksman in Kanagawa Prefecture, such an unmarked shot. It's just a bag of tricks. But what I didn't expect was, this is still part of Kanan's plan. After Soichiro Jin swung past Kirukawa, he immediately chose to pass the ball inside. Muto, unmarked, became the ultimate option for offense. Have to say, Kanan did a great job on offense. Shinichi Maki and Soichiro Jin, two Kanan star players, completely integrates personal rhythm with Kanan's team rhythm. Almost everyone in the audience thought it was a certainty that Kanan won 2 points. But still Tatsuhiko caught Muto's slack moment, coming out from the flank. Immediately choose steals. Muto wasn't careful enough, either. Such an easy scoring opportunity was destroyed by Tatsuhiko. There were bursts of cheers from the auditorium. Like waves, one after another. Tatsuhiko. The defense is great, and the defense is also very good. Shohoku's help defense is very fast. It needs to organize offense, take care of defense, and lead the team to score points. That's right, everyone has a lot of credit for Shohoku being able to get to this point. In this game, Tatsuhiko is fully fired, and Tatsuhiko can be seen shuttling through the crowd in almost every round. Shohoku fans chatted excitedly about Tatsuhiko on the fast break. And the other side, Shoyo's auditorium. Taku Ita looked serious. That Tatsuhiko guy, he seemed to improve again when he played against them. This guy's progress rate is really a bit too fast. Hard to imagine. It's been less than a month since the Shoyo versus Shohoku match. Tatsuhiko has made a significant leap in both defense and organizational ability. This guy, Tatsuhiko, is indeed a bit strong. Taku Ita sighed softly. Hasegawa on the side was full of bitterness. Nobody wants the most promising year yet. Blocked by others. And on the other side, Mayuradai Auditorium. Kazuo Araki stared blankly at Tatsuhiko, who launched a fast break. This kind of defensive speed is a bit too scary. That's right. Murasame Kengo nodded in agreement. The current Shohoku seems to have improved a lot compared to before. It's actually on par with Kanan, but I think that monster, AMU, is about to start showing strength. According to the current situation on the court, Kanan's situation is not optimistic, and to break the rhythm of Shohoku, then Shinichi Maki of Kanan team must stand up. And in the rest area of Shohoku, see Tatsuhiko make a steal. Ayako stood up excitedly and put her hands to her mouth. Great defense. Tatsuhiko. That's it. Kuwata and others on the side also cheered for Tatsuhiko, even if no one thought of it. After debuting, Tatsuhiko firmly grasped the rhythm of the game from the very beginning. But what he relies on is not crazy scoring. Rely on defensive and organizational skills. Overwhelmed Kanan in the opening game. Coach Anze watched with satisfaction as Tatsuhiko launched a fast break. He is the one who feels the most. The precise three-pointer from the first training game. Now to the final. Tatsuhiko can be described as 1,000 miles a day. His progress rate is terrifying. It seems that he was born for basketball. He's more suited to that stage than you are. Coach Anze murmured softly. Tatsuhiko is a true gem in the rough. The radiance has already bloomed without being polished. Kanan's seating area. The tall coach was a little distressed. Although I also know that Tatsuhiko is very strong. The first game of the county competition scored 65 points. Even though Mayuradai is not a strong team in his eyes. But being able to do this is enough to prove his strength. Defend with all your strength. Don't be dazed. Kyoto, the tall coach shouted. Kyoto Nobunaga shuddered. Immediately ran towards his own half. Strictly speaking, Coach Tall is not a very serious coach. But Kanan's training volume is simply too much. I want to keep doing this every year. For Kanan, it is also a very difficult thing. And the best way to maintain such results. It's training. There has never been a shortage of talented players at Kanan. Because this is the strongest basketball school in Kanagawa. As long as you can enter the Kanan basketball team, you will definitely be able to enter the national competition. And I want to show myself in this kind of place and become the starter. It means that you have to work twice as hard as others. This is the attitude of Coach Gautu towards training. It is also the reason why Kyoto Nobunaga is somewhat afraid of the high-headed coach. Although Tatsuhiko is strong, he has only played basketball for 3 months. It is impossible that there are no flaws. I have to observe carefully. Riki Takato sat upright on the chair. His sharp gaze flashed past Tatsuhiko's excellent performance on offense and defense. It has completely attracted his attention. There has to be a tactic against Tatsuhiko. Otherwise, let Tatsuhiko make trouble on the court like this. I'm afraid Kanan's morale will suffer a great blow. Everyone's eyes return to the field. Tatsuhiko, a long pass across the court. Straight into Miyagi's hands. Miyagi caught Tatsuhiko's pass solidly. Beautiful pass. Successful. Grab the basketball that is still spinning in the air. Without waiting for the rest of Team Kanan to cheer. Boom. Miyagi's pupils constrict suddenly. He went straight into Kanan's lane and got to the basket. Returned to defense so quickly. When did this guy come here? A small hook. Miyagi's surefire layup was blocked by Shinichi Maki. Tatsuhiko followed behind Shinichi Maki. The whole person was pulled apart like a bowstring, and he stretched his arms and dunked. Shinichi Maki looking down on Miyagi from above. But the next second, snapped. A crisp blocking sound sounded in the field. A gravity dunk resounded through the audience. His right arm is fully open, just like an overlord. Chapter 108. The offense and defense just now were great. The two teams played very well. AMU's speed is too fast. He is indeed the #1 person in Kanagawa Prefecture. Can he catch up and defend well in this situation? Tatsuhiko's dunk is really cool. It's so stretched. Shinichi Maki is actually faster than Tatsuhiko. The audience is boiling. The offense and defense just now were impeccable. Although AMU's defense is in place, Tatsuhiko seems to be not bad either. He still completed the dunk in this situation. Shohoku got off to an unbelievable start. Haruko stared at Tatsuhiko with staring eyes. It's amazing, it's amazing. I finally saw Tatsuhiko's slam dunk again. Matsui and Fuji couldn't help sighing as they watched Haruko's appearance. Haruko, this guy, is fascinated by Tatsuhiko again. But then again, although the two of them don't know much about basketball, but really handsome, several members of Sakuraji's gang also looked excited. Tatsuhiko's dunk was almost exactly like the dunk they saw on TV. They finally understand why Tatsuhiko has so many fans. Good-looking and good at playing. These 2 points alone have surpassed most players. Mito Yohei sighed softly. The supplementary buckle just now is too handsome. Nozomi Takamiya on the side nodded. It's really handsome. I feel like I'm going to be a fan of that guy too. You'd better forget it. Noma Chuchura gave Nozomi Takamiya a blank look. You don't want to sneak into his support group. If you can speak, you will publish a book. Nozomi Takamiya glared at Noma Chuchura. I just simply love basketball. Stop arguing, you two. Mito Yohei smiled wryly. Look at the excited expressions of the audience around you. Is this the charm of basketball? Nozomi Takamiya complained. This kind of slam dunk is what Sakuraji Hanamichi wants to do the most. But there are not many times when he actually makes a 380. When did Sakuraji come out? Could it be that my memory is wrong? Noma Chuchura looked puzzled. How could he not remember Sakuraji having such a stretch dunk? Damn it, Chuchura, can you shut up? Nozomi Takamiya grabbed Noma Chuchura's neck firmly and gave Haruko a look. Noma Chuchura understood and immediately pretended to have seen it. Let go of me. I've seen it too. I just accidentally forgot. Mido Yohei on the side helplessly. These guys who play tricks. He looked at the stars in Haruko's eyes beside him and sighed helplessly. I'm afraid Sakuraji's love this time will end before it even started. In the auditorium, Miura Taimura Yukengo is unbelievable. Is Shohoku this strong now? Even the Kanon team, Shohoku can firmly suppress them. Although Miramame Kengo's tactical quality is average. But this does not prevent him from clearly understanding the tactical goals of Shohoku and Kanon. The more he understood, the more terrified he became. From his point of view, in these rounds of offense and defense, Shohoku's tactical completion is far better than that of Kanon. A formidable opponent, they've improved a bit too quickly. Miramame Kengo muttered to himself. Shoyo's auditorium. Takuida praised. The deduction was made in a timely manner. Even Amu couldn't have defended it. Hasegawa nodded. Shohoku did not lose to Kanon at all on the field. I didn't expect them to be ahead of Kanon. Long on the side said in a deep voice. Kanon's tactics are more than what they see in front of them. Otherwise, they will play no differently from last year. Shohoku probably doesn't have anything else to do. But that guy Tatsuhiko hasn't taken over the Shohoku offense yet, Hasegawa added. His gaze turned to Mitsui in the rest area. I thought secretly in my heart. Shohoku, who is playing now, is not their strongest lineup either. Tatsuhiko is so accurate. Is that guy really a freshman? Taku Itu sighed helplessly. Had Shohoku played Tatsuhiko from the start, I'm afraid Shoyo would have lost faster. Not only freshmen, it is said that they have only been in contact with basketball for a few months, and they are complete beginners. There was some discomfort on Long's face. They can't even win a freshman. This may be talent. It's incomparable. Hasegawa seems to have seen through Ryu's thoughts. Even Kanon, there's absolutely nothing he can do about Tatsuhiko right now. Off the field, Kanon's seating area. The tall coach frowned and stared at Tatsuhiko's figure. Did this guy expect AMU to block the shot? It was a bit of a surprise. But that didn't affect Kanon's victory in the slightest. It's just a little tricky. And in the rest area of Shohoku, it was a burst of joy. Ayako cheers. It's so handsome. Although the fast break just now was blocked. But Tatsuhiko made it up just in time, which was a delight. Finished the dunk on Mu Shini's face. This is something that many players want to do. Sakuraji Hanamichi looked envious. This is the slam dunk he most wants to do. Such a stretched slam dunk is gorgeous and full of power. Be sure to let Tatsuhiko teach me this slam dunk. I want a slam dunk like this. Sakuraji muttered to himself. Mitsui laughed. You'll have to practice harder. Mitsui never doubted Sakuraji's physicality. Sakuraji's body is stronger than Tatsuhiko's. It's not hard to pull off a slam dunk like this. What is difficult is the overall situation of the audience. The situation is very good now. Keep it up. Ayako yells at the Shohoku players on the field. Mitsui also nodded in satisfaction. It seems that he can rest a little longer off the court. When he plays, it's time to declare the game over. Kawada, Aishi, and Sasaka's first-year players are full of admiration. Looking at the situation on the court, Tatsuhiko was able to suppress Shinichi Maki, and the improvement is too fast. It was a bit inferior to Kirukawa in the beginning. Now it can compete with Kanagawa #1. You know, he's only been playing basketball for a few months now. Many of them started playing at a young age. But it is impossible to reach Tatsuhiko's level in a lifetime of poverty. The physical gap alone is irreparable. Coach Anze on the side had a smile on his face. Shohoku's morale is completely opened up, which is a good start. All eyes return to the court. Tatsuhiko grabs the hoop with one hand after dunking. After turning around on the ball frame, only then jumped down contentedly. Miyagi patted Tatsuhiko on the shoulder from behind and praised. Good job. Average. Tatsuhiko smiled lightly and patted Miyagi on the shoulder. Next time, throw it directly into the sky. I will definitely take over. If you don't come here, you will be robbed by Mu Shun all the time. Miyagi shook his head in refusal, but he didn't think so in his heart. Akaji on the side cheered up the Shohoku crowd. Fine, that's it. Keep going. We lead until the end of the game. Tatsuhiko roared. Prepare to return to defense. With Tatsuhiko's roar, Shohoku's momentum has been fully raised. Kanon aside, Shinichi Maki looked at the Shohoku people who returned to defense, and his eyes became firm. Great. Is this the power of Shohoku? Then he looked at Soichiro Jin, who had the highest degree of tacit understanding, and smiled. This kid is too active. He must be suppressed. If they let them play smoothly, it will be a little troublesome. Before that, let's score a goal. Shinichi Maki waved at the Kanon crowd. God nodded, agreeing. Let's get a steady goal first. We are trying to limit Tatsuhiko. Tatsuhiko does have some oomph. From the opening steal to the slam dunk assist, he was very active in Kanon's game and completely dominated the game on both ends of the offense and defense. This is not good news. Soichiro took a deep breath. Tatsuhiko's deep three is still fresh in his mind. If Tatsuhiko gets up, throw a few super long threes. It has too much influence on the C situation. Kanon has the ball. Takasago serves and passes to Shinichi Maki. Facing Miyagi's defense, Shinichi Maki just glanced at Miyagi in front of him before holding up the basketball. A pass directly over Miyagi's head. This move surprised everyone, and they started talking. Although Miyagi's height is indeed a little shorter, but this is too bullying. I feel sorry for Miyagi in an instant. Miyagi gritted his teeth. Damn guy, same as Shoyo. Although the atmosphere is endless, there is nothing to do. His height is really the biggest problem. Shinichi Maki passes to Muto inside. Muto catches the ball. Facing Kiirukawa's defense, he arrogantly provoked. Although he was rated as a super rookie in the middle school, he is still a first-year guy. This is not our Kanon's opponent. As soon as the voice fell, he made a breakthrough directly. Kiirukawa had no expression on his face. Feeling a little upset in his heart, he really looked down on people. Then his body was like a city wall, defending Muto firmly on the periphery. Looking at Muto in front of him, he said coldly, Kanon, it seems that's all there is to it. Muto's face was serious. This guy cannot be treated as a newcomer. At this time, Shinichi Maki runs without the ball. He exchanged a glance with Muto, and the latter understood. Runs open with screens by Soichiro and Kyoto Nobunaga. Muto saw his chance and passed to Shinichi Maki. Shinichi Maki catches the ball without the slightest hesitation. Straight up and jump shot. Miyagi's supplementary defense is in place, and it will be difficult to block the shot but not tall enough to reach. Height gap. It is obvious at this moment. Gritting his teeth, he let out a low growl. Hateful. Shinichi Maki looked indifferently, as if no one was there. Throw the basketball directly. But when the two of them fell down, behind Miyagi, a figure leaped high. Snapped. Another cover-up. Tatsuhiko ambushed near Shinichi Maki early on. This was the moment he was waiting for. Sure enough, let him wait. Tatsuhiko sent a top hat directly at Shinichi Maki. In an instant, the audience was shocked. Kengo Murasame and Kazuo Araki stared wide-eyed in disbelief. That kid actually blocked that monster. The ability to defend so fast, compared to before, I'm afraid it has improved a lot. It's really a guy like a ghost. Kengo Murasame recalled in his mind the aggrieved feeling of being intercepted by Tatsuhiko against Shohoku. Shinichi Maki's originally calm face was also slightly moved. This guy, how do you get rid of Kyoto? Didn't Kyoto stop him? Kyoto, who was defending Tatsuhiko, was dumbfounded. He was clearly still behind him just now. Why did he go to the restricted area in an instant? Could it be the moment when he was covering the captain? This is impossible. How could he know our offensive tactics? Miyagi breathed a sigh of relief. Pretty defense. Fortunately, there is Tatsuhiko on the outside to help defend. Otherwise this shot Shinichi Maki will definitely hit. But don't wait for him to relax. Tatsuhiko immediately reminded everyone. The ball is still in their hands. I saw Kyoto who came to receive the ball, while the three were still in the air. Kyoto found the right opportunity and broke through the basket. Takasago directly blocked Akaji's body. Keep Akaji out of Kyoto Nobunaga. Akaji scolded. Damn. Blocked by Takasago. Tatsuhiko's expression froze. That's too late. The timing of this shot by Kyoto Nobunaga was too good. Akaji under the basket couldn't get away and was blocked behind him. Kogure and Kiirukawa are too far away. There is no chance of defense. Next second, under the eyes of everyone, boom, Kyoto made an aerial folding dunk, which resounded through the audience. Shinichi Maki couldn't help but praise too. Strike. Kyoto. God and the others also smiled slightly. Finally scored a goal. Kyoto landed firmly, looking at Tatsuhiko with provocative eyes. As if to say again, see? This is my strength, have to say. Although Kyoto is an unusually proud guy, but he really has the capital of self-confidence, and his height is 178 centimeters. Just this slam dunk. No strong bounce. Definitely get blocked by the rim. But being able to do it proves that his strength is indeed not weak. A small smile appeared on Tatsuhiko's mouth. Provoking me? Interesting. Off the field, the tall coach also sighed. Kyoto, this guy. Although the tone is loud, it still has the strength it should have. As this year's Kanen freshman, Kyoto's scoring ability, even compared with middle school MVP like Kid there is not much difference. But the range is too short. Now Coach Gautu has seen some tricks. The feature of Shohoku is actually a simplified version of a shark. But this shark is not Akagi 2.2 inside, but Tatsuhiko. And Akagi inside is also one of the shooters, although not a three-point threat. But Akagi is also very accurate in the middle distance. The high-headed coach looked at Miyagi Ryota, who returned to the defense. Although in the previous few games, Miyagi Ryota did not show his three-pointers. But there are so many three-pointers in the team. How could Miyagi not be a three-point threat? It's not all good news for Kanen, except for Soichiro Jin. Even AMU's three-pointer made people shake their heads. And Kyoto, who has never practiced three-pointers, does not have a long-range threat. The tall coach took a deep breath. He looked at Coach Anze in the Shohoku rest area and couldn't help but sigh. He saw a path to national domination opening up for him. A group of excellent three-point shooters and defensive masters. An excellent mid-range tackler. When the game is deadlocked, use your personal ability to score points. There is also a star among the stars, coordinating the whole team. Such a lineup does not require each player to have super personal abilities. Just need them to do what they have to do. You can dominate in high school. The most important is, this tactic is too powerful to grab points. So many three-point shooters. Once the feeling broke out, just the continuous rain of three-pointers is enough to make defensive players desperate. There are also elusive steals and defensive counterattacks. Shohoku, no matter how many points behind, just let them hit a wave of offense. They were able to tie the score in an instant. Before the national competition, we need to practice three-point shooting for them. A gleam of light flashed in the high-headed coach's glasses. And from now on, the game has also officially entered an anxious moment. Kanen scored 2 points, breaking the embarrassment of their start. Chapter 109. Another gym for the county race. Group C match between Ryanen and Buri is also underway. The game started less than 10 minutes ago. E40:12. Ryanen is way ahead. Buri did not fight back at all. They seemed completely bewildered by Ryanen. Everyone stood lifelessly on the field. There is no eye contact between the players. If not for the Buri cheerleaders around, I am afraid that many people will regard them as an ordinary top 8 team. Ryanen is also very strong this year. I feel that Buri is not their opponent at all. I don't know if it's Ryanen or Kanen. The quota for this national competition should be Ryanen and Kanen. Did the guys above forget about Shohoku? They eliminated Shoyo. Shohoku is just lucky. How can it compare to Kanen Ryanen? The audience on the sidelines kept talking. They are all top 4, and the gap can be so big. Unexpectedly, Buri was beaten by Ryanen without any power to fight back. Ryanen is as good as any team this year. But I heard that they lost to Shohoku by 10 points in scrims. This is still very surprising. Is it possible for such a strong Ryanen to lose? As far as their current performance is concerned, even if you meet Kanen, you have the power to fight. Hear what the audience has to say. Hikoichi on the bench was unhappy. It's really a pot that doesn't open. Although he lost 10 points in the training match, Ryanen will definitely win in the end. This is a promise from Senior Sendo. It is absolutely impossible for Ryanen to lose again. Fujima and Hanagata in the audience. Many girls set their sights on Fujima. The girls' eyes are full of love. They kept talking. Fujima looks handsome even up close. It's a pity for Shoyo. How could he lose to Shohoku? Fujima and Hanagata watched the game carefully. On the Buri side, everyone's face was full of exhaustion. Not even a bit of fighting spirit could be seen on their faces. Fujima smiled lightly. 18. The strength gap between the two sides is too big. There is no suspense. Looking at Buri, Hanagata felt a little regretful. Last year's semifinals, the strength has degraded too much. According to the current situation, I am afraid that they are almost the same as the semifinals. Fujima shook his head. No, it's not that Buri is weak this year, but that Ryanen is too strong this year. Then Fujima sighed. Just like this year's Shohoku. Totally beyond Fujima's imagination. Even if the tactical reserves have been prepared in advance. Perfect for limiting Mitsui and Kid Akagi on the inside has also been greatly affected. However, Tatsuhiko alone broke the balance. A regretful expression appeared on Fujima's face. Those 2 ultra-long three-pointers. It was still vivid in his mind. I just don't know what will happen to Shohoku facing Kanen. Hanagata looked helpless. The places will come from these 3 teams. Seeing the score getting bigger, Fujima tapped Hanagata on the shoulder. Let's go. The outcome is decided here. Let's watch the match between Shohoku and Kanon. Hanagata nodded in agreement. After all, one is their opponent all the time. One is the darkest horse this year, and even eliminated Shoyo by hand. The game between their two teams. Much better than this game. And on the other side, County Gymnasium. Kanon versus Shohoku's playing field. The game lasted 5 minutes. The score between the two sides is now at 15-10. Shohoku led by 5 points. The audience was a little surprised. Shohoku is a bit too strong this year. Are they able to handle Kanon like that? If it weren't for Shinichi Maki's personal ability is too strong, I'm afraid the score would have been opened long ago. Before the start of the game, no one could have imagined. Even against Kanon, Shohoku was still able to hold back. Most viewers are more optimistic about Kanon. After all, this is a super team with a championship tradition. Ruled Kanagawa for 16 years. King Kanon. Even more surprising. The current Shohoku is not the strongest lineup. The red-haired boy and Mitsui off the field did not play. These are the two generals of Shohoku. One is the inside pillar of Shohoku's future. Although the scoring ability is very general, but the physical fitness is different from the average player. Even a Kanagawa supercenter like Toru Hanagata, it can only rely on technology and experience to gain a little advantage. Simply compete with the body. Toru Hanagata didn't get the favors, either. And the other is Shohoku's super sharpshooter. A few games down, Mitsui's three-point ability has been recognized by all audiences, although it is still slightly lacking compared to Tatsuhiko, but each game can also contribute about 6 three-pointers. The two rest off the court. Two generals are missing. Shohoku was able to firmly suppress Kanon's performance. Keep the score at around 5 points. Kanon is not doing well. Field. Mushini advances with the ball. The expression on his face was somewhat cautious. Shohoku's strength far exceeded his imagination. Didn't expect it to be less than a month. Shohoku's tactical literacy has improved so much. Not only did they put enough pressure on Kanon on the offensive end. On the defensive end, Kanon also played very uncomfortable. Especially Soichiro Jin and Mushani received key attention from Shohoku players. Mushani took a deep breath. Facing Miyagi's defense, Shinichi Maki made a direct overlord breakthrough, relying on the advantages of the body. He hit Miyagi straight away. Shinichi Maki, who hits the mid-range, immediately puts himself in motion for a shot. Don't try to score. Akagi was in place immediately. The pressure on Miyagi defending Shinichi Maki alone was too much. Not just physical differences. There is also a large gap in technical experience. Shinichi Maki is the best defender in Kanagawa Prefecture. Think about it. Shohoku had already arranged tactics. Shinichi Maki-dan holds the ball for a three-pointer. Miyagi made a single defense. And Shinichi Maki just chooses to break through. Kid Rukawa and Akagi immediately picked up defense. Try to be able to contain Shinichi Maki's breakthrough score. But Shinichi Maki was slow to make a shot. Wait until Akagi pounces. Akagi stretched out his hand, suddenly feeling bad. Ruined. Wow. The whistle sounded. Red for defensive foul. At a free throw, Akagi was taken aback. This guy. Has this kind of plan been made from the beginning? A gleam of light flashed in Tatsuhiko's eyes. Inducing foul? As expected of Shinichi Maki. Then, Tatsuhiko patted Akagi on the back. Captain, it's okay. This ball is indeed too difficult to defend. Akagi shook his head. Don't worry. I haven't reached the point where I need you to comfort me. Tatsuhiko nodded with a smile and turned to look at Shinichi Maki, who was about to make a free throw. This is what Shinichi Maki is used to. Shinichi Maki isn't very good at three-pointers though, but his breakthrough threat is simply too great. It usually attracts 2 or 3 defenders. Shinichi Maki will choose to split the ball or shoot against the defense. Rely on the skill of cheating fouls. Shinichi Maki can be said to be invincible, and he can be called abnormal physical fitness. It is also guaranteed as long as it is not a malicious foul. He can hit shots against fouls. Both sides stood up. Shinichi Maki free throw. Off the court, Mitsui was a little surprised. It's a good trick to stay in the air for a long time and induce Akagi to foul. Sure enough, he is the best high school player in Kanagawa Prefecture. Personal ability is so strong. Mitsui looked at Tatsuhiko worriedly. What are you going to do next, Tatsuhiko? And Tatsuhiko had a smile on his lips. He felt his blood boil a little bit. Tatsuhiko muttered to himself. That's how it's fun, isn't it? What Shinichi Maki doesn't know is, the action just now was perfectly copied by Tatsuhiko. Free throw hit. Kanon chases points. The difference between the two sides is only 2 points. AMU's physical fitness is really strong. Although AMU's three-pointer is not good, but the stability of the mid-range is really good. The main reason is that AMU's breakthrough is too intimidating. Isn't Shohoku changing defense? Who should I replace? Except Akaji, who can carry AMU's body, and Akaji can't put the inside line. The audience talked a lot. In terms of ball skills, even Tatsuhiko is slightly inferior to AMU. And AMU's inducement is too fatal. Akaji was completely fooled. If you don't prevent it, you will hit it directly. The tall coach nodded in satisfaction. This is the strength of Kanon's trump card. No matter what time it is, AMU is the most stable person in Kanon. Things like mistakes will never happen to AMU. The tall coach looked at Tatsuhiko's back. Even Tatsuhiko can't be AMU's opponent. The game has just begun, so there is no need to worry. Accompanied by Shinichi Maki's extra penalty hit, Kanon's morale is high. Kid Rukawa, Miyagi and others frowned. The ball just now was indeed very difficult. And Shinichi Maki is thoughtful. Mushani was the one who fouled Akaji. If there is no absolute self-confidence, it is impossible to make such a choice. This is very likely to waste an offensive opportunity. Like Tatsuhiko's long three. Once hit, it can greatly boost Shohoku's morale. But if the shot misses, it is completely wasting the opportunity to attack. In this anxious game, it is very likely that the difference in the score is between 1 and 2 points. No coach would ever ask a player to make a shot like that. And more importantly, Kogure was very tired. Although Kogure started with 3 points, but facing God's defense later, he never scored again. He also felt a sense of oppression from the opponent. It's not bad if you just don't get points. It's also good that Kogure can restrain God. After all, God is also Kanon's key attacker. But Kogure not only can't limit Ashan's scoring. In just a few minutes, 2 mistakes were made fortunately. Tatsuhiko and Kid Rukawa's help defense quality is extremely high. This barely kept the leading score. Shohoku seating area. Sakuragi Hanamichi freaked out. He ran to Coach Anze's side and patted Coach Anze's chin anxiously. Father, the gorilla can't keep that middle-aged man at all. Ayako rolled her eyes and scolded. Watch the game with peace of mind. Sakuragi. The gorilla has already fouled. Let me play and beat that Chinese. Sakuragi kept whispering in Coach Anze's ear. Ayako, who was on the side, was completely ignored. Ayako hit Sakuragi on the head with a fan. Don't bother Coach Anze. Sakuragi. Kuwata and others on the side remained silent. Ayako's remaining prestige is really terrifying. The whole of Shohoku. Except for Sakuragi, a nervous guy. No one dares to mess with Ayako in his violent state. But now the situation in Shohoku is behind. Ayako, look at the big brother's mistakes. Sakuragi whispered. Let this genius defend that middle-aged man. Mitsui on the side couldn't help it either. He hooked his arm and clamped Sakuragi's neck. Don't bother Coach Anze, idiot. Can you watch the game with peace of mind and see Akaji's countermeasures? Don't be so anxious. Woo. Sakuragi, who was being strangled, let out an unintelligible sound. The 710 world is finally quiet. Ayako breathed a sigh of relief. Then he looked at the field with some concern. You must work hard, Tatsuhiko. The game continues. Shohoku holds the ball. Attack by Miyagi. Miyagi's right hand is raised high. Go ahead and score this goal. Tatsuhiko and Kogure stand on the 3-point line respectively. And Kid Rukawa is in the corner. Miyagi cast a glance at Kogure. Kogure ran towards Miyagi. And the other side. So is Tatsuhiko. God and Kyoto couldn't help being puzzled. What is this for? Is this a new tactic for Shohoku? The two asked for the ball at the same time. Miyagi turned around and passed the ball to Tatsuhiko. Tatsuhiko, who got the ball, didn't stop. Instead, the dribble moves toward the perimeter. Next second, Tatsuhiko stopped suddenly. Kyoto followed immediately. Seeing that Kyoto was not thrown off, Tatsuhiko accelerated the first step directly. Kyoto was surprised. This guy, so fast. Kyoto Nobunaga turns to cover but found that he couldn't keep up with Tatsuhiko's speed at all. Tatsuhiko went straight to the penalty area. Leap high. Get in the act of shooting. At this point, everyone else is kept on the outside. Kyoto couldn't make up for it. Just watch as Tatsuhiko pulls up for a mid-range shot. Damn, this guy is too fast. Kyoto bit his lower lip reluctantly. It never occurred to him. In addition to Mushani, there are actually people who are faster than themselves. Seeing that Tatsuhiko is about to make a shot, inside Takasago gritted his teeth. Welcome up. I won't let you succeed. Also jumped up and reached out to cover. A small smile appeared on Tatsuhiko's mouth. Sure enough, they are all old foxes who don't shed tears when they don't see the coffin, but I still got it. Tatsuhiko leaned back and avoided Takasago's block. At the same time, raise your hand to shoot. Takasago is in a bad mood. Beep. White 5 fouled. The goal is scored, and a free throw is added at the same time. Pause time. The tall head coach off the field was shocked. Akagi around the basket will no longer be limited. Tatsuhiko's movements are almost the same as AMU's. How come? Once Takasago fell into a foul crisis. Takasago is the biggest pillar of Kanen's inside line. How could it be possible to learn AMU's moves so quickly? Wow. Kanen has no shortage of inside backup players, though. It seems necessary to make some targeted measures. Kanen applies for suspension. And with the terrible backlash, the difficulty is even more difficult than AMU's. What a horrible guy. To want to find the inside line that limits Akagi. More importantly, too difficult. If Tatsuhiko is like this again, hit the paint. He was also drawing fouls from Takasago. Ever since, Riki Takato made a timeout gesture to the referee. Chapter 110. In an instant, all viewers are almost in disbelief. They all opened their mouths and looked at Tatsuhiko in astonishment. What was that ball just now? Is it AMU's move? How is it possible? His recoil is so large. Can Tatsuhiko learn AMU's moves just by watching it once? What kind of talent is this? Hit Kanen the way Kanen does. Kill and kill. Shohoku fans stand up. Shout out to Tatsuhiko. Tatsuhiko's movements just now are actually the same as AMU's. No, it is more difficult. More importantly, Kanen was forced to call a timeout. Tatsuhiko's super performance directly misfired the Kanen player. Unexpectedly, they actually called a timeout directly. Kanen paused. Are we going to do something against Longwang? Haruko looked anxiously at the score, with a worried face on her pretty face. Don't worry, Shohoku won't lose this game. The best friend next to her comforted her. Trust Captain Akagi and Tatsuhiko, Haruko. Mido Yohei also comforted Haruko. Haruko nodded and let out a long sigh of relief. She changed her mind. How could Shohoku lose? They have worked so hard along the way. Almost everyone knows it. From the first round of the county competition to the final, Shohoku went all the way, from Mayoradai Tsukutake in the quarterfinals to Shoyo in the semifinals. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are in hell mode, but they persisted, defeated countless opponents. Haruko has no confidence in Shohoku. They've been working hard for so long. How could it fall down here? Haruko put his hands to his mouth and shouted loudly for Shohoku. Come on, Shohoku. The Sakuraji's gang next to him was also infected by Haruko and the fans behind him. Although there are not many of them, their voices together are really not small. Shohoku, come on. Shohoku, come on. The atmosphere of the whole venue became warm. And in the press box, Ida Yayoi couldn't believe it. From the start of the game, Shinichi Maki seemed to be overwhelmed by Tatsuhiko. This is not her illusion. The bright score now proves this. Especially the ball just now. Although Shinichi Maki relied on his strong personal ability to score this goal. But Tatsuhiko's next counterattack was too ruthless. It knocked back the aura that Kanen had gathered just now. Nakamura was stunned. Is this the county competition final? The sense of oppression is strong on both sides. In just 5 minutes, the offense of the players on both sides made mistakes many times. In other words, if there is a distraction in this game, I'm afraid the ball in my hand will be intercepted within 2 steps. The offensive pressure is too much. The two sides exchanged offense and defense many times. Look at it through Nakamura's eyes. Kanen and Shohoku's ultra-fast offensive and defensive transition speed. It's very rare even in college leagues. It seems that Shohoku is very promising to enter the national competition this year. Nakamura muttered to himself. Ida Yayoi frowned, looking displeased. And Rhiannon. Although in this game, Shohoku and Kanen showed far more strength than Rhiannon. But the game has not yet started. Everything is still unknown. As a professional ball commentator, don't use imagination as the standard by which you judge yourself. Nakamura resented, not daring to refute. Field. The referee calls a timeout. Shinichi Maki looks at Tatsuhiko. Even his heart can't help but admire. He has seen many opponents. Sendo and Fujima in Kanagawa Prefecture. Various super high school basketball players in the national competition. But none of them could make him feel this compliment. Tatsuhiko is very different from these opponents. They rely more on super-personal ability to end the game. When facing them, you just feel stressed. But as an opponent, it is this kind of opponent that Shinichi Maki likes best. Defeating these opponents gives Shinichi Maki a feeling of conquest. But Tatsuhiko is completely different. Tatsuhiko's is like a mountain. No matter what method Shinichi Maki uses, how many points he scores. As long as Tatsuhiko is still playing, he felt that the leading score would be tied sooner or later. No matter how good Kanen's offense and defense are, will be resolved by Tatsuhiko's understatement. He seemed to be able to read other people's minds. If they are both in the first grade, he will not be Tatsuhiko's opponent either. Tatsuhiko, this guy, is indeed a bit too strong. Him now. He definitely has the strength to challenge Kanagawa Daiichi High School students. Even, Shinichi Maki looked at the scoreboard. The #1 high school student in the country is not impossible. Kyoto returned to the rest area with a displeased face. That guy is completely imitating your movements. Imitate? Shinichi Maki shook his head. That movement is even more difficult than mine, and I may not be able to do this big backward move. Everyone in Kanen fell silent immediately. A move that even AMU can't do? Doesn't that mean? Don't worry, we listened to the coach's arrangement. Shohoku is not that strong at all. Kyoto Nobunaga inspires the Kanen players. He is still blindly confident in his own strength, but it is really understandable. After all, he contributed a powerful folding dunk. I think I feel very good in this game, Kyoto Nobunaga said excitedly. This game is his best chance to defeat Tatsuhiko and become the rookie king of Kanagawa Prefecture. Shinichi Maki glanced at Kyoto Nobunaga. Can't pass to you. Tatsuhiko's defense is too good. Pass to you will definitely be intercepted. Ashin agreed, and immediately interrupted Kanen's anger. Although he is not a point guard, but it can also be seen with his eyes. Tatsuhiko was deliberately giving space for the pass from Kyoto Nobunaga. If it wasn't for Amu's experience, I'm afraid Shohoku could play a few more counterattacks. At that time, the score gap will be heading towards double digits. Did you get tricked by that ball just now?
Takasago.
Shinichi Maki didn't dwell too much on the question just now, turned to ask Takasago on the side. Takasago's face was serious. He's an expert at drawing fouls and was completely taken aback by Tatsuhiko's shots. He's a little bit more foul drawing, Takasago said softly. Shinichi Maki looked serious. I don't want him to learn from me. If Tatsuhiko was learning Shinichi Maki on the spot, that's a little too strong. This kind of basketball talent can be perfectly reproduced only by watching it once. Even better than what Shinichi Maki does. Takasago sighed, without words. Although I don't want to guess like this. But he had already made this assumption in his mind. Otherwise, how to explain? Throughout the prefectural tournament, Tatsuhiko never showed foul drawing skills. Even in the first half of this game, there was no such technique. Then he hid until now? Just to ***SM off? There is no need at all. Wouldn't it be better to have this technique to draw MU's foul? Catch him a big center and draw a foul? To give Akagi a break? The point is that I wasn't the one who made Akagi's foul. Takasago thought with some dissatisfaction. It is not easy for his simple brain circuit to think of these. In summary, he thinks Tatsuhiko just learned this trick. I just ran into it because of bad luck. Soichiro Jian patted Takasago on the shoulder and smiled softly. No big deal, the game has just begun. And the other side, Akagi smiled. He was also fouled by Shinichi Maki though. But so is Takasago. I just knew that Shinichi Maki could use this offensive technique. Akagi was still a little worried. Miyagi is too easily breached. Tatsuhiko and Kirukawa need help on the perimeter again. The pressure inside him is a bit high, especially against Shinichi Maki who can draw fouls. He will struggle with going forward to make up defense and getting stuck at the basket. But not at all now. If Shinichi Maki draws a foul on himself, Tatsuhiko can also draw fouls on Takasago. Even at the end, both myself and Takasago end up. But Shohoku has Sakuragi waiting on the bench. And Kanen there. But there is no good backup center. At that time, it was Kanen who was sad. Akagi inspires the Shohoku crowd. The score is close, keep going. Kirukawa spoke little, but still couldn't help but praise Tatsuhiko. That shot just now was really beautiful. He looked at Tatsuhiko enviously. If anyone knows him better than Tatsuhiko, it's Kirukawa. How many nights? Kirukawa regards Tatsuhiko as his future imaginary enemy. He understands that his current strength is not as good as Tatsuhiko, whether it is organization or offense or defense. That is to say, in singles, I may be better than Tatsuhiko. But basketball is a 5-person game. Former Kirukawa thinks. As long as one person is strong enough, no matter who the opponent is, he can win. The essence of basketball is to give the ball to the strongest person. But Tatsuhiko told him with his own actions. The essence of basketball is scoring. Give the ball to the best scorer. Whoever has more points wins. It is also because of Tatsuhiko. Kid gradually began to trust his teammates. He is also willing to stretch space for his teammates, allow teammates to hit some simple shots, and he has gradually become Shohoku's strongest attacker. Although his scoring is not as good as Tatsuhiko, but his scores are all singles at critical moments. Even so, Tatsuhiko's talent still envied him. This innate learning ability is simply the ability he dreams of. Dragon Miyagi felt ashamed. No matter how hard he tries, he may not be able to reach Tatsuhiko's level. Some things are talent. It's not something you can do with hard work. Kogure is even more envious. He couldn't come to the difficult ball just now. Asking him to take one would simply kill him. Not yet, it's a little too difficult. Several people walked off the field. Yasuda and the others handed towels and water affectionately. Played so well, it's unbelievable, leading Kanan. Yasuda and the others said excitedly. Don't look at who we are. We are the North that wants to dominate the whole country. Tatsuhiko said with a smile. Ayako looked at Tatsuhiko with eyes shining brightly. Tatsuhiko's start was perfect. He completely dominated the game on both ends of the floor. Moreover, Tatsuhiko also subtly suppressed Mu Shun, chief. That is the #1 high school student in Kanagawa Prefecture. Look at the whole country. There are not many players who dare to say that they must be better than Shinichi Maki. When has Tatsuhiko reached this height? Ayako handed the towel to Tatsuhiko, complimenting it. Good job. It seems that we still have great hope of winning the game. Tatsuhiko smiled and shook his head. It's not very big, but it will definitely win. This is his confidence. Mitsui laughed. That's the drive, Kogure. Your defense is also good, and God didn't have a chance to make a shot. Kogure scratched the back of his head with his hand. I don't know why, but I feel that the speed and energy consumption on the field have become smaller. Others felt the same way when they heard Kogure's words. It seems that this is the case. I really don't feel as tired as the previous few games. They started with such a fierce offense and defense with Kanan. It doesn't seem like a lot of physical exertion. It's incredible. Kogure looked at Tatsuhiko. Tatsuhiko snorted haha. It may be caused by being too excited. Just keep it like this. Sakuragi Hanamichi pleads with Coach Anze. Father, let this talent also play. Let this genius go up and teach that wild monkey a lesson. Sakuragi. Shut up. Boom. Akagi punched Sakuragi to the top of the head. Coach Anze nodded in agreement with a smile on his face. Wang Qianzhao. Kogure rests. Tatsuhiko fills in for Kogure. Kid Rukawa small forward, and Sakuragi Hanamichi, you help Akagi guard the rim. Should we put this fellow Sakuragi on now? Akagi was a little taken aback. It was a little too early to play. Hear from Coach Anze. Sakuragi Hanamichi looked excited. It's finally time to play. Gorilla. Don't worry, Kanan will definitely be taken down today. You be **************** D. Don't get carried away with me. Akagi cursed. The familiar pounding sound resounded in the Shohoku rest area. Kogure also let out a sigh of relief. The pressure to defend God is too great. If you are not careful, you will be deceived. Kanan aside. The tall coach frowned. That guy Tatsuhiko's strength doesn't match what the data shows. Can't see any weaknesses yet. At present, it seems that it does not lose to Fujima at all, and is even close to AMU. The tall coach exhaled and said softly. That guy Tatsuhiko is probably stronger than Fujima. As soon as the words came out, everyone gasped in Kanan, unbelievable. How could a tall coach say such a thing? Stronger than Fujima? Wouldn't that be very close to AMU? Even, he is an opponent at the same level as AMU. Surprisingly, Kyoto did not contradict. Riki Takato continued. Keep Shohoku down. There aren't many players in Shohoku that deserve our special attention except for Tatsuhiko. Shinichi Maki agreed, turning to look at Soichiro Jin. God, I will show you your skills later. God nodded. Kyoto looked away from Shohoku. God, I leave it to you. Teach them a lesson. The game continues. Kanan personnel remain. On the Shohoku side, Kogure was replaced, and Sakuragi Hanamichi played. Tatsuhiko took Kogure's place and defended Soichiro Jin. Chapter 111. Shohoku has changed. The guy with the glasses just played well. Yes, the little brother with eyes can play well, and hit a three-pointer just after he came on the court, but I feel that there is no sound behind him. I don't know how the red-haired boy is doing. At least the red-haired kid can go in and get a few rebounds. Kanan is not as physical as Shoyo inside. The audience saw that Kogure was replaced and Sakuragi Hanamichi came on, and they kept talking. The four eyes are not bad. The redhead didn't know what to do. Kyoto looked at Sakuragi Hanamichi with disdain. Is the red-haired monkey finally on the court? Let you take a good look at what basketball is. Sakuragi Hanamichi had a smirk on his face. You were blown away by Tatsuhiko, and you still let me brag. Kyoto looked angry. This guy really can't open any pot. Although it was blown up by Tatsuhiko, Kyoto Nobunaga doesn't want to admit it. But I didn't restrain Tatsuhiko at all. This is something that everyone can see. In front of Kyoto Nobunaga, Tatsuhiko can almost ask for anything. Whether it is shooting, breakthrough, layup, passing. Tatsuhiko comes in handy. As if he was in Tatsuhiko's eyes. Just a wooden stake. This is really annoying. He rolled his eyes at Sakuragi, unwilling to let go of a harsh word. Weight will make you look good. Come on, come on. The technology isn't very good, but it's quite tough, Sakuragi said with a mocking face. Red-haired monkey. Wild monkey. Damn it, red-haired monkey. Wild monkey. Kanan aside. Coach Tall looked at Sakuragi Hanamichi on the field. This guy read the game information, is a layman. His eyes turned to Coach Anze. Although I am a layman, I am a beginner. But dare to put it on the field against Kanan? Is that guy the same as Tatsuhiko? Observe first. Have to say. Because of Tatsuhiko, the high-headed coach has become a little bit cautious. Although he believed in the saying that basketball is talented, but talent is something. It is only limited to height and figure. After all, basketball is a tall man's game. The taller you are, the more advantage you have in basketball. He used to think so. But players like Tatsuhiko, he really saw it for the first time. Obviously, he has just touched basketball, and he has such skills. Super learning ability and natural soft touch. Coach Gautu took a deep breath, with some fear in his eyes. 300 although he doesn't want to admit it. But in Tatsuhiko's data, the two halftime three-pointers with Shoyo were a little too conspicuous. I scare myself. I really have such a long range to play professionally. What kind of high school joint exhibition? The high-headed coach complained softly. On the pitch. Meet Sakuragi Hanamichi and Kyoto. Akaji's eyes twitched. This guy shouldn't be playing. It was so restless. This incident happened just after playing. I don't know what to do for a while. Akaji scolded. Sakuragi. Play well. Sakuragi Hanamichi waved his hand helplessly. Okay. It's time for you all to experience the strength of this genius. Miyagi and Tatsuhiko looked black. Why do I feel like taking off this jersey on my body? Kanan has the ball. Takasago serves. Shinichi Maki dribbles the ball. Miyagi immediately stood in front of Shinichi Maki. I won't let you pass this time. Mushon. Face was indifferent, and Miyagi's words didn't have any influence at all. Breaking through Miyagi is not difficult at all for Shinichi Maki. He looked around the field for Soichiro Jin's position. Soichiro Jin was the finish line for Kanan's next attack. However, he turned his head and looked. Shinichi Maki frowned. Does Tatsuhiko defend God? This can be a bit troublesome. Tatsuhiko's defensive prowess is all over Shohoku. It's also just behind Akaji. Defense Soichiro Jin didn't put much pressure on Tatsuhiko. And God has never been a marksman who is good at speed and strength. It's not easy now. Without any choice. Shinichi Maki can only advance slowly with the ball. Find ways to attack. Soichiro Jin took advantage of the back run. Finally found a chance to catch the ball. Don't miss this opportunity. Shinichi Maki passed the ball to God outside the three-point line. Soichiro Jin receives the ball. However, facing Tatsuhiko's defense, he can only be forced to pass the ball to Tadashi Muto inside. Tadashi Muto receives the ball. This time it's Sakuragi Hanamichi. He said defiantly, "Did you change the defense? Let me see your strength." Tadashi Muto faced off against Kid Rukawa, but was completely suppressed by Kid Rukawa. It also suffered from information. Muto doesn't know much about Shohoku's players. So much so that Sakuragi Hanamichi is also regarded as a powerful character. Sakuragi Hanamichi put on a Biba defensive stance and grinned. Let the horse come here. I won't let you score a single goal. The momentum is enough, but I just don't know the actual strength. Tadashi Muto's eyes lit up. Just rely on this confident momentum. Sakuragi is definitely not an ordinary person. Tadashi Muto post up Sakuragi. A turn actually broke through Sakuragi directly. What's the situation? Are you releasing water? Do you want to block me? Tadashi Muto, who turned around, was a little confused. Is it that simple to break through? Doesn't it look very imposing? Shouldn't it be Shohoku's inside gate? Why do you feel a little weak? Without thinking too much, Tadashi Muto raised the ball and tried for a layup. Sakuraji Hanamichi gritted her teeth. What a cunning fellow. He hasn't learned how to defend against post-up opponents like this with Tatsuhiko. This Kanon player is too crafty. He actually seized his own weakness and attacked. Damn it, don't try to score. Sakuraji immediately chased Tadashi Muto. However, it is already too late. In the mid-range position, Tadashi Muto is still very sure. It is absolutely impossible to make a mistake in a position that has been practiced no less than thousands of times. Tadashi Muto takes off and shoots. Akagi was blocked by Takasago at the same time and can't get away. Next second, the moment Tadashi Muto shoots the ball, Sakuraji Hanamichi jumped up behind Tadashi Muto. The big hand grabbed the basketball hard. Tadashi Muto was hit straight away. Beep. Red 15, defensive foul. The referee's whistle sounded. Tadashi Muto was lying on the ground, a little dizzy. What happened? It's all the way you imagined. Why is this redhead kid running straight at me? Are people in Shohoku so rough? Even if you send a free throw, you will never let yourself shoot? Shinichi Maki and others hurried to Tadashi Muto's side. Muto, are you okay? Shinichi Maki was a little nervous. I'm fine, I'm fine. Shinichi Maki breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, nothing. If Muto is injured and leaves the field, Shohoku's insiders have no one to limit them. This is not good news for Kanon, who is already under great pressure inside. Fortunately, Muto was not injured. Kyoto Nobunaga was a little anxious and reprimanded Sakuraji. How do you play ball? The red-haired monkey. You have already shot the ball. How did you knock someone down? Shohoku's seating area. Off the court, Ayako and others were a little helpless. This guy, why are you here again? He just played for a minute and didn't arrive. Kogure said in relief. Maybe it's too nervous. Sakuraji is prone to make mistakes when he is nervous, auditorium. Nozomi Takamiya and the others laughed. Sakuraji Hanamichi actually fouled again. It seems that the training during this period was not of much use. Haruko looked puzzled. Impossible, it was fine during training. Field. Sakuraji Hanamichi was angry. He obviously caught the ball. How could he foul? Trying to find the referee theory. Get pulled by Miyagi. Don't be impulsive, you will be sent off. The word sent off came out. Sakuraji Hanamichi calmed down instantly. Kyoto hurried over to pull Tadashi Muto up. It's okay, Tadashi Muto got up, looking at Sakuraji Hanamichi somewhat angrily. What a brute force guy, all right? Kyoto scolds Sakuraji Hanamichi. Are you here to play ball, or to hit people? Sakuraji Hanamichi was already upset. Being said so, I feel even more upset. Sakuraji raised an eyebrow, ready to argue. Get scolded by Akagi. Sakuraji, the ball was fouled by you. You hit the opponent directly just now? Hear Akagi's words. Only then did Sakuraji calm down. He began to think carefully. Sakuraji looked puzzled. He was just trying to block Muto, but I was not careful at the time. Did not adjust their position. It hit Muto directly. It's okay, Kyoto. Shinichi Maki held back and wanted to speak. Kyoto Nobunaga. Say a few words. Muto is not hurt. Akagi on the side punched Sakuraji hard on the head. Apologize now. Damn. Gorilla. Sakuraji clutched his head. Some dissatisfied complained. Reluctantly, he bowed his head to Tadashi Muto in apology. No need to apologize. Playing is inevitable, Akagi. Shinichi Maki shook his head and took a big look. It's just that, in this game, I won't show mercy. After saying that, Shinichi Maki turned and left the crowd. Tatsuhiko stared intently at Shinichi Maki's face. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I'm going to give it my all for this match, Shinichi Maki. Tatsuhiko turned to look at Sakuraji aside. He was still a little upset. I thought it was a big hat that covered the sky and the sun. But he didn't expect to put Tadashi Muto down directly. Tatsuhiko patted Sakuraji on the shoulder. It's okay. Don't have psychological pressure. Take your time. Didn't you perform well in training before? Tatsuhiko calms down Sakuraji. Sakuraji is still too easy to rush. As long as you can adjust this mentality, his defense is absolutely there is no big problem. Whether it is single defense or cooperative defense ability, Sakuraji's defensive ability is top-notch. Static talents and dynamic talents are really good. He just takes defense seriously. Sakuraji's defense will not be bad. The only thing that is worse is the awareness of defense. Compared with Tatsuhiko, Sakuraji's defense awareness is still much different. During training, Tatsuhiko directly broke through the inside line many times. Sakuraji didn't choose to help defend, but stared at Kirukawa, who didn't even have the ball in his hands. It even made Kirukawa a little helpless. He didn't even have the ball in his hands. This Sakuraji guy is still staring at him so hard. There's nothing wrong with your defense. Take it easy, Sakuraji. Tatsuhiko remembered the scene from the previous training. Told Sakuraji. Okay, I got it, Tatsuhiko. Sakuraji agreed. As for how much you remember in your heart, then it is not clear. When you grab the rebound and pass it directly to me, I will help you turn them into rebounds. Tatsuhiko whispered next to Sakuraji. I want to attack myself too, Tatsuhiko, Sakuraji said in a somewhat complaining tone. I'll throw a few alley-oops for you later. That's okay. Let's throw each other and let you show off. Tatsuhiko elbowed Sakuraji in the chest. There was a wicked smile on the corner of his mouth. No problem, just a few rebounds, leave it to me, absolutely no problem. Sakuraji agreed. This is what Tatsuhiko secretly taught Sakuraji recently. Even the rest of Shohoku's players are completely unaware. Sakuraji and Tatsuhiko have actually been secretly practicing coordination, especially the alley-oop. This is something that two people practice the most. Sakuraji and Tatsuhiko's super bounce means that they can both throw lobs for each other. The only thing the two need to improve is the tacit understanding. Because Sakuraji's hands are really slippery, every lob is either thrown to the rim, or it was thrown too low and became a parabola. On the contrary, the quality of Tatsuhiko's lobs is particularly good. Tatsuhiko winked at Sakuraji. Sakuraji immediately understood. Tadashi Muto made a free throw. There was a small mistake on the second ball. He felt his head hurt a little. Missed shot, rebound. Takasago and Akagi took off at the same time. The basketball was thrown into the air again. Just when the two were about to take off again, Sakuraji Hanamichi rose like a rocket. He snatched the ball into his arms in one go. Takasago and Akagi's eyes danced in disbelief. There must be a spring on this guy's leg. How did you jump so high? Takasago was a little taken aback. Although he knew Sakuraji's physical fitness was good before, but he never thought it would be so good. This bounce is exaggerated. It's like having a spring on the leg. In an instant, Sakuraji Hanamichi hugged the ball to her chest and shouted in Tatsuhiko's direction. Tatsuhiko, catch the ball. Others on the field looked back. Tatsuhiko's figure has come to half court. Sakuraji Hanamichi didn't hesitate at all and went straight for a long throw. Tatsuhiko runs. Basketball goes straight across half court. It rushed straight towards Tatsuhiko's hand like a cannonball. Kanan's eyes widened. Damn. Did Tatsuhiko know this was going to happen? Kyoto Nobunaga chased immediately. They must not be allowed to score this goal. Otherwise the score will be further stretched, and the momentum of Shohoku will be even higher. At that time, there will be some troubles. Tatsuhiko catches the ball. Run towards the basket quickly. Kyoto is not slow. One stature behind Tatsuhiko. Have to say, Kyoto's physical fitness is definitely not bad either. Just the speed of this sprint. It can definitely be called a quick sentence. The moment Tatsuhiko takes off, Kyoto also jumped high from behind. I won't let you score. Reaching out to cover the basketball in Tatsuhiko's hand. Next second, not waiting for Kyoto's hand to touch the basketball, Tatsuhiko changed hands directly in the air. Passed the ball from the right hand to the left hand. Completed an aerial dunk that shocked everyone. Pause time. The audience is boiling. Chapter 112. The audience cheers. It's beautiful, red-haired boy. This pass is really good. The slam dunk is too beautiful. Slam dunks in midair. Are young people dunking so well now? What young man? That's the rookie king of Kanagawa this year, Tatsuhiko. That red-haired guy just now is also very good. He can grab a rebound in front of Akagi and Takasago. From this moment, almost all the audience remembered Sakuraji Hanamichi deeply. Non-mainstream red hair, exaggerated defensive style, staggering bounce. Topicality in him, not at all less than Tatsuhiko. And Sakuraji is undoubtedly Shohoku, the one best remembered. That uninhibited red hair is so hard to forget. Courtside, Haruko rested his hand on his chin, looking disbelieving. A long pass across the half-court? It seems that Sakuraji-san has improved a lot. Mito Yohei nodded. That guy. Maybe he want to steal from Tatsuhiko again. Nozomi Takamiya looked forward to it. Sakuraji Hanamichi made many fouls and was sent off. Our exit king is gone forever. Noma Chuchura sighed softly. The other two laughed. Haruko was helpless. The focus is not on one side, but we were able to talk together. You are truly a good friend. Kanan's rest area, the tall coach's smile froze. Foul by Sakuragi Hanamichi. This is also a good thing for Kanan. But I didn't expect Sakuragi Hanamichi's jumping ability to be very strong. Take a closer look. After all, they are two beginners, so it is impossible not to have weaknesses. Tatsuhiko has no faults. He can understand. After all, that guy is the rookie king this year, so there is nothing wrong with him being stronger. But not Sakuragi. He still left the field with 5 fouls in the first few games. The result has been since the match with Tsukutake. This Sakuragi seems to have opened up the second channel of Rian due the level of defense has improved by leaps and bounds. Coach Gautu looked at Coach Anze suspiciously. Is the former national player really so evil? How many games does it take to change a player? Although he didn't want to believe it at all, but the truth was right in front of him. He couldn't help but not believe it. Coach Anze is teaching the players about this. It is indeed better than him. The tall coach was a little helpless. In terms of personality charm, I am far inferior to Coach Anze. Either Mitsui or Kid-Rukawa. Kanan had invited them both. But the MVPs of these countries all joined Shohoku. Shohoku now not only has future talent, Tatsuhiko, Sakuragi, and Kid-Rukawa. It also has super instant combat power. There is no pressure at all against Kanan. Such a comparison. Coach Gautu felt even more sad. Shohoku seating area. Kogure and Mitsui were surprised. Sakuragi Hanamichi rebounded well. It seems that Tatsuhiko secretly taught him a lot. But Kogure is concerned. According to Sakuragi Hanamichi's personality, he must be proud. Although there is still Akagi who can hold him down. Even if he is proud, he will be forced to train. But wait until they graduate from the 3rd grade. The remaining second-year seniors. He didn't expect Miyagi to hold him down. I hope that by that time, Sakuragi will be more restrained. But that was a long time later. Kogure shook his head. He turned to look at Mitsui who was beside him. I'm afraid this game still needs you to play. I will handle it. Mitsui looked smug. That is to say, only Kogure still regards him as the MVP in middle school. Shohoku's absolute ace. But then again, now say he is the absolute ace of Shohoku. How many people believe it? Immediately, Mitsui sighed helplessly. This guy Tatsuhiko is a bit too flashy. He can make his teammates better. Tatsuhiko can also perform perfectly in every game. He perfectly coordinates the relationship between the team and the individual. Sometimes Tatsuhiko can even be a little sane, unlike high school students of their age. But sometimes they are very thoughtful, all kinds of whimsical ideas. Until now, Mitsui also can't understand Tatsuhiko. But let's be honest. Tatsuhiko is definitely the player who most wants to be a teammate. He can rely on his personal ability to attack cities and overthrow strongholds, scoring points crazily. He is also willing to act as a green leaf and contribute himself to his teammates. The point is that Tatsuhiko has no complaints at all, and I am willing to share my own technology with every teammate who wants to learn. It's just utterly unenviable. There was some approval in Coach Anze's eyes. Tatsuhiko's prediction was good. With the rebounds of Sakuragi and Akagi, Kanan will be passive. Ayako and others also looked surprised. That fellow Sakuragi Hanamichi grabbed a rebound in front of Takasago and Akagi senpai. Terrible fellow. Come on, Shohoku. One more shot from Sakuragi Hanamichi. Shohoku's bench started to cheer for Sakuragi. Field. Akagi and the others couldn't help but praise Sakuragi. Good pass. That's it. Tatsuhiko also gave a thumbs up. You just grabbed the rebounds, and the offense is up to us. Sakuragi Hanamichi grinned. I'll leave the rebounding to this genius. He patted his chest confidently. Kanan. Shinichi Maki was a little surprised. Sakuragi Hanamichi, this guy is an unsettling factor. But I didn't expect Coach Anze to put Sakuragi up so early. Are you really not worried about Sakuragi's shortcomings being discovered? At that time, Shohoku's inside line is completely unusable. Kyoto had a displeased face. Just Tatsuhiko's dunk, he successfully became the background board. Damn it. Dragon B asterisk 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 D. Kyoto Nobunaga cursed angrily in a low voice. He really didn't expect it. I have chased and defended the past with such a fast speed. Tatsuhiko was still distracted and guarded against him. The key is to have already done a good job of preventing the means of sealing. This is a bit outrageous. This guy Tatsuhiko is not only super capable personally. Be very careful when attacking. It's really a tough opponent. Kyoto Nobunaga complained softly. Kanan has the ball. Takasago serves and passes straight to Shinichi Maki. Shinichi Maki pulls away, gesturing for a single. Miyagi stood in front of Shinichi Maki as usual. This time he didn't say anything, because Miyagi knows it all too well. No matter how hard I try, I can't prevent Shinichi Maki. Shinichi Maki's physical fitness and personal ability are far better than himself. All you have to do is procrastinate for time. Just wait for Tatsuhiko and Kid Rukawa to make up defenses. Shinichi Maki looked at Miyagi cautiously in front of him. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Didn't you say something this time? You are strong. Miyagi only spat out 3 words from his mouth. Shinichi Maki is definitely the best point guard Miyagi has ever seen. Super physical fitness, excellent passing vision, extremely strong personal attack ability. It is indeed much better than Fujima. When Miyagi was still feeling, Shinichi Maki charged directly at Miyagi, forcing a breakthrough with his own body. In just one move, he passed Miyagi. Shinichi Maki hits mid-range. He didn't choose to stop the ball at all, and directly broke through the basket. He's going to trouble Akagi inside. Well done. Akagi shouted loudly. Immediately, the defense was in front of Shinichi Maki. Don't try to score easily. Facing Akagi's defense, Shinichi Maki dunks directly on Akagi. The audience was very surprised. Challenge Akagi head-on? It's a bit too difficult. Akagi is really not that easy to challenge, and the defense is very good. Would outside linebackers and post players fight their bodies? It's a little too hard. Maybe they want to use this method to fight back their momentum. Now Kanan is very difficult to fight. There was a lively discussion in the auditorium. Are you going to restore Kanan's morale in this way? Akagi grimaced and scolded. Then you've got the wrong idea. Mu. When the two jumped up high, Shinichi Maki dropped the ball in the air, and the ball fell into Takasago's hands. Takasago took off and hit 2 points steadily. 2 against 1. There is absolutely no way out of sleepiness. This pass is also very beautiful, and it was passed to Takasago with a flick of the wrist. It's 2 post players who challenged Shohoku at the same time. I feel that the red-haired boy's defense ability is average. Why didn't he help defend Takasago at the basket just now? The auditorium is still discussing enthusiastically. Although this ball is not an exciting personal dunk, but such a beautiful pass. It is also what all audiences like to see. Shinichi Maki's passing vision is really nothing to speak of, especially small-scale flickering. Shinichi Maki is done very well, and Tatsuhiko is better at moving the ball in a wide range. For example, from the baseline to the basket, from the midfield to the basket, even a long pass across the court. This is what Tatsuhiko and Shohoku as a whole are good at. Subsequently, Shinichi Maki cast a provocative glance at Sakuragi Hanamichi beside him. You're not far off, boy. Of course Sakuragi Hanamichi couldn't stand it. He is really an arrogant middle-aged man. Let you see how powerful this genius is, then I'll wait and see. Shinichi Maki gave a contemptuous look and turned back to defend. Shohoku holds the ball. Miyagi dribbles across half-court. He stands at the top of Shohoku's key, ready to pass. Sakuragi Hanamichi was eager to perform and immediately asked for the ball from Kanjo. Miyagi frowned. This guy, won't he be messing around again the other side? Kid Rukawa from beyond the arc also had the ball. He's going to singles Kyoto. Miyagi thought for a moment, asking for flowers. Look for Tatsuhiko, but he doesn't seem to have any desire to attack. Then he glanced at Sakuragi Hanamichi and sighed in his heart. Although the relationship with Sakuragi is very good, but now it is in the game after all. Not to mention, their opponent is still a super team like Kanan. Just rely on Sakuragi's half-baked offense. How could it be better than Kid Rukawa? Or the latter is safer. Although it sounds like a brainstorming experience. But in fact, anyone who sees Kid Rukawa and Sakuragi ask for the ball at the same time, they'll just throw the ball straight to Kid Rukawa. Sakuragi doesn't even know how to get the ball inside the most basic position. This passes in. Before reaching Sakuragi's hands, it was about to be intercepted directly. Don't think too much about it. Miyagi hits a right hand and passes directly to Kid Rukawa. Sakuragi Hanamichi freaked out. Ryota, why did you pass on to Kid Rukawa? The corner of Miyagi's mouth twitched, and he complained. Who knows what you're going to do again? Kid Rukawa got the ball, looked at the furious Sakuragi Hanamichi, and immediately made up the knife. Idiot. Tatsuhiko on the side covered his forehead helplessly. These 3 problem children, always fighting over these little things. It was such a headache. Kid Rukawa singles Kyoto with the ball. Kyoto licked his lips with excitement on his face. Let's see who is the first person. However, Rukawa didn't hit the ball very well. Rukawa, who maintains a three-threat posture, does not get much shot space. This is a very big problem. Although Rukawa is much taller than Kyoto Nobunaga, but this ball was played a little too casually. The second problem is that Rukawa's offensive thinking was guessed. Rukawa just wobbled in place and broke through Kyoto. After rushing 2 steps forward, he immediately stopped and shot a jumper. Unexpectedly, Kyoto Nobunaga actually predicted the jump in advance. He fully expected Rukawa to pull up for a jumper. As for the timing of the jump, it is entirely guesswork. However, Kyoto Nobunaga guessed very accurately this time. The ball in Rukawa's hands flicked from the direct fingertips. Kyoto's fingertips also touched the basketball slightly. It was actually disturbed. Rukawa was a little taken aback. And Kyoto Nobunaga is complacent. Is this the MVP of junior high school? Isn't it also capped by me, Kyoto Nobunaga? The two shouted a reminder to Takasago and Akagi under the basket at the same time. Rebound. Before Akagi and Takasago heard the news, they also competed for a favorable position under the basket to grab rebounds. Subsequently, the two jumped at the same time. Just when Akagi was about to get the ball, there is already a figure like a spring, rising from the ground. Sakuragi Hanamichi's rebounding sense is really not covered. When he saw Rukawa pull up for a jumper, you are already in a favorable position. Although he couldn't explain why he stood under the basket. But what he can be sure of is, Rukawa rushed the shot. Really? Kyoto Nobunaga still touched the ball. Don't pass it on to me. Then I'll grab it myself. Sakuragi had this idea in mind. He got the ball and didn't mean to pass it. Sakuragi directly chooses to jump up and shoot. This ball is a little too sweet. That was the only thought that crossed Tatsuhiko's mind. The position of the basket. There is no need for a shot at all. Or just pull it up and dunk. Or it's a hook shot. Slow shots like Sakuragi. It will definitely be covered. Seeing this, Takasago's expression sank, and he scolded. Arrogant boy. Don't even think about it. Akagi's expression changed. Don't mess around. You be asterisk 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 D. But Sakuragi Hanamichi didn't care and just shot. Next second. Boom. The basketball was directly blocked by Takasago. Rebound. Akagi yelled. He kind of hates iron but not steel. Obviously, he has already got a chance for a second attack. That's how it was destroyed by this fellow Sakuragi. It's a bit of a shame. Who knows? The falling basketball was picked up again by Sakuragi Hanamichi. Tatsuhiko on the side helplessly put his hands on his waist, watched Sakuragi Hanamichi's performance, and muttered to himself. Sakuragi strikes again. I vote again. This guy is a bit of a monster. Jumps very high too. Sakuragi rebounded again. Sakuragi's self-throwing and self-grabbing. Still no goal. Sakuragi's mood is completely messed up, and he didn't use 1/10 of his level during training. Saying that, the body started to move towards Sakuragi Hanamichi. Just look at silly Takasago and Akagi. It has completely become his solo show, which is really interesting. I vote again. The bounce and speed of this guy is a little too crazy. It seems necessary to take action. The audience was even more shocked. Shots hit the iron. The continuous takeoff speed in place is actually so fast. Chapter 113. Watching Sakuragi Hanamichi on the field. Whether it's Team Kanon or Team Shohoku, everyone was a little taken aback, especially the Shohoku players. Although Sakuragi's physical fitness is very good, it's something they've known all along. But continuous jumps like this, the height of the jump is still so high. It is really surprising. What a weird guy. How good is his jumping ability? Even Shinichi Maki couldn't do it in front of Akagi and Takasago. Continuous jump, took off 2 or 3 rebounds. That red-haired boy. The bounce is a bit too strong. The bounce speed is so fast. He can jump so high even after taking off continuously. It's a bit outrageous. Shohoku is really Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, first-year super rookie Tatsuhiko and Rukawa. They are already very strong. This red-haired kid is more physically fit than Tatsuhiko and Rukawa. There were exclamations from the audience. It's just that Sakuragi's shooting is a bit bad. This kind of simple ball under the basket, sending points, is always hitting the iron. Tatsuhiko shook his head and sighed. Sakuragi was completely confused. Otherwise, how could he fail to make the shot? Sakuragi Hanamichi gritted her teeth. Why don't you enter? It's different from training. In practice, Sakuragi's shots are much more accurate than they are now. The shooting rate at the basket can basically be kept above 90%. Although Sakuragi is just learning the offensive skills of the basket, But Sakuraji's performance can be described as rapid progress. He is indeed a rare basketball genius. It only took a few days to fully understand the offensive methods around the basket, including some offensive skills: post-up singles, face-up breakthrough, small hook at the basket. These are the skills Sakuraji learned. It's just that Sakuraji is a little too tight, 160. When you get nervous, you forget everything. Can't even get in an empty basket. Sakuraji gritted his teeth. Can't get in anyway? In that case, watch me gorilla dunk. Sakuraji grabbed the basketball in his hand and jumped high in place. Slammed the basketball hard towards the hoop. Akaji was taken aback. Sakuraji, this guy is so messed up. Such a straight up and down dunk hurts the knee too much. And Sakuraji's offense is also very reckless. Didn't even pay attention to the protection of the ball. This is very easy to be intercepted by a ball. But Akaji is physically honest. He held Takasago back and set a pick and roll for Sakuraji Hanamichi. This was Sakuraji's first slam dunk in an official game. No matter what. Although there are many flaws. But Akaji still has to do something that he can do. That's when Sakuraji Hanamichi dunked. Shinichi Maki takes off and grabs Sakuraji Hanamichi's arm. Boom! Sakuraji Hanamichi's body suddenly lost balance and fell heavily to the ground. Beep! The whistle sounded. White for foul ball. The audience was shocked. AMU's movements are too dangerous. Even if you want to stop Sakuraji from dunking, you can't do that. It's hard to imagine such an action as AMU's behavior. It's too dangerous. It will ruin a player's career. Amu is also in a hurry. He just wanted to stop the red-haired kid from scoring. Kanen fans can't stop defending Shinichi Maki. The Shohoku fans looked at Sakuraji, who fell to the ground with concerned eyes. It's such a loud voice. Is there anything wrong? While Shinichi Maki is the best player in Kanagawa, but that doesn't stop them from having a lot of dissatisfaction with Shinichi Maki's behavior. Such small actions are too dangerous. If Sakuraji lands face first, or on the back of his head, just this height, this speed, concussions are easy things, possibly even more dangerous. And the actions of Shinichi Maki itself are very bold. There are many ways to disrupt an offense. There are also many mandatory foul actions, even if only to prevent Sakuraji from scoring. There is no need to throw Sakuraji directly to the ground with the ball. Had it not been for a foul by Shinichi Maki, the redhead would have scored. Akaji and others rushed to check Sakuraji Hanamichi. Sakuraji's physical fitness is still very good, although this action is very dangerous. But years of fighting experience told him, if forced to land, make sure to protect your head first. Sakuraji stood up from the ground with a displeased expression on his face, staring at Shinichi Maki viciously. Damn middle-aged man. Actually interrupted this genius's slam dunk. Sakuraji had no intention of fighting at all. There is absolutely no fighting on the pitch. The thing was on his mind. Keep circling. That is because I promised Coach Anze this matter. Even with a malicious foul by Shinichi Maki, Sakuraji didn't have that idea either. But Sakuraji looks fierce. It was a few players who frightened Kanen, especially Kyoto Nobunaga. He shrank his neck in fear. It seems that when he defended Sakuraji just now, he also used some strength. It seems that this power should not be given. Fight. Fight. The auditorium is full of spectators who don't think it's a big deal to watch the excitement. A basketball game becomes a boxing match. One ticket to see two games is really worth it. Many spectators have already stood up. They were excitedly anticipating Sakuraji's straight left hook to Shinichi Maki. Just put the Shinichi Maki on the ground. That way Rhiannon's game tomorrow and the day after tomorrow will be safe. The Shohoku player on the side was nervous. What's going on here? Is Sakuraji really going to do it? Kogir looked worriedly at Sakuraji, who was walking towards Shinichi Maki. Shinichi Maki walked to Sakuraji's side. There was some apology in his tone. What happened just now is really embarrassing. It's okay. It's inevitable. Akaji shook his head, turning to look at Sakuraji. It's good that you're all right, Sakuraji. You really played well in this game. Akaji and the others comforted them. It was a good shot just now and caused a foul by Shinichi Maki. Tatsuhiko praised generously. You played really well, Sakuraji. I think you've improved a lot. Just play like this. Keep going. They already feel the danger, and they can only use this method to prevent you from scoring. Tatsuhiko spoke nonsense with his eyes open. The Shohoku people beside them couldn't help laughing. Tatsuhiko is a boaster, although it sounds very unreal. But I have to say, it was quite comforting to hear. Look at Sakuraji's happy expression again. It has proved everything. Sakuraji Hanamichi was proud when he heard everyone's praise. Ha ha ha, let me just say, okay, The doctor scored 2 goals. Akagi and the others shook their heads helplessly. Sakuraji Hanamichi free throw? Never had. This guy got to the free throw line. The basket has literally put a lid on him. Sakuraji trying to hit a free throw. It is simply impossible. Tatsuhiko reminds Sakuraji. Take it easy, Sakuraji. Think about how you practice shooting. Take it easy. Sakuraji Hanamichi nodded and made the free throw. The Kanon cheerleaders booed in the auditorium. Don't go in. Don't go in. They want to influence Sakuraji's mentality in this way. Sakuraji Hanamichi argues. It's annoying. You won't be able to get in. Don't waste your efforts, red-haired monkey. The voices of the audience have not stopped. Sakuraji glanced at the auditorium, but didn't choke back. He took a deep breath and held the ball in both hands. Ready to shoot straight up. Sakuraji's moves are pretty standard. Seeing that Jingmin has trained players, the tall coach was a little surprised. Does this guy also shoot free throws? First ball. 3 do not stick. Pause time. Kanon's fans let out a mocking laugh. Even the Shohoku fans on the side showed a good smile. It seems that the posture is still decent. Why is it so short when you make a shot? The shot looks and feels okay, but the shot doesn't work. That posture is quite scary. It turned out to be a show. The audience roared with laughter. It seems that there is only posture but no strength. Tatsuhiko saw the hideous face of Sakuraji Hanamichi, shaking his head helplessly. This guy is too easily disturbed by the outside world. Sakuraji just cared a little too much about what other people thought of him. In fact, Tatsuhiko and Sakuraji are training alone. Sakuraji's performance can be described in a very good sentence, like post-up singles. There is also a face-to-basket attack. Sakuraji can be imitated in a decent way. It's really not easy. You know Sakuraji is a beginner. It is not easy to imitate these actions. Tatsuhiko sighed. But his mentality is a big problem. If you can't overcome the problem of mentality, no matter how much offense you learn, it will be the same. Tatsuhiko said to Sakuraji helplessly with his hands on his hips. Is there any technology that is simple and practical, but also very handsome? Sakuraji said expectantly. That's the backup technique. Tatsuhiko shrugged. Memory returns to reality. Kyoto on the side mocked. That's it. That's it? It turns out that your strength is not very good. Can't you even make a shot? Shut up, wild monkey. Sakuraji takes the referee's ball. Glared at Kyoto Nobunaga. Red-haired monkey, you still can't score this goal. Kyoto, Nobunaga said confidently. Sakuraji Hanamichi made the second free throw. It's still blacksmithing. Missed 2 free throws. Akagi grabs the rebound. Remind everyone of Shohoku. Hold on. Score a goal first and expand the score. Kanon returned to defense. Akagi makes a direct pass to Miyagi. And Sakuraji Hanamichi is at a loss and has a sense of sunshine. What the hell is going on here? Miyagi drives the ball. Shinichi Maki was directly in front of Miyagi. Finally a chance to face Shinichi Maki face to face. It was broken by Shinichi Maki just now. Finally a chance for revenge. Miyagi thought silently in his heart. He breaks through with lightning. Straight the next step kills past Shinichi Maki's right hand. On the absolute speed of the first step, Miyagi is definitely not the fastest player. Compared to Tatsuhiko and Kid Rukawa, his first steps were small steps. But just talk about the explosive power of the first step. Miyagi is definitely on the list. His first step is extremely explosive. As long as he is allowed to seize the opportunity, he will definitely be able to break through. Single this. Miyagi's breakthrough is not weaker than other top players in Kanagawa. Shinichi Maki was taken aback. During the last game, Miyagi has some bright breakthroughs though. But compared with Tatsuhiko Kid Rukawa, there is still too much difference. And as a small player, there is no stable mid-range and long-range shooting ability. Purely rely on breakouts. Shinichi Maki doesn't pay much attention to Miyagi. In the first few minutes of the game, he scored on Miyagi again and again. He didn't even pay attention to this small player. However, did not think of. None of the players who can become the main draft in Shohoku are easy players. With Miyagi's speed, he can definitely be the starting point guard on most teams. Too fast. Sure enough, it is a flash. Miyagi Ryota. Miyagi passed the ball straight to Sakuraji Hanamichi. Sakuraji froze in place. The basketball hits the face directly. Nosebleeds. What? Ryota. You be asterisk 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 D. Can you pass the ball a little slower? It's too fast. It hit me in the face. Akagi scolded. Stupid. Don't get distracted. The basketball is picked up by Tadashi Muto. Fast attack. Tadashi Muto reminds Kanon everyone. Unguarded. He dribbled directly into the attack. Next second, Miyagi saw the timing and made another steal. Tadashi Muto was surprised. This guy is small, but he's so fast. He was able to accurately steal the basketball in his hand at such a time. Miyagi runs back and passes to Kid Rukawa. Kid Rukawa glanced at Sakuraji Hanamichi, who was frozen in place. Toots out in a low voice. Idiot. He chose to single Kyoto. Kid Rukawa made a nice front turn and passed Kyoto. He drives to the basket and goes straight into Kanan's lane. Kyoto rallied to catch up to 4.3. Damn. Although this guy is arrogant, he still has strength. Takasago teamed up with Kyoto to defend Kid Rukawa. Kid Rukawa leaps high. In the air, change hands and pull the bar for a layup. Hit. Akagi clenched his fists and growled. Nice shot. Sakuraji Hanamichi came back to himself. He looked at Kid Rukawa with some resentment in his eyes. Kyoto looked at Kid Rukawa with the same gaze. The two spoke in unison. Smelly fox. The audience outside the stadium looked excited. What a handsome drawbar. Whether it is power or beauty, it is not inferior to Tatsuhiko at all. Kid Rukawa's breakthrough is also very stable. This ball played against Kanan's Takasago and Kyoto Nobunaga at the same time. Kid Rukawa cheerleaders. Tatsuhiko was also slightly surprised. As expected of Kid Rukawa, there is nothing to say about his singles ability. Miyagi praised. Nice shot. Beginners will have beginner questions. In the eyes of the coach, these problems will become very fatal troubles. He is about to start arranging tactics. Off the field, Coach Tall has found a way. Coach Tall looked at Sakuraji Hanamichi on the field. He stood up and made a timeout gesture to the referee, including Tatsuhiko, a play that allowed Kanan to take the initiative in the first half. But it must make Shohoku's morale less intense than it is now. There was a gleam in his eyes. Sure enough, Sakuraji is still a beginner, just at the moment when the popularity of Shohoku is soaring. Although this method may not necessarily determine the progress of the entire game. Beginners are beginners, and you're showing your feet. If so, let's take Sakuraji Hanamichi. The corners of the tall coach's mouth rose slightly. They are all problematic. There was something smug in his eyelids. Chapter 114. Why did it stop again? Shohoku played really well during this time. Even Kanan was completely suppressed by Shohoku. Shohoku is really strong. Almost all the audience were surprised. It didn't take long to pause. Why is it called a pause again? It seems that Kanan is also under a lot of pressure. During this time, Kanan definitely can't play badly. They also fully played their due strength. Shinichi Maki's super breakthrough, mid-range shot. Soichiro Jin's long-range shooting ability. Takasago's coping ability. In other words, this is the method of scoring that Kanan is most familiar with. But the score has not changed. They are still 4 points behind. In the first half of the game, Shohoku's performance can only be described as perfect. Tatsuhiko completely grasped the rhythm of the first half with perfect play. He is the most eye-catching person in the audience. The first half is not over yet. Tatsuhiko has contributed 15 points, 8 assists and 5 steals with super luxury data. If you play the whole game, contributing to a triple-double again is not difficult. Fujima and Hanagata arrive at the gym. Call Takuito. The two of them searched for a place. Only 5 minutes to the end of the first half. 40-36. Seeing the score, Fujima was a little taken aback. The scores between Shohoku and Kanan are so close. Are these two teams at the same level? Hanagata looked serious. Not only that, but Shohoku was in the lead and pinned Kanan down. The two find their place. Takuito briefly explained the game situation. Fujima frowned, disbelief on his face. Amu was completely suppressed by Tatsuhiko. Fujima turned to look at Hanagata. Hanagata immediately understood what Fujima meant. Shohoku's strength is much stronger than the previous few games. It should be this short-term assault training. Shohoku's defense is quite targeted. Takuito said loudly. But now that Kanan is suspended, perhaps the high-headed coach has a countermeasure. It's a bit difficult to 18. Shohoku's is really not so good. They almost have their own characteristics. Fujima is not optimistic about Kanan's tactical prospects. At the beginning, Duan Jun also limited the performance of Itsu and Kid Rukawa. And at one point the game completely fell to Shoyo's side. But once Tatsuhiko was on the court, that restriction disappeared completely. Tatsuhiko tore through Shoyo's defense completely with his individual abilities. And Mitsui and Kid Rukawa only scored a few points in the first half. But in the second half they completely exploded. Especially Kid Rukawa once pulled the score to 30 points. If it weren't for Kid Rukawa's physical problems later, I'm afraid the score will only get bigger and bigger. But even so, Tatsuhiko also maintained a 15-point lead. Until the end of the game, Shohoku's offensive firepower is too fierce. There are too many points to limit. Fujima didn't like Kanen's tactics very much. Can limit Shohoku's play. Mayuradai Auditorium. They also looked at each other in blank dismay. Murasame Kengo had a look of disbelief. Shohoku, Kid Rukawa, Tatsuhiko, and Sakuraji Hanamichi are all freshmen. According to the current growth rate, the next few years may usher in the Shohoku dynasty. This growth rate, this personal ability. As soon as he entered school, he was already able to suppress Kanen head-on. Let the three of them play for another 2 years. I'm afraid it's not a dream to win a national championship, but something that is really capable of doing. Kazuo Araki let out a shocked tone. Is this still the Shohoku that fought us before? It's only been so long, and it's on par with Kanen. To know. They also used some small tricks. But the ending was completely suppressed by Kanen. Kanen's strength is simply unfathomable. Whether it is inside or outside offensive firepower, or the personal ability of star players. No one places a shortboard. Every aspect of Kanen is the strongest. But Shohoku is completely different. They seem to be a severely biased student. The inside line is their hardest hit area. If it weren't for Akaji's personal ability is extremely strong. I'm afraid Shohoku's insiders have already become a sieve. But even with Akaji backing, Shohoku's interior defense still has big problems. Even so, Shohoku still scored 40 points. They stubbornly kept the point difference between 4 and 6 points. This interval is too uncomfortable. If it is said that the gap is very large, it is absolutely not. Because of the huge gap in level, the score has already been opened. But say the difference is small. This bright score hinted at everything. The most embarrassing part of this score. It's just that he can't tie with a three-pointer. It is bound to give the opponent a chance to attack the round. Off the field, everyone in Kanen gathered together. The tall head coach encouraged everyone. Shohoku's number 15 is easy to be seduced. Start here. He turned to look at Tadashi Muto. Muto, when you're on offense, play Shohoku 15. That guy is rough. Tadashi Muto nodded. The tall coach looked at Shinichi Maki, who was on the side. AMU, attack the inside line more when attacking. Their inside defense is very weak. They actively look for physical confrontation. It is best to blow Akaji down. Shinichi Maki raised his head and looked at Akaji, who was wiping his sweat not far away. Coach, that Tatsuhiko, is there anything I can do? Shinichi Maki asked softly. The high-headed coach stopped suddenly. He took a deep breath and turned to look at everyone in Kanen. There is no way to deal with it for the time being. That guy is a bit beyond my expectations. I will observe and observe, the tall coach said helplessly. It was also the first time he met a player like Tatsuhiko. Both offense and defense are at the top level. He also has very good organizational skills, able to coordinate Shohoku's attacks. Coach Tall once thought, do you want to use Jordan's rule? Just take Tatsuhiko off the field. But the pride of King Kanen, how can such tactics be used? Not to mention, they also have Shinichi Maki, the king of this Kanagawa prefecture. The next game will depend on you, MU, the tall head coach said softly, then half closed his eyes and looked at Kanen's substitute. In an instant, I have a decision in my heart. God, you can recover your strength after the game, so you can go on the game. Everyone was puzzled and asked quickly, defend against Tatsuhiko? The tall coach smiled. Defending Sakuraji Hanamichi, the guy is cocky and easily irritated, and then there's a good chance for you to score. Coach Gautu continued to arrange tactics. Play man-to-man all over the court and create shots for Miyawasu. It's a tactic he learned from Sano. Full court marking, pressing tactics. Facing a team with a big gap in strength. It was simply a killer move. Last year's Kanen was also guarded 30 points behind. This defensive system requires too much from the defender. Stronger than a super point guard like Shinichi Maki. Under defensive pressure, he still made frequent mistakes. Coach Gautu suddenly remembered something. It can be seen from the previous match between Shohoku and Shoyo. The physical strength of everyone in Shohoku is definitely not as good as ours. We will consume their physical strength. When their physical strength is exhausted, we will directly win the game. To this, everyone in Kanen nodded. The tactical thinking is also gradually clear. Maybe Tatsuhiko's physical strength is not much of a problem. But Mitsui and Kid Rukawa are completely different. The last match against Shoyo, the two even fought to the point where they lost all their strength and ended up resting. It is a very good way to address the shortcomings of these two people's lack of physical strength. Mushin looked at Miyawasu and said encouragingly, "Remember to P***s off Sakuraji Hanamichi." Shohoku aside. Coach Anze laughed. He also had nothing to say about Shohoku's performance. There was approval in his eyes. It is the first time to participate in the finals, and it is close to the King Kanon. In the 15 minutes of the team in the first half, always keep the score advantage at around 5 points. Fully suppressed Kanon's attack. Now this Shohoku is doing great. Coach Anze looked satisfied and briefly explained the tactics. They arranged for Tatsuhiko to take a rest. Mitsui comes on. There was no doubt about this decision. Mitsui's strength is not inferior to Tatsuhiko at all, but his physical strength is not supported. Tatsuhiko also needs a short break. Play the whole game directly. The physical exertion is a bit too much. Ayako looked at Kid Rukawa with some doubts in his eyes. The first half is almost over. Kid Rukawa doesn't feel that burnout. How are you feeling now, Rukawa? Ayako asked Kid Rukawa softly. Kid Rukawa frowned, spread his hands, and replied with the same doubt. I don't seem to have consumed much physical strength. Kid Rukawa didn't know what happened to him suddenly. Originally, my physical strength in the game was not very good. Plus the position he plays. Mainly power forwards and small forwards. Many times it is necessary to rush for rebounds. And the defensive strength inside will be greater. It is for this reason. The first few games. In the second half of the game, Kid Rukawa had to rest. Both of his legs were shaking. But today's game is completely different. He even felt like he just ran 2 laps. No feeling of fatigue at all. Is it because Kanon doesn't pick his spot a lot of times? That shouldn't be the case either. He is actually the most aware of his own physical exertion. How can it be so small? Akagi and the others were also puzzled about this. Whether it's the touch, dribbling, or shooting percentage, it seems that they have all improved a lot. But they didn't think much of it. Maybe it's just that today's game is in a particularly good state. After all, the game of basketball. Adjusting your own state is very important. Akagi reminds Sakuraji. Sakuraji, you and I guard the basket and try our best to rely on slam dunks for scoring. Although free throws are not good, we can fight for fouls from opposing players. A smile appeared on the corner of Tatsuhiko's mouth. Sakuraji, there is a way to make a profit without losing money. Sakuraji Hanamichi looked smug. Whether it's the middle-aged man or that wild monkey, don't worry and leave it to me. Everyone comes on stage. Tatsuhiko sat on the chair, enjoying the admiring gazes of Yasuda and others. Then he coughed twice, reminding Yasuda and the others beside him. Ahem. Don't forget to cheer on Captain Akagi and the others. You can't lose in momentum. Tatsuhiko thought to himself. The high head should have seen the weakness of Sakuraji Hanamichi. After all, this shortcoming is too difficult to hide. However, as long as Sakuraji Hanamichi follows his performance in training, shouldn't be a big deal. In order to solve this shortcoming of Sakuraji, Tatsuhiko took a lot of effort. Only barely improved this problem a bit. Sakuraji, this guy. His hands are just too hard. Tatsuhiko was speechless. Sakuraji, this guy is like a lump of iron. Hard hands and hard body. There are hard spots all over the body. This is not suitable for playing basketball. Flexibility and coordination are also very important. Without any choice, Tatsuhiko came up with a very embarrassing solution. Wow. The whistle sounded. Game start. Watch Kanon's Miyawasu. The audience questioned one after another. That little guy is also an official Kanon player? Is it sent to defend Miyagi? They are indeed about the same size. Indeed, AMU needs to devote more energy to the offense, and to face the swift Miyagi on the defense, which consumes too much energy. I don't know how this little man's offensive ability is. If he is like Miyagi, it will be difficult. Shohoku's inside line was already beaten by Kanon, and now there is another breakthrough master? Fujima was also puzzled. I have never met Kanon before. Ayako looked at Miyawasu with wide eyes. Is that Kanon's player too? Quickly flip through the notes to see what kind of experience there is. No records were found. Is this the guy's first game? Not even a record. Could it be Kanon's secret weapon? But this figure. Ayako felt helpless. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like a secret weapon. The height and figure are too average. Listening to Ayako's underestimation, Tatsuhiko reminded with a smile. Don't underestimate this guy. This guy is very strong. Just talk about three-pointers. Miyawasu's three-point shooting is even comparable to Soichiro Jin's. These two are also Kanon's marksmen. But Miyawasu's figure is too small. It is easy to become a breakthrough for the opposing team. But for defending Sakuragi, it couldn't be better. Sakuragi's shooting ability is really bad. There is basically no middle distance. While shooting from close range, facing Mayawasu's interference, Sakuragi is easily influenced mentality. Therefore, Mayawasu defended Sakuragi very well. And Mayawasu has an excellent three-pointer, also enough to withstand the pressure of Soichiro Jin's rest. Watch out for his three-pointers. That guy is no weaker than Soichiro Jin. So accurate? Ayako and the others couldn't help giving Mayawasu a high look. Soichiro Jin is a super marksman in Kanagawa Prefecture. Compared to Tatsuhiko and Mitsui, there is no gap. Shinichi Maki turned to look at Miyagi. It seems that they have won the game. But Tatsuhiko was rested. There is no better opportunity to chase points than now. But Soichiro Jin's strength should not be underestimated. Although there are not a few people who shout that Tatsuhiko is the three-point king in Kanagawa Prefecture, Shinichi Maki and the others smiled. Field. It was only in the first half that Soichiro Jin was limited. It appeared that the game was before entering the second half. In this game, rely on the defense of Kogure and Tatsuhiko. Kanon has the ball. You can overtake it. But what about the second half? Then follow the coach's arrangement. Although their score is still behind, Mayawasu nodded and ran straight into Shohoku's penalty area. No one is clear. Chapter 115. The diminutive Mayawasu came on. Miyagi frowned. Judging by his height, he should be defending him. A small man of this stature should be very fast. But there's nothing particularly cause for concern. Miyagi still has this confidence. Just talk about speed. Nobody can be faster than him. His concern is Shinichi Maki. So who will Shinichi Maki face off against? Mitsui? Or Kid Rukawa? Both of them can defend Shinichi Maki very well despite their height. But the physical quality is still not enough. Shinichi Maki is just too strong. Mitsui and Kid Rukawa, probably about the same as Miyagi. Once it hits, it will be pushed back to open a breakthrough path. That's just Sakuragi. That kind of strange body can compete with Shinichi Maki. Akagi also looked puzzled. It is unclear why Kanon made the sudden substitution. Wasn't their previous offensive momentum very good? Still, he was inspiring. This game must be won. This is a crucial game for Shohoku to advance to the national competition. And being able to win this game will take the initiative in the final. Yes, everyone in Shohoku shouted. Everyone nodded heavily. Although the score is leading, it can't be careless. After all, they are number one in Kanagawa. And this has created a super team that has qualified for 16 consecutive years. But it is definitely not an opponent that can be easily won. Everyone in Shohoku must pay attention. Be ready to face Kanon's stormy counterattack at any time. Kanon has the ball. Takasago serves. Still sent to Shinichi Maki. Shinichi Maki advances with the ball. Miyagi stepped forward to defend. And Mayawasu came to Sakuragi Hanamichi. Sakuragi Hanamichi looked at the little Mayawasu in front of him with a displeased face, and Injo complained. Why did you send a weak little guy to defend this genius? Isn't there anyone in Kanon? This genius is Shohoku's secret weapon. Team Kanon really looks down upon them. Sakuragi's voice caught the attention of everyone around him. Akagi sighed helplessly. It's not clear what Kanon's plans are though. But sending a little guy like that to defend Sakuragi? Isn't the height gap a little too big? Is Kanon serious? You try to score first and then talk. What Mayawasu hates the most is when people talk about his height. What's wrong with the low height? In terms of effort, he is no worse than any player. Even work harder than them. It's just that the height is a little lower. Is it necessary to be criticized by so many people? Mayawasu stared at the tall Sakuragi with some displeasure. Next, I will make you lose a single point. Only you. Sakuragi looked down at Mayawasu disdainfully. And Tadashi Muto came to the outside, three-purpose defense. The two are about the same height. Mitsui licked his lips. Get in front of Muto. He was very excited. It's finally here. God knows how excited he was watching the game below. The match between Shohoku and Kanon was really exciting. A game between offense and defense. Even a novice who doesn't know enough about basketball, it can also be seen with relish. And Mitsui is certainly not that kind of tactical novice. He kept fantasizing. If you are on the court, what kind of offensive choices will you make? And now, he's finally here. Let him come and see what kind of strength the King Kanon has. Miyagi complained in front of Shinichi Maki. Put the little guy on Sakuragi Hanamichi? Kanon looks like he's gone. Shinichi Maki responded to Miyagi with a nonchalant gaze. Kanon has no weaklings. The voice fell. Shinichi Maki goes straight past Miyagi. He got into the inside line in one step. Shinichi Maki is extremely fast and packs a punch. Miyagi couldn't stop Shinichi Maki's breakthrough at all. In front of Shinichi Maki, Miyagi is totally anything and everything. Hateful. Miyagi rubbed his chest. The power of Shinichi Maki is simply too great. The bump just now made my chest hurt. Shinichi Maki hit the inside line directly. Challenged Sakuragi and Akagi. He gave Sakuragi Hanamichi a defiant look. Damn middle-aged man. Sakuragi stepped forward immediately. Miyawasu didn't care about defending himself at all. His face darkened, and he stepped forward to stop him. As for Miyawasu, he doesn't care at all. How can such a short player excel? Don't care at all. Sakuragi and Miyagi form a double team. Shinichi Maki hits the inside. Seeing Sakuragi rushed over. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Sakuragi fills up the defense, and the prophet is wide open. It's too late to say it. Shinichi Maki hits the ground pass directly from Sakuragi Hanamichi. The basketball fell firmly into Miyawasu's hands. Sakuragi Hanamichi subconsciously turned his head to defend, but Miyawasu has stepped back to the three-point line. Hold up the basketball and shoot. Sakuragi Hanamichi looked disdainful and reminded Akagi under the basket. Gorilla. Rebound. In his opinion, this guy has no strength at all. Such a short stature also wears big glasses. Such a thin body. If it wasn't for Kanan's team uniform, people would believe that he was a primary school student. How could it have any strength? It's simply intimidating. Akagi saw this. It is also to quickly get the best position and compete for rebounds. Next second. Schwa. The basketball is hollowed into the net in full view. Sakuragi Hanamichi froze. How is it possible? It actually hit? Akagi also couldn't help being surprised. That guy turned out to be a three-point shooter? Kanan's three-point shooter is no different than Shohoku's. Soichiro Jin just now, Naoichi now. The three-pointers of these two people are extremely accurate, and that's something Shohoku didn't expect at all. Who would have thought that the humble Miyawasu was actually a three-point shooter? Miyawasu looked at Sakuragi Hanamichi timidly. He said provocatively, "Have the ability to defend?" Sakuragi Hanamichi was out of breath. An unknown person dares to speak out loudly? Miyawasu, who has no reputation at all. How dare you challenge him? Is it a little bit too much to put him in the eyes? Scholars are unbearable. Sakuragi stared at Miyawasu angrily. Shinichi Maki looked at Miyagi behind him. He had some proud thoughts in his heart. Miyawasu is Kanan's sharpshooter. The shooting ability is even comparable to that of Ashindu. If this guy Sakuragi doesn't take defense seriously, the game will definitely be tied in the first half. Shinichi Maki's eyes turned to the furious Sakuragi. Sure enough, this is the weakness, too calm. Shinichi Maki murmured softly. Kyoto grinned beside him. That's it, Miyawasu. Keep going. Score points for that red-haired monkey. Immediately. The audience was also surprised. That little guy is actually a three-point shooter, and he looks very good. It's a little unexpected. Does Kanan have so many three-point shooters? Does the small guy defend Sakuragi? It feels like giving points. Isn't that kind of body no way to face Sakuragi? Now Shohoku is dangerous. As soon as Tatsuhiko left the court, Kanan started to play the outside line. Without Tatsuhiko's help defense, I feel that the pressure on the outside line is a bit heavy. The game continues. Shohoku holds the ball. Miyagi takes the ball and dribbles slowly. Stay steady and hit the ball first. Although we lost 3 points, it's harmless. We are still leading the score at a glance. In his opinion, Miyawasu is compared to Soichiro Jin, or the former is better defensively. After all, Miyawasu's height is too low. As long as Sakuragi opens his hands, Miyawasu's shot will definitely be interfered by Sakuragi. From this point of view, in fact, there is nothing to worry about. Just missing Tatsuhiko's outside help, Shinichi Maki becomes extremely difficult to limit. Just when Miyagi was still thinking about the direction of attack, Sakuragi Hanamichi asks for the ball. Miyagi hesitated. Sakuragi's offensive ability with the ball is really average. In addition to taking the ball and taking 3 steps directly to dunk, nothing else will work. But look at the height difference between Sakuragi Hanamichi and Miyawasu. He seemed to think of something again. Although it is true that Sakuragi's offensive ability with the ball is average, but Miyawasu's height is also too low. Want to cap Sakuragi? This is basically impossible. Think about it. Miyagi passed the ball straight into Sakuragi's hands. I leave it to you. Sakuragi. Miyagi yelled and passed the ball. Next second, the basketball just went to Sakuragi Hanamichi. It was directly intercepted by Miyawasu. Sakuraji Hanamichi was completely careless, hateful. Then he became a little irritable. On the other hand, Miyagi blamed himself very much. He did not take this aspect into consideration. Should have guessed. Miyawasu is certainly not particularly slow. He made a direct lob pass. Miyawasu has nothing to do. Now it has been intercepted instead. Stealing Miyawasu didn't go straight to the fast break. Instead, he continued to provoke Sakuraji. You break my ball. Sakuraji Hanamichi was even more upset, with a frantic expression on his face. Don't let me take the chance, little man. I was angry today. Miyawasu licked his lips, feeling a little flustered. Have to say, Sakuraji's angry eyes are indeed a bit scary. But think of the coach's task of putting him on the field. He settled down again. You are too weak. Red-haired monkey. Seeing Sakuraji's livid expression, Kyoto laughed and shouted at Miyawasu. That's it, go on. The red-haired monkey is too weak. What's the secret weapon? Next second. Snapped. Sakuraji Hanamichi hit her foul. Miyawasu shook the back of his hand that was red from the slap. Some complained. Your defense level is just like this, damn. Damn. Sakuraji gritted his teeth and stared at Miyawasu's back as he returned to the defense. If not in a basketball game, Miyawasu dared to say such a thing in front of himself. I definitely have to teach him a good lesson with the head hammer. It's disgusting. Miyagi, who was on the side, walked to Sakuraji's side, patting Sakuraji's back with his hand. Relax. Don't be in such a rush. Sakuraji nodded and turned back to the basket. Miyagi couldn't see Sakuraji's expression. He didn't know how much he listened to his own words. Kanon has the ball. Takasago passes the ball straight to Shinichi Maki. Shinichi Maki stands outside the three-point line with the ball. Seeing an opportunity to take advantage of, Shinichi Maki saw an opportunity. Pass to Miyawasu at the three-point line. Miyawasu faced Sakuraji with the ball. Don't try to score easily. Sakuraji stared into Miyawasu's eyes. Facing Sakuraji Hanamichi's defense, Miyawasu didn't even fake it. He shot directly and chose to pull. This is indeed a very bold move. Not to mention the height gap between him and Sakuraji, even if they are the same height. Against a defensive player like Sakuraji who can run and jump, direct dry pulling is also very stressful. Even Tatsuhiko, not fully sure. Nor will he choose dry drawing directly in front of Sakuraji. The difficulty is indeed a bit high. However, Sakuraji is really out of shape in this game. Next second. Snapped. Another thug foul. The key is a thug foul outside the three-point line. 3 free throws. This is equivalent to giving 3 points directly to Kanon. A three-point shooter like Miyawasu. Mid-range free throws won't be much of a problem. The big problem now is Sakuraji. A distraught Sakuraji Hanamichi fouled again. Playing time is not long, but Sakuraji was already on 3 fouls. If Sakuraji is in a foul crisis, in the end, even 5 commits end. Shohoku's insiders are all but Akaji. There will be no one else. The pressure on the already stretched inside players will only increase. Coach Gauto's plan is really good. Fujima folded his hands on his chest and said softly, it seems that Kanon also discovered the uncertainty of Shohoku. If you get Sakuraji down, the situation was really different then. Fujima's eyes go to Miyawasu, who is taking free throws. Got it. If the free throw hits, the score will be overtaken. This is the first time Kanon has taken the lead so far. This lead is likely to last for a long time. There was some helplessness in Fujima's eyes. Tatsuhiko's influence on Shohoku is indeed a bit big. Although Kid Rukawa is present, most of them are singles. Now Shohoku's rhythm is completely led by Kanon. Unconsciously, Tatsuhiko has become an important rhythm metronome for Shohoku. Kanon should be able to maintain the lead until the second half of the game, but unexpectedly, Kanon has such a three-point shooter. Hanagata nods. He also couldn't see that there was such a character in Kanon. Kanon aside, Ashan watched the changes on the field, and Kanon overtook the score. As expected of the coach, I saw Sakuraji Hanamichi's weakness at a glance. The high-headed coach turned his eyes wisely. Now Sakuraji Hanamichi has committed 3 fouls and crossed the inside line. Ayako's eyes widened. I can't see that guy's three-point ability is so stable. Kogure was sweating and worried. With 3 free throws hit. Instead of letting it die, let it swell. Looking at the time of the first half, Coach Anze smiled slightly. But if Miyagi defends, it will be self-defeating. That guy wants speed but no speed, and he wants to run but not move. He can only make 3-pointers with one hand, which is useless. Coach Anze gave him an approving look. Tatsuhiko's analysis hits the nail on the head. Immediately afterwards, that guy only had 3-pointers. The purpose was to make him P***s off Sakuragi Hanamichi and make him mess up. Kanon wanted to take the opportunity to chase points. Tatsuhiko spoke. The audience seethed. Kanon must win. At the same time, the morale of Kanon's cheerleading team is soaring. Let me play. Coach Anze. Kanon managed to overtake the score. Pause time. Kanon overtook, and Shohoku was in trouble. That Sakuragi Hanamichi guy is totally P***D off. Tatsuhiko stood up. Chapter 116. Wow. With the whistle sounded, the first half is over. The score of the two teams came to 48-52. Shohoku trailed by 4 points. Within 5 minutes, Shohoku's offense was in a very awkward position. Inside, Akagi has an offensive ability, but facing Takasago's defense around the front, there are few chances to catch the ball. And Sakuragi was very uncomfortable being defended by Miyawasu. Miyagi facing Shinichi Maki, able to deftly evade pressing defenses. It is not easy to successfully dribble across half-court. This man-to-man press defense. The pressure on the point guard is greatest. Miyagi took a deep breath and walked off the court tiredly. The defensive pressure is really full. Kid Rukawa on the side was also a little out of breath. He and Mitsui were the ones who got marked the worst during the 5 minutes. During these 5 minutes, all of Shohoku's offensive pressure was on him and Mitsui, and he was treated the best. A body bag for 2 people. Even him. In the face of this kind of double-teaming situation, it is also difficult to guarantee one's hit rate. And Mitsui is even worse. He was directly posted to death by Kyoto Nobunaga. This guy is like a candy. Follow Mitsui all over the place. Fortunately, Mitsui's movement awareness is quite good. Akagi and Sakuragi in the post also provided a lot of screens for Mitsui's off-ball moves. Otherwise, Mitsui probably won't even catch the ball. The audience outside the stadium kept talking. Shohoku was overtaken. Kanon's tactic is good. I didn't expect that after Tatsuhiko left the field, the impact on the situation would be so great. Shohoku has nothing to do against press and double teams. Without Tatsuhiko on the court, Shohoku doesn't even have a tackler. Aren't Kid Rukawa and Mitsui attacking all the time? Their shooting percentage is not low. It's just that Kanon's close defense is too strong. Listening to the discussion in the audience, Fujima folded his hands on his chest. I thought about it. Many viewers really don't have a deep understanding of basketball. Kanon's strategy has always been very clear. It is relying on the personal abilities of Shinichi Maki and Soichiro Jin to open up the situation, create space for teammates. The last two rely on their personal ability to end the game. As for tactics to limit Shohoku, it is aimed at Shohoku's weak inside defense, and Sakuragi is still a beginner. Coach Gauto's observation ability is indeed very strong. The means of handling are also very beautiful, but Coach Anze should have responded. 810 and Shohoku, without Tatsuhiko on the court, is also weaker on both ends of the floor. Hanagata on the side spoke. The first goal in the second half was crucial. Haruko and the others looked slightly worried. Shohoku fell behind. I thought they would be able to keep their lead until the second half, even to the end of the game, but unexpectedly, Shohoku was overtaken in the end. Haruko looked at Shohoku's resting area. Their faces were not as dignified and serious as they had imagined. On the contrary, the atmosphere is somewhat relaxed. Tatsuhiko's face is talking and laughing. Haruko felt relieved. Since Tatsuhiko is so calm, it shows that they must have the confidence to win. At this time, trust them just fine. Mayuradai's audience. Murasame Kengo shrugged with a smile on his face. It seems that Kanon is better. Even though he doesn't like Kanon, he's happy to see Shohoku deflated. Kazuo Araki disagreed. Tatsuhiko will definitely return in the second half, and Kanon's tactics against Sakuragi Hanamichi will definitely be greatly reduced. Before he finished speaking, Kengo Murasame directly interrupted Kazuo Araki. Don't trust Tatsuhiko too much, that's just a first grader. Murasame said in a deep voice. What's more, Tatsuhiko is very strong, but his opponent is Shinichi Maki. His words revealed deep unwillingness. Although after the match with Shohoku, he also read Tatsuhiko's data summary, but he didn't feel that deeply on the court. It was as if Tatsuhiko just took the shot, passed the pass, and won the game. And they were helpless. Naturally, he couldn't appreciate how powerful Tatsuhiko really is. Araki Kazuo shook his head. His eyes are full of seriousness. Tatsuhiko is stronger than you can imagine. It can even be said that if Shohoku wins this competition, Tatsuhiko may be able to judge this year's #1 high school student in Kanagawa Prefecture. Murasame looked astonished. The first high school student in the first year of high school? Kazuo Araki nodded seriously. Personal ability, court effect, statistics, team performance. Which one is not the best? Do you still think he is not good enough? Morongyu suddenly fell silent. He never considered Kazuo Araki's statement carefully. From this point of view, it is true. Kanon aside, Coach Gautu nodded in satisfaction and encouraged everyone. Played very well, now we are leading. Just keep this state until the end of the game. Coach Gautu immediately praised Miyawasu. Good job, Miyawasu. Miyawasu smiled shyly. It was the first time he was praised by the high head coach in front of so many people. The score was widened in the second half. Whether it was outside or inside, we had the advantage. Coach Gautu didn't pay much attention to Guan-e. Turn around and arrange the tactics for the second half. Kyoto is off the court. God is on the court. We need to increase our outside shooting ability. Kyoto was dissatisfied, but did not object. He is very clear. His shooting ability is the biggest shortcoming, and the scoring efficiency of hitting the basket guarded by Akagi is not too high. This moment must take this aspect into consideration, as long as Kanon wins. Shohoku aside, the faces of Ayako and the others were not very good-looking. Shohoku's lead from the start was overtaken. This is actually not the most important thing. Important. Kanon's momentum has completely risen. Now they are like the King's Division of Kanagawa County. This invisible pressure, it's on almost everyone's mind. But Coach Anze still had a smile on his face. The game isn't over yet. Coach Anze comforts Sakuraji Hanamichi. You have made great progress and performed very well. Keep up the good work. Sakuraji turned into the complacent look just now. That's for sure. I'm a genius, Daddy. Leave Kanon to me. I'll definitely take them down, idiot. Kid Rukawa on the side complained softly. Dead fox. What are you talking about? Sakuraji glared at the cold Kid Rukawa aside. Tatsuhiko looked at the sweaty Kid Rukawa, stood up and proposed. Kid Rukawa, take a rest and replenish your strength. Let me play, coach. Coach Anze nodded in agreement. Kid Rukawa in the final minutes of the first half. It was indeed very hard work. He and Mitsui made multiple double-team shots against 2 or more players. In the last 5 minutes, thanks to the duo of Kid Rukawa and Mitsui, the score was barely guaranteed by Kanon. Kid Rukawa, sweating, acquiesced to Tatsuhiko's statement. After Tatsuhiko left the field, he felt a lot of physical exertion. After all, he and Mitsui should carry the offensive banner. And the game obviously didn't end within this period of time. Almost everyone knows very well, the end time of this game must be in the last 3 minutes. Recharge your batteries now. That's the most important thing. Tatsuhiko turned to look at Miyagi. You go defend Miyawasu. Let Sakuraji Hanamichi defend Shinichi Maki. Everyone in Shohoku was a little surprised. Sakuraji Hanamichi defending Shinichi Maki? Is it reliable? Tatsuhiko looked at everyone's questioning eyes and smiled softly. Don't underestimate our talented players. Then he turned to look at Sakuraji Hanamichi. You can do it. Sakuraji Hanamichi had a grateful face. That means Tatsuhiko trusts him completely. Tatsuhiko didn't just teach him great offensive and defensive skills. He also taught him how to play basketball, how to practice basketball better and faster. This is so important to Sakuraji. He didn't understand this at all before. Every time I was forced to train the basics by Ayako. Beta. He is a young monk who recites scriptures. There is no intention, although I have gone through these basic movements with my hands. But when it comes time to use it, but found that none of them came out. Thank you so much, Tatsuhiko. Sakuraji said to Tatsuhiko gratefully. But Tatsuhiko didn't think so. Sakuraji Hanamichi doesn't follow the rules at all. Even Shinichi Maki might not be able to guess it. And Sakuraji Hanamichi's slam dunk was unstoppable. Shinichi Maki could also be fouled. Anyway, Miyagi can't keep Shinichi Maki at all. Then let's try it with Sakuraji. Give it a go and turn your bike into a motorcycle. Then whispered to Miyagi in a low voice. Miyagi's expression changed. You guy, are you going to start again? Miyagi's voice fell. The others immediately understood what Tatsuhiko meant. Just like the previous few games, Tatsuhiko is about to take out his ultra-long three-pointer again. Have to say, this ultra-long three-point technique is a bit too strong. It has the same strike capability as strategic nuclear weapons. The point is that Tatsuhiko is too accurate. This is outrageous. There are actually people who actually practice this technique. How do you feel about this game? Miyagi Ryota asked softly. Generally, it's okay. But there's no big problem, Tatsuhiko said confidently. Then suppress their momentum, Mitsui added. Tatsuhiko didn't object, grinning. Since Kanan wants to compete for 3 points, let's compare. Then look at Mitsui. Aren't you going to have a few? To fight that Soichiro-jin? Mitsui looked excited. Just what I want. It had been a long time since he felt this kind of blood boiling. 3-point comparison with the super sharpshooter of Kanagawa Prefecture. It was so exciting. Such words. Only Tatsuhiko dares to say that. Dare not say otherwise, but the confidence in the 3-pointer. Even Mitsui is far inferior to Tatsuhiko. Akagi looked at the confident crowd and roared loudly. Shohoku must win. Yasuda and others also cheered. Several people and Tatsuhiko folded their hands together and shouted with enthusiasm. Shohoku must win. The whistle sounded. The game continues. Watch Tatsuhiko play. The audience outside the stadium became excited. Look, Tatsuhiko is playing again. This game looks good again. Tatsuhiko is on the stage, but the red-haired boy is still there. Isn't that Shohoku's loophole? Some viewers disagree. Many of them are Shohoku fans. Don't underestimate that guy's rebounding ability. The redhead's rebounding ability is what Shohoku needs most at this stage. That kid's bounce is indeed a bit too strong. The audience is looking forward to Tatsuhiko's performance after his debut. The rest of Kanan's eyes were on Tatsuhiko. Is this guy finally going to F***K? And God's eyes locked on Mitsui. When off the field, Mitsui faced the defense and scored consecutively. Shohoku tied the score with Kiirukawa. If not for him and Kiirukawa, I'm afraid the game has long been one-sided. The former middle school MVP, he also wanted to meet for a while. Early years. When Mitsui was MVP, he was just a frail student. At that time, Mitsui was the hottest person in Kanagawa Prefecture. He has a super 3-point ability, a solid mid-range shot, and a very good breakthrough ability. These abilities are placed on a person. That's enough to make him a starter on a high school team. And all concentrated on one person. This is completely the ace performance of a team. Soichiro-jin thinks about it sometimes. Shinichi Maki's 3-point ability compared to Mitsui's. There are still many shortcomings. Mitsui, whose debut is the pinnacle, has been invited by almost all Kanagawa universities, including the Kanan team at the time, also joined in the pursuit of Hisashi Mitsui. That made them dim in the same class. Compared to Mitsui, they are like Chinese cabbages on the street, and they have already caught a lot. It's a pity to throw it away. It's tasteless to eat. It's tasteless. But what I didn't expect was, Mitsui rejected almost all invitations from prestigious schools. He insisted on joining the Shohoku team. After that, Mitsui was said to be injured and gave up basketball. When I first heard the news, Soichiro-jin is still a little pity. He has always regarded Mitsui as his imaginary enemy. But I didn't expect that Mitsui didn't persist until later. Finally gave up on basketball. I thought that the memory of Mitsui would end here. But Shohoku's game made him see the familiar Mitsui again. That familiar gesture will never be forgotten. I'm the one who wins this time, Soichiro-jin said silently in his heart. He also has a reason why he absolutely cannot lose. When I was in middle school, I lost to Mitsui. But fate is so similar. Let the two meet again in the final game of the county competition. You can't lose this time. And on the side, Tatsuhiko looked at Shinichi Maki and smiled lightly. Shinichi Maki-senpai, who do you think will win this match? Shinichi Maki was a little puzzled. Tatsuhiko's question is too strange. Of course it's us. We will never lose. Shinichi Maki said confidently. They are King Kanan. How is it possible to lose to Shohoku? No matter how many times you play, the result is the same. The only ones who win are them. Kanan. Tatsuhiko smiled and shook his head. No, you're wrong, senior. Tatsuhiko turned to look at all the audience. I declare that from the moment I enter the stage, the game is over. The sound was not loud, but it spread to the ears of everyone present. Pause time. The audience is boiling. Chapter 117. There was an instant silence for 10 seconds. Then there was a heated discussion. It's too arrogant. Doesn't he know what opponent he is facing? Their opponent is Shinichi Maki, the strongest Kanan high school. How dare Tatsuhiko? I just like Tatsuhiko's confident attitude. Come on, Tatsuhiko. The winner of this match must be Shohoku. No problem. It's a good thing to be confident. Long Yin. Come on. Shohoku, come on. The entire auditorium was completely divided into two factions. Fans of Kanan think Tatsuhiko's tone is really serious. Be careful, though. The wind flashes its tongue. Shohoku's opponent is not Kano Mayuradai and his ilk. Not even a top 4 team like Shoyo Ryanen. They are King Kanon, the strongest team in Kanagawa Prefecture. Shohoku fans, on the other hand, support Tatsuhiko's statement. This is the performance of confidence. From the beginning of the county competition until now, Tatsuhiko never disappoints. No matter who Shohoku's opponent is, no matter what the situation in Shohoku looks like, Tatsuhiko is long as debut. It will certainly be able to completely reverse the situation in Shohoku, as long as Tatsuhiko is present. Shohoku just can't lose. Shinichi Maki smiled lightly. Then see if you have the ability. There are too many people who talk big in front of Shinichi Maki every year. Last year's Fujima, Hanagata, including Fish Live Sendo, even many opponents in the national competition. They are all confident and want to step on Kanon to become a super team. But without exception, in the end, it all became a stepping stone for Kanon. This year's Shohoku will be any exception. The game continues. Team Kanon serves. Takasago passes to Shinichi Maki. Surprisingly, Miyagi didn't defend. Instead, Sakuragi Hanamichi ran up. Look at how I can defend against you, middle-aged man. Sakuragi shouted loudly. Shinichi Maki's face darkened. If Sakuragi didn't say the last 3 words, maybe he will feel better. The audience was surprised. Sakuragi Hanamichi defending AMU? Isn't this just a reward? I can't hold it at all. Has Shohoku given up already? One thing to say, it's not impossible. Sakuragi's physical fitness is not inferior to AMU. You say that, and I feel the same way. Sakuragi is actually not good at defensive details, but he is not too far behind AMU physically. No matter what, it will be much better than Miyagi's defense. Miyagi really can't defend AMU at all. Shinichi Maki is indifferent. It doesn't matter if it's you or Miyagi. Stop talking nonsense, middle-aged man. Try breaking through me, Sakuragi said confidently. Shinichi Maki shook his head, then looked at Miyawasu, only to find him blocked by Miyagi. Shinichi Maki frowned. This is not easy to handle. The task originally assigned by the coach was to get 2 outside shooters. Miyawasu finds touch with Soichiro Jin, and Tatsuhiko has completely killed God. Miyagi blocked Miyawasu firmly. There isn't even room for 2 shooters on the perimeter to connect with the ball. Forget it. I'll do it myself. Shinichi Maki's body leaned against Sakuragi. Then a turn easily past Sakuragi Hanamichi. So fast. Sakuragi was a little confused. Although it's not the first time I've seen people turning their backs. But Shinichi Maki is much faster than Tatsuhiko. In terms of back strength, there is also a huge gap between the 2 sides. Shinichi Maki, who completed the breakthrough, went straight into the penalty area. He hits the paint. Want to create scoring opportunities for teammates. As predicted, Shohoku side, Sakuragi Hanamichi close behind. And the other person is a dragon set against Wu. Shinichi Maki's breakthrough threat is simply too great. And because Akagi has to defend Takasago, he can't leave the position of the basket at will. It was Tatsuhiko who helped defend Shinichi Maki. Shinichi Maki finds a chance and passes the ball to Muto. Muto catches the ball. Immediately get into the act of shooting. Nearby Miyagi helps. Muto cast a false pass to Miyawasu outside the line. Then remind loudly. Miyawasu, one more shot. The passing line of this ball is really beautiful. The audience outside the stadium was a little surprised. Shinichi Maki's breakout gets a good shot for the mid-range Muto. Muto, who could have made a direct shot, draws to Miyagi's defense. Immediately choose to pass to an outside line. The outside shooters have been waiting for a long time. Raising your hand is a long-range 3-point shot. This kind of running position cooperates with tactics. It is difficult to practice without going through a long period of running in and cooperation. And as the basketball perfectly moved from the inside to the outside again, Kanon also got a chance to hit a 3-pointer. The score appears to be heading for a double-digit margin. Take it in stride. Miyawasu saw that there was no one in front of him. Excitedly clenched his fists. It's a good shot. He directly raised his hand to shoot. But just raised your hand. A black shadow came out from inside. Snapped. He slapped the basketball in Miyawasu's hand hard. Tatsuhiko fly block at the same time shouted loudly. I have seen through your actions a long time ago. Tatsuhiko, who helped defend Shinichi Maki, found a perfect opportunity. Big Hat Miyawasu completed a perfect defense. Tatsuhiko's defensive awareness is so good. He was running outside after seeing the pass from Shinichi Maki. Tatsuhiko should have known from the very beginning that Kanon was going to play outside. The last thing I expected was Muto raising his hand to shoot. He was not worried at all. This is really outrageous. The height gap between Muto and Miyagi is so big. If Muto pulls up and shoots, he won't be blocked at all. Kanon also played very well in this attack. Guan Yi's shooting space is not too small. His height is too low, his shooting point is low, and his shooting speed is not fast enough. Spectators outside the court also noticed Mayawasu's shooting problems. Although Mayawasu's three-pointers are also very accurate, but his height is really too low. Even for jump shots, the release point is very low. Plus Mayawasu's lack of strength. The release speed when shooting is not very fast. Mayawasu obviously has a similar shooting motion to Soichiro-jin, but it looks like it's in slow motion. It is also for this reason, and that's Mayawasu's biggest problem. Even with a precise three-pointer, it is difficult to play as a spot-up shooter. Can only enter the game as a raider. And Miyagi also found the right opportunity to grab the basketball. Flew all the way to Kanon's backcourt. How can Mayawasu, who only has shooting ability, catch up with Miyagi? I can only watch the figure getting further and further away. Miyagi throws a hook. Easy layup. The audience admires Miyagi's movements. It's really smooth and flowing movements, although he is a little lower, but the movements are very silky. The coordination is also very good, and the fast break is also very fast. Miyagi is the best template for a small player. Although the long-range shooting ability is average, and the lethality in the middle distance is not enough, but Miyagi's fast attack is still very powerful. He plays well with Tatsuhiko too, and Shohoku's perimeter is really strong. The audience admired Shohoku's players from the bottom of their hearts. At the same time, there are also discerning viewers who have discovered it. Coach Anze's adjustment this time is really very spiritual. On matchups, all but Sakuragi Hanamichi was pinned down by Shinichi Maki. In other positions, it seems that Shohoku has the upper hand. Kanon struggled to open up a 4-point gap late in the first half. The second half began to guess less than half a minute. It has become only 2 points away. And because of Mayawasu defending Miyagi, in Mayawasu's place, has turned into a defensive black hole. Miyagi wants to break through Mayawasu. It should not be too simple. And Mayawasu, whose feet are not flexible enough and whose speed is not fast enough, wants to get rid of Miyagi's defense. It is even more difficult. This adjustment by Coach Anze is really beautiful. Mu Shun. A solemn look flashed across Xiang's steady face. If the ball just now hadn't been for Tatsuhiko's defense, it would have been scored. Have 2 consecutive fake pitches been seen through? There was some fear in his eyes. Tatsuhiko, this guy. In the end, it is too sensitive. Still have seen through their offensive routines. If it's the former, fine. It is impossible for him to feel sharp all the time. But if the latter, that would be kind of bad. Kanon doesn't actually have much offensive play. Most of them are tactics tailored for Shinichi Maki and Soichiro-jin. If tactics are taken by Tatsuhiko Watt's full insight, I'm afraid Soichiro-jin will definitely be locked up. Think about it. Shinichi Maki immediately reminded God. Pick and roll. It is necessary to create shooting space for God. I can't go on being led by the nose by Shohoku like this. Ashun was also slightly dignified and nodded. He also felt this oppressive feeling. The second half begins. Shohoku's defensive strength seemed to be raised to a higher level in an instant. More importantly, he hasn't touched a basketball for a long time. This is for a shooter. Is fatal. Soon, Kanon continues to serve. Shinichi Maki dribbles left and right and makes it past Sakuragi with ease. Then pass to Soichiro-jin. Facing Mitsui defense. Soichiro-jin dribbles through the crotch. Then run towards the top of the arc. Mitsui followed closely behind. However, but was blocked by Shinichi Maki. God saw the empty seat. A direct 3-point hit. Open the score again. Ask for flowers. This ball finally stabilized the morale of the army. It also confirmed AMU's idea. Tatsuhiko didn't see through their offense. The first couple of steals were just pure touch. To be honest, it is a defense with a gambling nature. Good luck. Let Tatsuhiko bet. That can contribute to great defense. But if you are unlucky, that's basically 2 points for nothing. Think here. Shinichi Maki finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Soichiro-jin is not locked, the winner must be Kanon. On Kanon's bench, there was joy. Hooray. God is going to use his strength too. This is the first 3-pointer made by Senior Ashun. It seems that Senior Ashun is also feeling hot today. Ashun's 3-point shooting has always been the most stable in Nagawa Prefecture. The tall coach looked proud. The two cooperate because they can be stopped. Shinichi Maki and Soichiro-jin. These two people are Kanon's Dinghei Shenzhen. Soichiro Jin's three-point shot is not like Tatsuhiko's. How to throw how there. The feel is like throwing 4 and 5 ultra-long three-pointers in a row. The key is to get in. It looked horrible. Not so with Soichiro Jin. His biggest characteristic is stability. No matter how anxious and tense the game is, his three-pointers can be hit steadily at the most critical time. And Shinichi Maki was able to prepare and deliver the shells to Soichiro Jin's hands. The cooperation of these two people is invincible. Shohoku must lose. And on the field, Akaji's face was serious, feeling uneasy in his heart. Kanagawa's leading scorer, Soichiro Jin, also began to exert strength. Be sure to cheer up for the next game. If you let Soichiro Jin throw the touch, that hit rate is not much worse than Tatsuhiko and Mitsui. Shohoku holds the ball. Akaji casts a glance at Sakuraji Hanamichi, who asks for the ball. Just ignore it. He passes to Miyagi. Sakuraji Hanamichi with the ball? In his opinion, this is completely impossible. To know, Shohoku has absolutely no shortage of scorers and drives. Shohoku's ball is indistinguishable in more cases. Whether it's Tatsuhiko Kid Rukawa or Mitsui, these three masters are all excellent singles players. The former Akaji and Miyagi were also singles players. Also for the team, Akaji and Miyagi gradually became what they are now. They also sacrificed a lot for victory. As for Sakuraji, might be able to attack with the ball next year. Miyagi just got the ball. Tatsuhiko beckons for the ball. Miyagi here. Miyagi glanced at Tatsuhiko and passed the ball directly to Tatsuhiko without thinking too much. After receiving the ball, Tatsuhiko stepped up the half-court, and there is no sign of moving forward. In an instant, the entire audience held their breath. Is it coming again? Ultra-long three-pointer. It's definitely not a flash in the pan. This guy really has the confidence to shoot in this position. How could anyone actually practice shooting from this position? Just kidding, it's just dribbling. Lucky ball? Go ask the Shoyo players in the front row to see if they think it's a bad ball. Shinichi Maki rolled his eyes. I won't let you succeed. As soon as the voice fell, both Muto and he jumped directly at Tatsuhiko. Follow the record. Tatsuhiko shot 100% from the field and midfield. They have always been very afraid. No one dared to bet on whether Tatsuhiko's ultra-long three-pointer was luck. If not luck, wouldn't that just give Shohoku the chance to score? This is absolutely not possible. He looked at the two who rushed forward. The corners of Tatsuhiko's mouth curled up. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Then he yelled loudly. Sakuraji, catch the ball. See the double-team formation of the two. Tatsuhiko slams the basketball into Kanan's backcourt with a powerful right hand. This is Tatsuhiko's real plan. He's been testing from the start to see how afraid Kanan is of his deep threes. If Kanan doesn't care at all, thought his was just a ball of luck. Words that can no longer be reproduced. He's about to teach the pompous Kanan a lesson. But if Kanan is very afraid of his ultra-long three-pointers, even sent two people to double-team him, then the game is completely over. For against three in the front court, such a simple ball. Either one of Shohoku is an easy hit. And this, it was also the core of Shohoku's training during this time. If you rely on Tatsuhiko's super long range to open up the offensive space for the Shohoku team, a figure jumped up from the bottom corner. Boom. Alley-oop. Pause time. Everyone at the scene was shocked by Chuan. Chapter 118. Oh my god, that shot was so beautiful. Is that ball really something an average high school student can do? The pass is very beautiful, and the key dunk is also very beautiful. This talent is really great. Talent's visible to the naked eye. These two people are too good. The audience was completely excited. This kind of ball can actually be seen in high school games. Precise passing, strength, and distance control are just right. This kind of ball not only requires super personal ability, but also needs a very perfect tacit cooperation. Otherwise, this kind of ball will either be buckled, either the ball is passed too high and cannot be reached at all. But the combination of Tatsuhiko and Sakuraji is really good. This kind of ultra-difficult empty pick is also easy to come by. The bounce of the red-haired boy is also terrifying. Muramame Kingo muttered to himself. Although it is not the first time I have seen Shohoku's imaginative and talented lob dunk, but every time I see it I am still amazed. This is a total monster. The average player is really hard to do. Only the Shohoku team dares to think and can do such a slam dunk. Kanan cheerleading misfire this ball is too explosive. Some of them already don't know what to say. With Tatsuhiko on the court, Shohoku was a completely different team. Not only can each of them perform their duties and complete what they need to do offensively, Even Mitsui Kid Rukawa broke out in turn. Now there is an operation of passing the ball in the middle of the field. So imaginative. Even Kanon fans can't help but like Shohoku a little bit. The style of the ball is gorgeous and full of imaginative history in the audience. Haruko put his hands to his lips, a little in disbelief. The cooperation of Sakuragi Hanamichi and Tatsuhiko. Although this is not the first time the two have cooperated. 570, but most of the time Tatsuhiko is the main player and Sakuragi is the assistant. As a beginner, Sakuragi has made great progress. But cooperate with teammates on this aspect. He is still a little too immature. This is no wonder How much can you expect from a beginner? But this ball is really beautiful. Perfectly shows Sakuragi's talent in the eyes of all audiences. Even the most discerning viewers have to admit. This attack by Shohoku. It was really beautiful. Mito Yohei and others stared wide-eyed, already shocked speechless. Several members of Sakuragi's gang looked at each other. Is this really the Sakuragi we know? Sakuragi seems to really like basketball. This move seems to have been practiced usually. Mito Yohei whispered. That's right, but this shot is really beautiful, and there is still such an offensive method. Nozomi Takamiya said excitedly. It's kind of like the one we watched on TV the other day, and that one got offensive. Mito Yohei on the side laughed. It's kind of like, Sakuragi, maybe he can become a great basketball superstar in the future. Shoyo sighed. Fujima was equally taken aback. This kind of cooperation requires a high level of tacit understanding between the two sides. Obviously, the tacit understanding between Tatsuhiko and Sakuragi is very high. This kind of tacit understanding was totally unexpected by Fujima. These guys in Shohoku have made a lot of progress during this time, Fujima said in a deep voice. In the last match, the Shohoku players did not have such a tacit cooperation. It's more about Tatsuhiko threading the needle and assisting teammates. But now, that's less than a month away. Q equals plus equals %. Is the tacit understanding between Tatsuhiko and Sakuragi so good? Hanagata sighed. Even I may not be able to catch the ball. Can't you get it too? Hanagata. Hasegawa on the side was a little taken aback, turning to look at Sakuragi with a smug face. Is that guy's bounce faster than yours? Hanagata. Did you just find out? Taku Itu on the side had a puzzled expression on his face. Sakuragi Hanamichi and Tatsuhiko are two of the best bouncers in Kanagawa Prefecture. Who said that? Fujima was also a little curious. Although he also feels that Sakuragi Hanamichi and Tatsuhiko bounce very well. But the best in Kanagawa? Is this a bit exaggerated? There are so many teams in Kanagawa Prefecture. There are countless players. Was it directly selected as the first? Taku Itu waved the magazine in his hand. I bought a copy when I was passing by just now, and I feel that there are some places where the writing is quite reasonable. Looking at the Basketball Kingdom magazine in Taku Itu's hand, everyone in Shoyo was a little helpless. What age is this? How could anyone believe in such a thing as a magazine? Kanon people. The high-headed coach's shrewd face was full of shock. He stopped the movement of the cattail fan in his hand and muttered to himself. I've been coaching for many years, and I've seen a lot of lobs. It's very difficult to do lobs at this level, especially the level of pass control just now. I'm afraid even AMU doesn't have it. The tall coach took a deep breath. His eyes went to Tatsuhiko. Could it be that this guy's organizational ability has already surpassed that of AMU? But it is too impossible to think about it. Interlacing is like a mountain, even more so on the basketball court. The gap between point guards and small forwards is too great. And it's just high school. While possessing super scoring ability, do you have excellent organizational skills? How can there be such a player in high school? Kyoto clenched his fists involuntarily. Damn it. These two bastards really stole the limelight. He has thought of it. How would Sakuragi slam dunk and taunt him triumphantly? And shitty Tatsuhiko. What kind of expression will it be? But even with a critical eye, Kyoto couldn't find a problem with the ball either. Good pass. The slam dunk is perfect. Did the previous Shohoku have such a perfect fit? Kyoto Nobunaga sighed with some emotion. It turns out that Shohoku has become so strong without knowing it. Shohoku Saitayako and others exclaimed. He kept rubbing his eyes with his hands. I can't believe it. Sakuragi Hanamichi can still do this trick? Kogure sighed. Tatsuhiko's passing was really good. Kid Rukawa's eyes moved. Even if it was him, he didn't expect it at all. Even Coach Anze was shocked. Can high school students do this empty pick? Yasuda and other substitutes stared wide-eyed. Can't believe it. Sakuragi and Tatsuhiko work together so well. These two must have secretly practiced coordination. Field. Shinichi Maki and Muto exchanged glances. They all saw the shock in each other's eyes. Impossible. Impossible. Muto muttered to himself. His face was full of disbelief. This ball has completely exceeded his acceptable range. Simply unimaginable. How did the ball come out? Isn't that kid Tatsuhiko still in midfield? How dare you throw it directly at the basket? And so was the red-haired kid. If one dares to throw it, the other dares to catch it? So fast and so straight basketball. If you hit him, you will definitely knock people down. Dare to jump up and take it? Muto has completely sunk into self-denial. There is one thing to say. He faced this kind of road number that he had never seen before. There is no ability to parry at all. 3 points that's outrageous enough. Unexpectedly, the halftime alley-oop broke his endurance limit. Why do these people play like this? Muto whispered angrily. A trace of helplessness flashed in the eyes of Mu Shun at the side. This is actually what he wanted to say. Coach Anze on this front. Really the best coach in Kanagawa Prefecture. There will be no restrictions on players at all. Things on the pitch are up to the players. This is what Coach Anze thinks. It is also because of the attack. Tatsuhiko can play so freely. In addition to the specific ball to run tactical offense, the remaining ball rights are completely at their own disposal. Play how you want. With the whistle of the referee, scoring is valid. Player Kanan felt his mind go blank for a moment. This ball is somewhat beyond common sense. Even the Shohoku players on one side. Also full of shock. It's not that they doubt Tatsuhiko's strength. Just shocked by Sakuraji's strength. How did this guy fly so high? When was he and Tatsuhiko? I secretly practiced such a skill. Akagi and the others opened their mouths in disbelief. Tatsuhiko looked at Shinichi Maki in front of him and smiled lightly. I said, the game is declared over. Shinichi Maki didn't reply, just turned around lightly. In the moment of turning around, his eyes seemed to be burning with fighting spirit. This moment, he was thoroughly aroused by Tatsuhiko to win. King of Kanagawa Prefecture. It's time to show his full strength. And in the audience outside the stadium suddenly felt that the air was pulled away. They stared blankly at the king of Kanagawa Prefecture. Shinichi Maki earnest expression. Can't help muttering to himself. Is Shinichi Maki finally serious too? The game is just beginning now. Seriously, Shinichi Maki, but no team in Kanagawa wants to face it. Kanan has the ball. Takasago calmed down. He took a deep breath and passed the ball to Shinichi Maki Emu. It seems that the game is not that simple. I thought it was a match against Shohoku, although there may be some waves. But the ups and downs are not great. The final winners are only Kanan. But the actual game is not like that at all. The first half of the game, their score was suppressed throughout. It wasn't until Tatsuhiko went off that he overtook the score. In the beginning of the second half, it was Shohoku's stormy attack. 4-point advantage. In an instant, nothing remained. The scoring explosiveness of this team is really terrifying. Even Takasago. Now I don't have much confidence in Kanan's victory. The strength of Shohoku. It has greatly exceeded his imagination. Mushin with a dignified look, Takasago was relieved. The second half is the key to the game. The game is not over yet. Shinichi Maki catches and pushes the ball. Sakuraji Hanamichi immediately stepped forward to block. He smiled smugly. Ha ha ha, this is the strength of this genius. Shinichi Maki is also admirable. As an opponent, you are still very strong. That has to be, middle-aged man. I'm the captain of Shohoku in the future. Sakuraji continued to speak proudly. When he came to his senses, suddenly, I found that there was no one in front of me. Just when Sakuraji was still triumphant. Shinichi Maki is just one step away. Go straight past Sakuraji Hanamichi. How despicable, Chinese. Sakuraji shouted, and chased immediately. The auditorium on the sidelines let out joyous laughter. Please, do you still expect the other party to salute you like an ancient knight? It really is an idiot. This guy has a body but no brains. It's kind of cute, this Shohoku Taiengo exhibition. This is the red-haired boy we are familiar with. He is still so serious. I am not used to it. There were cheers from the audience. Many of them actually shouted Sakuraji's name. This is indeed understandable. Sakuraji's slam dunk is nothing like Tatsuhiko's graceful lightness. He's more of a violent slam dunk. This is for many viewers who advocate violent aesthetics. Already very addictive. Plus Sakuraji's somewhat offline character. He is more real than any player. And he has absolutely no player baggage. That's what a star player should do. This simply doesn't exist for Sakuraji. He is what he should be. This is also very addictive. Eyes back to the field. Shinichi Maki directly assaulted the inside line. Looking at Tatsuhiko inside the line, he looked provocative. Tatsuhiko naturally knew what he meant. Step up to help defend Sakuragi Hanamichi. For Shinichi Maki, he didn't dare to be too big. Shinichi Maki greets the two. Directly staged a mid-air change of hands. Get 2 points. Shinichi Maki landed firmly. No stay directly choose to return to defense. And remind everyone of Kanon loudly. Cheer up, everyone. Back to defense. Stop Shohoku's attack. Save the next goal. End the game in one go. Tatsuhiko landed, looked at Shinichi Maki encouraging his teammates. A smile appeared on his face involuntarily at 5.8. It appears that Shinichi Maki succeeded in being irritated. How could the old Shinichi Maki look like this? But this moment, he felt the pressure on Shohoku like never before. If you say Sano before, it is powerlessness that makes people feel hopeless, no matter how hard they try, but still can't beat the opponent. That Shohoku is a haunting pressure. They try a little harder. You can beat this team. Tatsuhiko on the side reminded everyone in Shohoku. Put out the best strength and defeat Kanon. Akagi and the others nodded firmly. This is what they have always wanted to do. Shohoku holds the ball. Tatsuhiko takes the ball directly. With Mitsui, complete a pick and roll 3. The score gradually shortened. Kanon is not to be outdone. Finally, when Shohoku tied the score, Coach Gautu once again suspended the game. Or is Shohoku led by Tatsuhiko better? There are 3 minutes left in the game. The coaches of both sides looked dignified. The score between the two sides came to 88-86. Sakuragi Hanamichi replaced, Kid Rukawa came on. The two sides came up with the strongest lineup and launched a fierce confrontation. Shohoku aspect. The firepower of the Three Musketeers is truly ferocious. Kanon trailed by 2 points. These two people have the ability to blow up a team. The ultra-high hit rate and ultra-long team projection range make them hard to defend. Substitution of Miyawasu, Kyoto came on. As time passed by every minute and every second, every next ball counts. It was Kanon led by AMU to win. Shohoku aside, the perimeter duo of Shinichi Maki and Soichiro Jin is not for nothing. And Kanon here. Chapter 119. As the game came to the last 3 minutes, Coach Anze called a timeout. The game has entered the most critical moment. The game between Kanon and Shohoku is also very metaphysical. Only a difference of 2 points. This score only needs 1 goal to fully tie. And more to this time. The core test for both sides is getting more difficult. Shohoku and Kanon. Now the competition is no longer the tactical level of the two teams. Tactical strength. The two sides are almost the same. Shohoku has even more offense than Kanon. After all, this is a team full of offensive threats. And if the outside shooter gets a better shooting space, that's what they need to think about. Kanon, on the other hand, is better defensively. Except Kyoto Nobunaga and Soichiro Jin. All of Kanon's starters are juniors. This is undoubtedly a long-term tacit cooperation for them. Have to say, we have been together day and night for 3 years. Kanon's defense can be called an iron barrel. Not even Shoyo can compete with it. Although Kanon lacks a good 1-point defensive master like Hasegawa, but whether it's Soichiro Jin, Shinichi Maki, or Kyoto Nobunaga, their defense capabilities are exceptionally good. Shohoku wanted to take points from their Kanon. It's not a very simple thing either. Both sides arrange tactics. This should be the last timeout before the end of the game. Coach Anze is very clear. The strength of Kanon and Shohoku is actually very clear. Except at point guard, Kanon has a little strength. The remaining positions are dominated by Shohoku. In this game Shinichi Maki has given it his all. Kanon aside, anxiety also appeared on the face of the tall coach. This situation surprised him too. Shohoku is tricky. I didn't expect their resilience to be so strong. Bite the score tightly. Especially Tatsuhiko. It's like Xiaoqiang who can't be beaten to death. His physical strength can be called 18 unlimited. The entire game took Kanon's defenders sprinting across the field. It's outrageous. The players defending Tatsuhiko have changed 3 times. These players are all exhausted. In contrast to Tatsuhiko, still alive and well. Another 20 minutes of typing is no problem. As far as this physical strength is concerned, it is indeed outrageous enough. Not only him, Shohoku other players too in terms of physical strength, even if man-to-man tactics are adopted. It stands to reason that Kanon's physical strength will far exceed that of Shohoku. But the game is almost over. Shohoku didn't look very tired either. This made him feel ashamed. Originally intended to use physical tactics against Shohoku, this trick also lost its effect. The tall coach could only announce helplessly. In the final time, try to give God the space to shoot. Sakuragi Hanamichi has 5 fouls, Akagi 4 fouls, and everyone except Tatsuhiko has 3 fouls. This is the best opportunity for us. Shinichi Maki wiped the sweat off his face. I will try my best to tear apart Shohoku's defense, but Takasago has already committed 4 fouls. If he is fouling, our situation is not good. Everyone in Kanen except Takasago 4 offenders. The situation of others is not optimistic. More importantly, inside without Takasago limit Akagi. Then the next 3 minutes, Shohoku will have no qualms. The closer to the basket the better to score. This is the unchanging truth. And Kanen can withstand the super pressure of Shohoku outside. Over 30 minutes of fighting Shohoku dust. It is their stronger inside strength. Support center Takasago. In this kind of strong team confrontation, it is indeed much easier to use than a defensive and offensive center like Akagi. He can have more offensive opportunities. But once Takasago is off, unrestricted Akagi can completely overwhelm Kanen in the paint. To know, Akagi is no ordinary person. He is one of the 4 major centers in Kanagawa Prefecture. Shohoku aside, the atmosphere is much more relaxed. It's just that Sakuragi Hanamichi was sullen, he vented. Damn middle-aged man. He defended Shinichi Maki, causing the last 5 fouls to leave the field. If it weren't for this damn middle-aged man's scheming, how likely he is. It is so hateful. Sakuragi thought a little angrily. Tatsuhiko patted Sakuragi Hanamichi on the shoulder and praised. Well done. Shinichi Maki is now 4 guilty. Ayako et al. Are also relieved by Sakuragi Hanamichi. Good job. After all, it's number 1 against Kanagawa. Akagi and the others also lifted their spirits. As long as you hold on to the last few minutes, you will win, Mitsui reminded. You have also committed 4 crimes, so pay attention. His words were like a basin of ice water, sprinkled on everyone's heads. Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. Akagi also gritted his teeth. Sakuragi Hanamichi has been sent off. If he's being sent off, what about the North Insider? Tatsuhiko stood up. Don't forget, they're not very good on one side either. In the last few minutes, keep the offensive rhythm. As for the defense, don't foul if it is not necessary. After all, we are still leading now. Even if there is no way to restrict them from scoring, you must ensure that you can score. Coach Anze also nodded in agreement. This situation is all too familiar to Tatsuhiko. The more critical it is, what is needed more is for the stars to stand up and solve the problem. That's why Tatsuhiko is more confident. Shohoku has no shortage of tacklers at all. Whether it's him or Kid Rukawa, or even Akagi and Mitsui. The singles ability of these 4 players is not weak at all. And it also takes into account the advantages of range. Usually Tatsuhiko hides his singles desire only for playing games. But in fact, he is a player who likes singles very much. This last moment, defense doesn't matter anymore. Just attack. As long as you don't get fouled by Shinichi Maki, give him 3 points directly. With Shinichi Maki's shooting range alone, it is difficult to overtake the advantages of these 2 points. And Soichirojin's ability to handle the ball is average. Facing Mitsui's defense, it is also difficult to complete a one-man offense with the ball. Shohoku is completely different. Kid Rukawa and Tatsuhiko, 2 ball-holding big cores. Still 2 very accurate 3-point shooters. That alone, Kanen needs to weigh again and again. What's more, there are Mitsui and Akagi on the side ready to go. As long as the score is not stretched too far, Shohoku is playing with more confidence. There are too many people who can get points for them. The best defense is an offense, Coach Anze said loudly. Shohoku cheered everyone up. Shohoku must win. Tatsuhiko was surprised. As expected of Team Kanen, even if he can score, it is difficult to limit the opponent's scoring. Especially Shinichi Maki, basically have to double-team otherwise. Breaking through the inside line is basically unstoppable. Breakthrough of Shinichi Maki. It's a little too incomprehensible. Rise. Players from both sides play. The audience stood up excitedly. Cheer for your respective teams. Come on Shohoku. Believe in you guys. Keep it up. You can beat Kanen. Come on Tatsuhiko. Keep playing like this. Keep being aggressive. You are now a superstar in Shohoku. Little San. Come on. Little San. Come on. Rukawa is handsome. Only love Tatsuhiko. At this time, it is no longer believed that Shohoku cannot defeat Kanen. The whole game has proven. The current Shohoku is on the same level as Kanen. Even on offense, Shohoku is stronger than Kanen. The fact that they lead the game proves it. Kanon hit a goal with all his might. Turning around, Shohoku's three musketeers instantly overtook the score. The lethality of a single round outside. Shohoku's three musketeers are just too accurate. Especially Tatsuhiko. Not only can he be a shooter, he can hit three-pointers many times. Even more as an organization player. Contributed 17 assists. This data is a bit too scary. Even point guard Shinichi Maki has far fewer assists than Tatsuhiko. Crucial Tatsuhiko is also the core of Shohoku's perimeter defense. A defense system with Tatsuhiko as the core. It completely made Kanon players other than Shinichi Maki very uncomfortable. Tatsuhiko and Kid Rukawa. Shohoku relies on the help defense of these two people. It propped up their inside and outside defense. Starting today, Kanagawa County will have one more super strong team. Shohoku's strength is definitely not inferior to Kanon. Look at the score, they are still ahead. They have come all the way, and their strength is obvious to all. No one would think that they got here by luck. I think Shohoku has a good chance of winning this match. Are you kidding? Shohoku can win. Do you understand Kanon's honor of number 1 in Kanagawa Prefecture for 16 consecutive years? Kanon is the strongest team. Shohoku is opportunistic. If you have the ability to come inside, fight one. AMU. Come on. We must not lose to Shohoku. This year is our best chance to win the championship. The auditorium has almost become a pot of porridge. Players from both sides play. Shinichi Maki looked at Akagi and couldn't help admiring. Meet a good teammate, Akagi. Akagi has no pretensions. He said confidently. This year Shohoku will definitely step into the national competition. Dominate the country. Shinichi Maki indifferent, I wish. This ball was served by Kanon. Akagi made a sound like a beast. Defense. Keep the ball. Shohoku cheers others up. It is good, at the same time. Everyone in Ryanen, who finished the game early, also walked towards this direction. Kishino and the others smiled. They won the next game first. What a great start. This year will definitely enter the national competition. Yuju couldn't hold back his inner excitement. Wonder how the Shohoku versus Kanon match is going. Shohoku should not be Kanon's opponent, but I'm curious how much they can bring to Kanon trouble. Ikigami on the side laughed. Even if they are the most recognized for Shohoku's strength. But he still doesn't think Shohoku can beat Kanon. Kanon's strength is simply too strong. When they were still battling for the places in the national competition, Kanon's goal has long been the national championship, and the achievement of dominating Kanagawa for 16 years. It even crowned them the title of King of Kanagawa. Each year many teams try to challenge Kanon's dominance, but they were all taken lightly by Kanon. They have always been the strongest team. Even a Shohoku challenge. It won't make a difference either. Hikoichi smiled and nodded. It's true, senior. According to the data, Kanon is a bit too strong. I feel that they are not players from the same division as us. Kanon is really strong, but it's okay. After we beat Shohoku this year, we will be able to stabilize a qualifying spot. Kishino was calculating from the sidelines. It seems that in his eyes, qualifying for the national competition is already in his pocket, a certainty. 330 Sendo has been hiding in the back of the crowd. He has been speechless, just listening to the words of everyone in Ryanen. He was non-committal. What's the matter, Sendo? Do you have anything to say? Yuju turned his head suspiciously. Nothing. Sendo smiled and shook his head. Let's go to the stadium first. Sendo smiled, turned, and walked into the auditorium of the stadium. Yuzumi sighed helplessly. Sendo has thoughts. He can actually guess some. There's that guy Tatsuhiko. I am afraid that even Kanon led by Shinichi Maki will have difficulty winning. Tatsuhiko is so strong that he can even compete for the first basketball player in Kanagawa Prefecture. Based on his record and statistics alone, he has surpassed many players. But he's just a first-year player. Although his ultra-long three-pointer is really hard to guard against. But at the end of the day, Tatsuhiko is just a first-year freshman. Does he now have what it takes to challenge for the throne? This is totally impossible. It is precisely because of this. Yuzu didn't say what Sendo was thinking. He thinks Tatsuhiko is strong, but there is a limit to how strong he is. Face a superstar like Shinichi Maki. It may not be able to play the performance of the previous games. Coach Taokamwachi was at the front of Ryanen. He frowned and sighed. Although Ryanen won the game, the biggest rivals were Kanon and Shohoku. These two teams, there is no Shurjong team that is easy to deal with. Kanon. This is a super strong team in Kanagawa Prefecture. And he and Riki Takato are in a situation similar to Sakuraji Hanamichi and Kid Rukawa. And Shohoku, when the staff is not neat enough, has already defeated them. and with a difference of more than 10 points. This difference can explain the problem very well. Shohoku is definitely stronger than Ryanen, Mitsui, Kiirukawa, Akagi, Miyagi, and Tatsuhiko. But now Shohoku is a little too strong. Even if you look at the whole country, Ryanen still relies more on the fish to live, and Sendo is one inside and one outside. Now Ryanen can't do it no matter what. Although Sendo also has such a precise three-pointer, it is indeed difficult to face Shohoku. But as long as they beat these two teams, they will enter the national exhibition. Coach Takamwachi was thinking silently in his heart. Everyone in Ryanen walked quickly towards the gymnasium while discussing. This starting lineup is too strong. But the three-point shot isn't a common tactic for Ryanen. Gemini's super scoring ability. It's hard to beat any team. Cooperate with the play of several role players. And Tatsuhiko Mitsui and Kiirukawa form super strong outside firepower. Although they also have this secret, super offensive ability. Chapter 120. County Competition Stadium. Kanen Team Takasago serve. Takasago made a direct pass to Shinichi Maki. At the same time reminded softly, "AMU, pay attention. You also fouled 4 times. Shinichi Maki nodded. If he's gone, things won't be good for Kanen. I'm afraid that time has come. Kanen has had a hard time crossing the threshold of Shohoku. But now the Mushani. You have to carry the team onto yourself. The game has come to this point. They are still behind." Subsequently, Shinichi Maki advances with the ball. Miyagi stepped forward to defend. He was panting heavily, his legs trembling a little. Even with Tatsuhiko present, it was obvious that his stamina began to decline. Mark Shinichi Maki the entire game. This was too much physical exertion for him. After all, there is a physical gap between him and AMU. Almost everyone can see it clearly. He wanted to defend AMU. The effort required is simply too great. But even so, Shinichi Maki still scored the highest score in the game. But Miyagi can't go down just yet. The game will be over in less than 3 minutes. He must persist until the last moment of the game. Even Mushan can break through himself many times. But he also has to keep an eye on Fawn 1. The game has come to this point. Every defense counts. The result of the game. It's between this 1 point and 2 points. Possibly a free throw. It may determine the outcome and direction of the game. It is also for this reason. Miyagi can't go down yet. He took a deep breath. Although my legs were as heavy as lead injection, my vision was blurred by sweat and I couldn't see clearly, and my arms felt so heavy that I couldn't lift them up. But his eyes remained firm. "I won't let you pass." Shinichi Maki replied flatly. This year's Shohoku really exceeded my expectations, but the victory belongs to Kanen. Then he reminded Kanen loudly, "Score this goal first and stabilize the situation." Ashan and the others nodded heavily. The audience stood up excitedly, staring intently at the field. This game, Shohoku wins or loses. They are all proud. Can be the king of Kanagawa. Team Kanen cornered this field. The current Kanen team has run out of ammunition. All the core players were fouled. The score fell behind. The whole game, Kanen is all about chasing the score. They have never been separated by more than 10 points. But whenever Kanen scores up, Tatsuhiko will use a heart attack to crush the morale that Kanen just raised. Over time, Kanen's players just feel more and more tired. This game is for Kanen. It's really tough. It's not that Kanen is behind Shohoku in strength. The two sides are essentially the same level of teams. The point is Tatsuhiko. He has a better grasp of the rhythm of the game than Mushani. Kanen, who is always in pursuit, will only get more and more tired. Even the substitute players lean tiredly on the bench. The most important thing is the Shinichi Maki, the #1 high school student in Kanagawa Prefecture. He has committed 4 fouls. This is bound to have a great impact on his competitive state. To know, the Fawn, but Kanen's last hurdle. Shepard, Dan ends. Shohoku can double-team Soichiro Jin and Takasago with impunity, and Soichiro Jin isn't a great ball handler. It is obvious at this time. He can't share the pressure of Mushani as the core of the ball, but only for a spot-up shooter. Except Mushani and Takasago. And no one can fit the ball into his hands properly. Kanen, this game is difficult. The game is not over yet. Everything is unknown. Shohoku's lead was not clear at all. It was only 2 points. Defend well. Come on. Shohoku. This ball is a very important ball. Just at this time, the Ryanen crowd arrives. It attracted the attention of many viewers. Is the Ryanen vs. Buri match already over? How did they come so early? I heard that Buri regressed too fast this year and was completely bloodbathed by Ryanen. The game is one-sided. Ryanen is also very strong this year. The two-seeded teams this year should be one of Ryanen, Shohoku, and Kanen. Has Buri been bloodbathed by a big score? This year's Ryanen is much better than last year. They were talking about the match against Buri. Didn't expect Ryanen's game to be over so soon. But think about it too. Although Buri is a top 4 team, but to go to their 2 main players all graduated, and the remaining new core is 2 first-year freshmen. The qualifiers were fine. 1 to the final, facing a veteran team like Ryanen. The problem of inexperience is particularly serious. Really, not all teams have super rookies like Tatsuhiko and Rukawa. On the side, Fujima also noticed everyone in Ryanen. A smile appeared on his face. It seems that the game over there is over. Did you come here to understand the situation in advance? Ryanen's strength is not weaker than Shohoku and Kanen at all, Toru Hanagata said softly. This year's qualifying team should be 2 out of their 3 teams. Fujima nodded. He rested his chin with his hands curiously. I'm curious, can Ryanen eliminate Kanen this year? Hearing Fujima's words, Hanagata's pupils shrank. Fujima actually thinks that Shohoku has secured a qualifying spot. But Hanagata was silent, looking at the situation on the field. This year Shohoku is indeed the best team in Kanagawa Prefecture. There is no doubt about this. Ryanen could only snatch the last ticket from Kanen. The other side, Tauka Mwachi led the crowd, found the rest area and sat down. Look at the score on the field. He was full of surprise. It's so close. And it's still Shohoku who is leading. It seems that even the tall guy is having trouble. Although he didn't match Riki Takato, but he knew the strength of the latter. Shohoku was in the lead, which was indeed beyond his expectation. Yuju and the others also looked surprised. The match between Shohoku and Kanen was so intense. The key is, in this anxious situation, Shohoku is actually in the lead. This is very difficult. It seems that Kanen is under a lot of pressure. If this goal is not scored, the impact on morale is also very serious. Yin, with an excited face. Wow, it's unbelievable. I'll have to watch the final moments. He never thought that Shohoku could fight King Kanen like this. Next, either Shohoku or Kanen. They are the biggest obstacles in their way to the national competition. You have to do your best to take them down. Sendo leaned lazily on the back of the chair with a smile on his lips. It seems that AMU has met his opponent, and Shohoku has performed well. Field. Shinichi Maki makes an overhead pass. To Kyoto outside the arc. Kyoto faced Rukawa. Dribbling the ball behind the back, turning around one after another, is also a chic breakthrough. But it didn't quite break away from Rukawa's defense. There is still a physical gap between the two. Although Kyoto is Kanen's best freshman this year, the head coach even regards Kyoto as the core of Kanen for the next 2 years. He started competing in high school as the core small forward position. But I have to say, Kyoto's physical fitness is compared to this group of problem children in Shohoku, still slightly inferior. The only thing worth mentioning is the bounce, but no stronger than Sakuraji. Leftover, all short boards, and facing Rukawa's defense. Although he can open up the space with the first step, but poor shooting ability. Let him always be chased or assisted in defense. And encountered this situation, he can only pass the ball. Rukawa chasing Kyoto Nobunaga. Kyoto's face was serious. No more running away. He chooses to face Akaji's defense. Kyoto Nobunaga broke through the inside and went straight to the king of the penalty area. He jumped up with one step, and Akaji in front of him scolded him. Let me in, little devil. Don't be too presumptuous. Akaji glared at Kyoto Nobunaga in front of him. Under his defense, it is impossible for a mosquito to fly inside. Kyoto Nobunaga rolled his eyes and teased Akaji. If you are not afraid of ending up, come and guard against one. Akaji took a deep breath. He has committed 4 crimes. If foul again, he was forced to step down. Things will be even tougher for Shohoku then. Absolutely not. Not to mention, their opponent is Kanen. This super team from Kanagawa Prefecture. It will definitely attack frantically against Shohoku's lack of insiders. The last 3 minutes. He must never go off. Akaji's arm that was originally raised high also shrank back meaninglessly. Seeing this, Kyoto grinned. That's right, it's done. Look at the basket that is close at hand. He chose to lay up, just when it was scored. Rukawa shouted from behind. Don't try to break in. Go directly to the basketball racket in Kyoto's hand. Pause time. All eyes were on the two of them. Rukawa's supplementary defense is in place. Kyoto Nobunaga's shot is a bit too slow. Kyoto is also under a lot of pressure, and Akaji's defensive ability inside is too strong. Akaji should be worried about 5 fouls. Now there is really no need for that. As long as it interferes, the more important thing is to score. This goal is a key goal. If it is scored, the situation will be restored. But what Kid Rukawa didn't expect was Kyoto's hand suddenly retracted. Pull the bar for a layup. Kyoto looked smug. Don't look down on people. He completely avoided Kid Rukawa's block, appeared to hit the field goal, and scored 2 points. To him, it's already in the bag. This one by Kyoto Nobunaga. It wasn't just Kid Rukawa that didn't expect it. The audience outside the stadium was equally unexpected. This Kyoto played very well. He was actually ready to be blocked in advance. Kanen's newcomer, I have observed him for a long time. Although he is not as good as Tatsuhiko, but if he can practice shooting, he can also become a good scorer. Indeed. This rookie is very good in both jumping and speed, and his height seems to be okay, but he is not good at shooting. And at this time on the court, the situation is changing rapidly. Kid Rukawa's eyes widened. Damn, fell for it. He didn't even have time to cover it. Ayako covered her lips with her hands, and Miki trembled in her eye sockets. Stop it, Rukawa. With Kyoto let go. Send the basketball to the hoop. The basketball will bounce into the hoop with the force of the rim. However, another unexpected figure leaped high and appeared in front of everyone. Snapped. Pegboard hat. It was Tatsuhiko who came. Kyoto's confident shot was blocked again. Basketball bounces on the floor. Kyoto frowned. Damn, careless, this ball. He has dodged Akaji, dodged Kid Rukawa, but unexpectedly, he didn't shake Tatsuhiko away. That guy is defensive-minded. It's too good to be true. Subconsciously reminded everyone in Kanen. Grab a basketball. The nearby god and Mitsui rushed to the basketball at almost the same time. Just when the two were about to get the basketball, Tatsuhiko's figure strikes again. Grab the basketball in your hand. Steady eyes scanned the audience. This goal. You won't be allowed to score. Immediately after that, he made a shooting motion. In an instant, everyone's eyes widened. Is this true or not? Where is this distance? It's still in the opponent's half. No, at least you take 2 steps forward. This position is too outrageous. It's a bluff. This kind of ball can also be thrown? This is a 3-pointer in the game. I've never seen a shot from this position in the NBA. This one is a bit too far away. Everyone's face was filled with disbelief. 2 words appeared in their minds at the same time. Crazy. Too crazy. Tatsuhiko got the ball in Kanen's half and went straight into the shooting position. This is no longer a position that can be practiced in training, let alone shooting from this position. It took a lot of effort to throw Zhao Haohao the ball to his own basket. What kind of confidence does this guy have? Dare to throw this position? Kyoto Nobunaga looked at Tatsuhiko in amazement as he prepared to shoot. Soichiro-jin on the side was also dumbfounded. Although he is beside Tatsuhiko, but it didn't step up to block Tatsuhiko's shot. He didn't believe it at all either. How could this kind of ball hit? But his heart was beating wildly all the time. It is possible to enter. It is possible to enter. Shinichi Maki also froze in place. This goal is absolutely impossible to score. Ash hesitated for a moment. In the end, I believed in my inner thoughts. His intuition has always been very accurate. God jumped up, stopped in front of Tatsuhiko. I won't let you vote. Time seemed to stand still. All eyes were on Tatsuhiko. Tatsuhiko jumped high. The basketball in his hand flew straight into the sky like an anti-aircraft gun, reached a terrifying height. The basketball is like a beautiful line of fire, spinning in the air. The time is not long, but it seems like a century has passed, regardless of whether the ball is scored or not. Tatsuhiko at the moment. He is the only star in the audience. Wait a minute. This parabola. It's ridiculously high. But according to the route, it seems that the ball is there. Shohoku fans rose from their seats. They lift up their own hands. Get ready to celebrate for their ace. They have a hunch. The ball is here. Schwa, as predicted. With a sound passing through the net, it sounded in everyone's ears. Tatsuhiko's 3-pointer goes wide open, hit. Pause time. The audience was silent. Beep. With the referee's whistle sounded. The goal counts. Shohoku gets a 3-pointer. White number 6 thugs fouled, and an extra free throw. The audience is boiling. Chapter 121. The audience was silent, and then crazy. Catch the ball and shoot directly from your own half. Facing Soichiro-jin's close defense. Still choose dry pull, while hitting a 3-pointer. Foul by Soichiro-jin. Here's a chance to score 4. Simply unimaginable. In such a tense situation, how could he calmly make such a judgment? And that ridiculous range. Really across the board. Where exactly is Tatsuhiko's limit? In the Shohoku seating area on one side. After a short silence, completely reversed. Almost everyone on the bench was boiling. Kuwata and others waved the towels in their hands. Shout out to Tatsuhiko. He was a little curious to see those NBA players waving towels before. Is there such a shocking operation? Shouldn't all of this be a surprise? But now Kuwata understands. Some balls. Even from the bench. It all feels so wonderful. Such a bold choice. Such a precise shot. Tatsuhiko always has his way. A solid win for Shohoku. Ayako on the side is full of stars. At first, she had already closed her eyes in fear. The game enters this time. Tatsuhiko still played so casually. Dare to throw this kind of ball? It is simply to send points to the opponent. To know. The gap between Kanon and Shohoku is not as big as imagined, but never expected. Everything is in Tatsuhiko's hands. Tatsuhiko actually scored 4 points and succeeded. This operation is too bold. 90% of players don't choose that at all, especially when the score is so tight. Kid Rukawa on the side was shocked. How can that be? It's incredible. Is this kind of shooting really something a high school player can do? Even in the professional league? I can't imagine it at all. The other side. In the audience. Akagi Haruko's eyes widened in shock. She murmured to herself, is this the strength of Tatsuhiko-san? Then the style of painting changed. Stars appeared in his eyes. His little face became like a ripe apple, and his body couldn't help shaking from side to side. It's amazing. It's amazing. Come on. Tatsuhiko-san. Ito and Ito also ignored the crazy Haruko, but their eyes stayed on Tatsuhiko, who showed white teeth on the field for a while. Many female audiences present felt a sense of love rising. At the same time, Mito Yohei was also shocked. Can basketball still be played like this? This is a goal he never imagined. Although he doesn't really like basketball 213, but he also learned something about basketball. He sighed leisurely. When did Sakuraji Hanamichi have such a shot? Shoyo's audience. The usually calm Fujima also opened his mouth wide. The corners of his eyes twitched and he muttered to himself. That's impossible. He couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. What an outrageous range this is. From one's own pitch to the opponent's half. Such a long distance. It is not so easy to pass the ball accurately. Not only does it require a high level of accuracy, but it also requires a lot of power. You must know that the average high school student may not be able to throw a full-court basketball even if he throws it hard. Fujima couldn't believe his eyes. He tried to persuade himself. It might just be a matter of luck. Even NBA players can't practice this kind of shooting. But the image of Tatsuhiko full of confidence flashed back in his mind. This thought disappeared again. He has to admit it. Tatsuhiko's three-point level. It is much, much better than the average player. Even a sharpshooter like Soichiro Jin Mitsui. Compared to Tatsuhiko, there are many shortcomings. Aside Hanagata and others are unbelievable. This kind of ball? Isn't it luck? No one will hit it at all. Hasegawa on the side said softly, not confidently. Putting it on someone else, he definitely thinks it was tricked. But Tatsuhiko is different. His halftime three is still on everyone's minds at Shoyo. Now Kanon is in trouble. Fujima didn't answer directly. He just looked at the Kanon player who was a little confused. The most difficult thing to accept is that they worked hard to score 2 points, and Tatsuhiko made a super long three-pointer and returned it. Fujima could feel the confusion of the Kanon players. Although they are indeed King Kanon, at the same time, it has been the overlord of Kanagawa Prefecture for several years, the national top 4 super team. But in the final analysis, they are still a group of high school students. Tatsuhiko this way of playing. It's too outrageous to put it anywhere. No wonder they showed a confused expression. Auditorium at Mayuradai. Kengo Mayuradai and the others seemed to be sweating on their cheeks. They looked at each other. They both saw deep helplessness in each other's eyes. This ball is simply too shocking. All 3 points? You can't do that in anime either. Why not when playing against them? Are you looking down on them? Beach, maybe we don't deserve Tatsuhiko to use this trick, or we just save it for Kanon. Murasame Kengo said helplessly. Shohoku has already won this game, and the Kanon players, except a Shun and a Mu, have been beaten dumbfounded. No one can bear it. Throughout the game, Shohoku's three-pointer was like raining. After finally tying the score, he was pulled back by 4 points lightly. This is a bit confusing for everyone. The Mayuradai player on the side added. And Ryanen's auditorium. The atmosphere is a little dignified. Yuju and the others stared wide-eyed in disbelief. They know Tatsuhiko's three-pointer, but this is somewhat exaggerated. Hikoichi shook his hands excitedly. It is interesting to write in the notebook. Tatsuhiko has a great shooting ability, and he will start defending from the moment he gets off the car. Hikoichi jotted it down in his notebook. Both freshmen in high school. He felt a deep sense of defeat. Tatsuhiko is just too strong. The key is that every game can give him a novel feeling. Watch Tatsuhiko's game. He can always remember a lot in his notebook. Even Senior Sendo. It doesn't necessarily have such a strong personal ability as Tatsuhiko. And aside, Sendo is also sitting up. Even though he was lazy, he was shocked by it. Shocked Tatsuhiko actually has the confidence to shoot a super long three-pointer at this critical moment. Turning into him might not be so risky. Sendo couldn't help admiring Tatsuhiko's confidence. Subsequently, this guy, the mental capacity is not generally strong, Sendo said with a smile. If this goal is not scored, even Tatsuhiko will not be able to escape the scolding of everyone in Shohoku. Yuju sighed helplessly. I don't know how to defend that guy. Should I defend him from the moment he comes on? Everyone in Ryanen fell into a brief silence. The question about where the fish live can be considered to be on point. Just the strength that Tatsuhiko is showing now. A person can't hold it at all. Two-man double teams will find gaps. Still to no avail. And go directly to three people. That game can't be played. The rest of Shohoku's players aren't freshmen. Playing basketball on the first day. How could it be completely locked up by the two players of Ryanen? Taokamoichi's mouth twitched. This ball really shocked him too much. Fortunately, to watch the game. There will be some reaction time then. But he changed his mind again. You might as well not watch the game. Just this Tatsuhiko is already giving him a headache. Also Mitsui keyed Rukawa Akagi and Miyagi. So many players. Each requires handling attention. He felt like his hair was about to fall out. It's not easy being a coach, especially against an opponent like Shohoku. And Kanan, everyone. They looked at each other in blank dismay, speechless. 3+1. Coach Gautu dropped the folding fan in his hand. A shocked expression. Tatsuhiko's unusual shot threw him into a mess. Can this kind of ball actually hit? It's almost like a joke. Is he really playing the county game against Kanan? Isn't it an exhibition match with Shohoku? Tatsuhiko shot this from distance. How is it different from an exhibition match? Wrong. There are still. At least there will be no full-court three-pointers in an exhibition game. The tall coach sighed helplessly. He has a feeling. In this game, Kanan has no chance. Although I don't want to admit it. But the Shohoku players, whether it is teamwork or tacit understanding, they have gradually surpassed Kanan. Tactical quality is also very high. Kanan's full-court pressing tactic in the midterm. It was cracked by Tatsuhiko playing guard. In terms of teamwork, Kanan has already fallen behind. And the player's personal ability. The tall coach narrowed his eyes. Shinichi Maki scored a game-high 43 points though. Ashin scored the third 29 points in the game. But except for these two people, no one scored in double figures. Only the Kanan twins are struggling. Otherwise, the game would have ended 10 minutes ago. And Shohoku aside, except Tatsuhiko scored the highest. Scored 42 points. None of the remaining players scored more than 25 points. But Shohoku scored in double figures with 7 players. Almost everyone has something to contribute. And Tatsuhiko handed over the ultra-luxury data of 19 assists. The tall coach shook his head. Even if he lost this game, he was completely convinced. Coach Kota saw a path that would make Kanan the best team forever. A super core with a bunch of shooters. Such staffing is more than simple. And efficient. Fully able to meet the needs of the game. And in the rest area of Shohoku, Kuwata, who had been educated by Ayako, sat on the chairs honestly. Don't dare to wave the towel in your hand anymore. Ayako is somewhat useless. Nai covered her forehead. Shohoku is really a group of troubled teenagers. Everyone was quite vigorous when they waved the towels. However, everyone in Shohoku also felt unbelievable. They didn't expect this ball at all. Although I know Tatsuhiko's shooting is accurate, but this is a bit too exaggerated. Sakuraji Hanamichi and others looked envious. If only I could be like this. The admiration in Coach Anze's eyes grew stronger. Big heart player. This confident performance is a testament to Tatsuhiko's oversized heart. Not afraid to take responsibility at all. Have the courage to carry everything about the team on your shoulders. Coach Anze really likes Tatsuhiko more and more. If not for physical factors. He really wanted to accompany Tatsuhiko through the 3 years of high school. He has a feeling. Future. The name Tatsuhiko. It will resound in basketball circles all over the world. Field. Akagi and others froze in place. Their minds go blank. Even their teammates. They all feel that this kind of ball is completely beyond their imagination. This is our own half. How did Tatsuhiko have such a long range? Akagi breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced at Tatsuhiko with some fear. Fortunately, this guy is his teammate. If such a player is Kanen's player, he will be stunned. This kind of ball with fantasy color. How did it get in there? Kanen's pupils shrank suddenly. Everyone looked at each other in disbelief. If it weren't for Shinichi Maki and Soichiro Jin beside him, he would still be calm. I'm afraid they have lost the courage to continue the game now. Amu on the side was also muttering to himself. This guy, Tatsuhiko, really doesn't play his cards according to common sense. If it weren't for the bright score behind, I'm afraid he will think that he was dazzled by the ball just now. But seeing Tatsuhiko's back at the free throw line, he was still trying to pull himself together. Absolutely don't show any unconfident expression at this time. The game isn't over yet. They still have a chance. Although Tatsuhiko's ball was completely unexpected, but it's not impossible to deal with it. As the leader of the team, Mushin loudly encouraged everyone. The game is not over yet. Until the last moment, the outcome is unknown. Who are we? We are King Kanen. How can we give up? Soichiro Jin on the side echoed. The others also came back to their senses, encouraging each other to those around them. Who are they? They are players of King Kanen. Wearing this blue and white team uniform, they shoulder the glory of the king. They can lose this game, but they must never give up. Even if there is a slight chance, we must try our best to fight for it. King Kanen. Everyone in Kanen responded in unison. Seeing this, Tatsuhiko was a little surprised. It's Shinichi Maki who hasn't conceded yet. Then Tatsuhiko also clapped his hands. Everyone, let's end this game. Akagi at all heavy head. Shohoku must win. Accompanied by Tatsuhiko's free throw. The score has come to 92-86. Shohoku led by 6 points. Riki Takato yelled loudly. 2 3-pointers to tie the game. Kanen has the ball. Shinichi Maki looked at the game time, less than 2 minutes. He helped God pick and roll, and made a 3-pointer restored Kanen's morale a bit. But next, the game has lost its suspense. Not to mention that Shohoku has already led by a full 6 points. The advantages they hold are simply too great. Not to mention, after that, Takasago made 5 fouls and left the field. Kanen was overwhelmed by Akagi inside. Akagi is like no man's land. It directly blasted Kanen's inside players. Before all this, Tatsuhiko is on fire. This was the final straw that crushed Kanen. Tatsuhiko perfectly replicated Soichiro Jin's shooting skills. Directly hit a super difficult fadeaway 3-pointer. Opened the score again. And Tatsuhiko played the role of salted fish after free throws. Shohoku took the final victory with a 24-point lead. Gradually widened the lead. Both sides have come to the moment of fighting each other. It's like losing Takasago's hold. A team cannot complete the game alone. 4 points and 2 assists were sent in the last 2 minutes. Afterwards, Mitsui and Kiirukawa were in full swing. Finished with a 3-pointer. The final score was fixed at 120-96. Capped the final nail in Kanen's defeat. Kiirukawa hit the inside line many times. Akagi went completely berserk. At the last moment when the whistle sounded. But in the end, Shohoku had the better firepower. Mitsui receives a pass from Tatsuhiko. Team Kanen never had a chance to come back. This goal completely sealed the game. Chapter 122. Wow. With the final whistle sounded, the match between Shohoku and Kanen has finally come to an end. Kanen's players were in tears. Even some players have started to cry. Even Mushani. His eyes were also a little lost. Mushani never thought that Kanen would lose. They are the strongest team in Kanagawa Prefecture. King Kanen. Shinichi Maki exhaled. He had a hunch. Future Shohoku will only get stronger. And now maybe they will actually be able to achieve their goals. Dominate the country. Kyoto Nobunaga wiped the tears from his eyelids. Shouted indignantly. Damn Shohoku. Give me another chance and I'll take Shohoku. Soichiro Jin on the side reached out and touched Kyoto Nobunaga's head. Okay, get in line, Kyoto. Soichiro Jin did not lose to Shohoku. And feeling depressed. There is only one winner in competitive sports. They have done their best. In this game, no one wants to win. That's enough. I have done my best. There is nothing to regret. Not to mention, their trip to the county competition is not over. Won the next 2 games. It can also securely win a qualifying spot. Instead of feeling sorry for yourself in this game, it's better to concentrate on preparing for the next game. Kyoto Nobunaga wiped the tears off his face with his jersey and nodded emphatically. I see. Both players line up. Mushuni stretched out his hand to congratulate Akaji. This year's Shohoku is really strong. Congratulations on your victory. I hope you can go further and further on the stage of the National Hall. The match between Kanan and Shohoku is over. Basically means 977 Shohoku has secured a place to qualify, even after losing to Rhiannon. Just because of the victory, Shohoku still has a better chance of qualifying than Kanan. Not to mention, Shinichi Maki doesn't think the current Shohoku can beat Rhiannon. Shohoku now, even if you look at the whole country, not many teams can compete with him. Now Shohoku is already one of the top teams in the country. Akaji responded excitedly. Thanks. The joy on his face could hardly be concealed. The other players also shook hands one by one. Only Kyoto looked unwilling. How could Kanan lose? They are the strongest team in Kanagawa Prefecture. How could it be possible to lose? Shinichi Maki patted his head with his hands, patiently reassuring him. You have performed very well, and you have to face Rhiannon's game next, and adjust your mentality. Kyoto Nobunaga nodded without words. Obviously, the haze of losing the game still lingers in his mind. But next, Kanan still needs to work hard for another qualifying spot. Even if you are unwilling, the state must also be adjusted. Mushan turned to look at Tatsuhiko. Your performance exceeded my expectations, the whole game. Tatsuhiko's supernatural performance is like a god descending from the earth. Throughout the audience, defense, offense, organization, steals, fast break. As long as you can think of things on the pitch. Tatsuhiko ****ed almost all over. He completely grasped Mushuni in terms of rhythm. Even Mushuni had to admit it. Tatsuhiko, if the point guard, probably doing much better than Miyagi Ryota. In the rhythm of offense and defense, Tatsuhiko is much stronger than himself. Tatsuhiko responded politely. I haven't used my full strength yet. Next time I will show you my full strength. Immediately, Shinichi Maki's face turned black. This guy, it's really as arrogant as the rumors say. But look at Tatsuhiko's calm appearance. It's not like telling a lie. Kyoto pouted. What a stinky guy. Tatsuhiko laughed. Youth is not frivolous. Love for young people. Everyone in Kanan collectively blacked out. Really dare to say anything. That sucks. But the depressed Kanan player didn't want to talk to Tatsuhiko. Now I just want to go back to the locker room and have a good rest. It's just so exhausting. Shohoku puts as much pressure on them as Sano. Whenever there is a little mistake, the score can be opened by Shohoku in an instant. This invisible pressure filled the entire game. Although I don't want to admit it, and yet it is. Shohoku's offensive strength is better than Kanan's. It is really too strong. Subsequently, all players from both sides returned to the locker room. Yasuda and the others looked at Tatsuhiko Kid Rukawa and Sakuraji Hanamichi adoringly. Whispered. They're both in the first grade. The gap is really huge, alas. When will we be able to do this? Tatsuhiko and Kid Rukawa have been the main players since the first year. And Sakuraji is a beginner though. But his rebounding ability and defensive ability, they are all currently lacking in Shohoku. Sakuraji has also become an important rotation off Shohoku's bench. Such a comparison. A few of them are not good enough. But fortunately, there is no difference between Shohoku's bench and starter. Even a super rookie like Tatsuhiko, not every game will start, so they will not be jealous of anything. Ayako on the side congratulated everyone excitedly. Great play. We beat Kanan. That's a super team in Kanagawa Prefecture. Then take out the notebook to check Tatsuhiko's data. Couldn't help but swallowed his saliva and said tremblingly, 43 points, 20 assists, 10 rebounds, 12 steals, super quadruple double. Tatsuhiko's stats are simply outrageous. This is a super quadruple double against Kanan. It's not just what the data says it is. More importantly, Tatsuhiko really dominated the game with his super individual ability. He can do almost anything, even the teammates who get along with him day and night. I also felt the incomparable aura from Tatsuhiko. This is their super ace. Even against stars like Shinichi Maki and Soichiro Jin, Tatsuhiko can take them to. Ayako is suddenly full of confidence in the match against Rhiannon. The current Shohoku is no longer the first-round team in the past. They are the super team in the country. Look back. They have played from the first round of the county competition to the present. No opponent is easy to deal with. Either Shoyo led by Fujima, still Kanan led by Shinichi Maki. These are all seeded teams from last year. Especially Kanan, who won the honor of the semifinals of the national competition. They broke through too many doubting voices along the way. Shohoku is the strongest team, Ayako firmly believed. Thinking differently from Ayako, people have black lines on their faces. Tatsuhiko's data, some are too scary. Akagi and the others couldn't help sighing. This guy is a pervert. I don't know how this guy did it. Mitsui murmured softly. Even the year of the MVP in his country, no such data were obtained. He was a little lucky. Good thing Tatsuhiko is a Shohoku player. If such a player appears in the opponent's lineup, it is estimated that he gave up the game halfway through the game. Kid Rukawa's face was also moved. He and Tatsuhiko's footsteps are getting further and further away. Cannot be expected. Kid Rukawa thinks for himself. He is definitely not a weak player, although it is considered to be a very comprehensive player. But his scoring ability is absolutely second to none. He didn't want to become a comprehensive player before. Comprehensive means mediocre. Everything is good is equal to everything is average. This is what his middle school coach told him. This is why he focuses on scoring ability. But Tatsuhiko told Kid Rukawa of the prefectural tournament journey. Everything is good equals everything is very strong. Not just scoring, offense, defense, and organization. These things are obvious at a glance. Help defense, field control ability, and grasp of playing. This invisible thing is also very important. Kid Rukawa sighed softly. He still has a long way to go, but he already saw a path to success. Tatsuhiko's technical characteristics and style of play. This is the direction he will study next. This is also the path for Kid Rukawa to become stronger. Mitsui also waved his hands to hide his inner excitement, but he didn't want to lose face, so he coughed lightly. Looks like it's young people's world. Sakuragi Hanamichi and Miyagi complain. You're not that old either. Mitsui blushed. You two are the only ones who talk too much. Why don't you write a book if you were so talkative? Pause time. The locker room is fun. Coach Anze is also gratified. He then looked at Tatsuhiko. This young man full of leadership and self-confidence. Even him. Now I can't see how far Tatsuhiko has come. He just thinks Tatsuhiko is very strong. But did Tatsuhiko really give it his all in this game? Neither could Coach Anze. Tatsuhiko has a relaxed expression from start to finish. It seemed in his eyes. Kanan is even easier to deal with than Shoyo. But this also has something to do with their leading score. Akagi Haruko and several people from Sakuragi's gang came to the door of the locker room. Haruko waved his hand towards the door. Big brother, congratulations. You can finally enter the national competition this year. She could no longer hold back her excitement. At the same time, Haruko also wants to see the MVP of this game. Tatsuhiko waved to Haruko outside the door. Haruko is here. How is my performance in this game? Tatsuhiko-san. Haruko's eyes instantly turned into star eyes. Your performance is the best. The two girlfriends beside Haruko had black lines on their faces. Haruko, you idiot. Even if you want to say it, wait until Captain Akagi is away, as predicted. Akagi's face darkened. Glaring at Tatsuhiko, who was chatting with Haruko, he cursed secretly in his heart. This be D-boy. Tatsuhiko didn't notice Akagi's expression at all. Still talking to Haruko on his own. Really? You think so? That's fine. Why do you say that? Haruko was puzzled. Tatsuhiko took a step forward and put his mouth close to Haruko's ear. Maybe it's because I feel you were there, which inexplicably gave me a lot of motivation. Tatsuhiko's voice was so low that only Haruko heard what he said. For a moment, Haruko blushed up to her ears. She already didn't know how to think. Why does this sound like a confession? Okay, I'm joking. Seeing that Haruko almost fainted because of a sloppy eye. Ah, so it was a joke? Haruko lowered his head in disappointment. The thought was genuine, the tone was joking. A smirk appeared on Tatsuhiko's face. Haruko froze for a few seconds, seeming to be thinking about what the dragon said. You be D. What are you trying to do to Haruko? Akagi noticed Tatsuhiko and Haruko early on. But Haruko usually has a very good personal relationship with Tatsuhiko. The two also go for a run together in the morning, so he didn't take it to heart. But seeing that Tatsuhiko has stuck to Haruko's ear, he exploded. Akagi punched Tatsuhiko hard on the head. Looking at the flushed Haruko, he said loudly, Haruko, no matter what this guy says, don't want this guy to be unreliable at all. Tatsuhiko covered his head in pain. I really envy Sakuragi. Have such a hard brain. No matter how praised by Akagi. After a while, it came alive again. Big brother. Don't bully Tatsuhiko. He's already worked hard after the competition. Haruko speaks for Tatsuhiko immediately. Huh, I bullied him? Akagi was a little confused. The person in front of him looks exactly like Haruko, really his sister. And everyone in Shohoku in the locker room showed an anti-smile. Everyone turned their heads and looked at Ayako, who was a little depressed. Helplessly sighed. Tatsuhiko, this kid, because of how many emotional debts. Being handsome can really do whatever you want? And the other side. Mito Yohei congratulated seniors Akagi and Kogure. A goal that has been around for many years has finally had a chance to be achieved. Although the way to change the subject is very blunt, but it still works a little bit. Kogure and Akagi are very excited. That is, it will definitely happen this year. Then everyone took a 0.5 short break. Akagi led everyone out of the locker room. Outside, the reporter waited here early. Ida Yayoi waits for Tatsuhiko and others with his assistant Nakamura. Come forward for an interview. Congratulations, Shohoku, on the victory. Tatsuhiko nodded in gratitude. I heard this sentence so much that my ears were almost calloused. Subsequently, Ida Yayoi praised Tatsuhiko's performance on court, but still slightly inferior to Sendo. Tatsuhiko was speechless. This woman only has Sendo in her heart. Tatsuhiko speaks bluntly. Even if it's Ryanin, it's the same against Shohoku. Ida Yayoi is slightly ugly. This guy is really young and frivolous. But the professional ethics of journalists still let him say nothing more. After a brief chat, they left. At this time, Jean, who had been waiting in the player tunnel for a long time, came out. He didn't hold grudges against the Shohoku crowd for losing the game. Congratulations to Akagi instead. Looking forward to your performance in the national competition. Kishino's mouth twitched. Congratulations to Hanagata as a center. Everyone in Ryanin also came. Shohoku guys, what a shit. Although we won the match against Buri, don't lose to Kanan. Then everyone left in Shoyo. Akagi responded with a smile. Seeing this, Akagi responded politely to Yuju. It's really falling in love and killing each other. Tatsuhiko smiles. Take down Kanan first. The corner of Yuju's mouth twitched. The others looked at the two of them. Sendo looked at Tatsuhiko lazily. Good job, Akagi. Yuju congratulated Akagi with a dead fish face. It's a good performance, but when we meet, I won't let the water go. After exchanging pleasantries, Akagi led everyone away. Chapter 123. On the way back to school, Akagi and Kogure looked at each other, and the latter still couldn't hold back the excitement in his heart. Looks like my wish will come true this year. Finally, one step closer to the national competition. And they beat Kanan. This is a super team in Kanagawa Prefecture. Even people who don't know basketball mention Kanan. Stereotypes will pop up in your mind. This is a division of kings. For 16 consecutive years, the first place in Kanagawa Prefecture has qualified for the national competition. Although every time I always miss the championship, but their strength is indeed beyond doubt. This is a super team, but they actually defeated this king's division. Akagi put his hands on his waist and didn't speak, but there was an unstoppable smile on his face. His original innermost thought was to qualify. I thought it would be good to be able to participate in the national competition as the second place. But now, they even have a chance to qualify as the number 1 seed. Kuwata and others in the first grade were even more elated. This is my first year with Shohoku. Can actually play the national competition. You must know that Shohoku is a famous round tour team in Kanagawa Prefecture. However, no one thought of it. This year Shohoku turned salted fish over. Not only reached the final. Along the way, traditional powerhouses like Takashi Tsujiu and Shoyo were eliminated. It even overturned Kanan in the final. This is the strongest team in Kanagawa Prefecture. Glad I didn't go to another school. Otherwise, don't go to that school. Meet opponents like them. In the end, they cannot escape the doom of failure. Sakuraji Hanamichi looked smug. If you have talent to lead you, you will definitely win the national championship. Kuwata and the others patted Sakuraji Hanamichi's arm with their hands and laughed. After that, I will rely on you a lot. It's up to you. Shohoku's secret weapon. Absolute trump card. The sweet words of Kuwata and others are also drilled out in a basket. Akagi and other official players looked contemptuous. This guy really hasn't changed at all. From entering the basketball team to the present, has always been this proud and arrogant look. I don't know whether to praise him for his thick lines or his extraordinary confidence. That is, at the age of 18, I have seen the superb performance of Tatsuhiko Kid Rukawa in the outside combination of Shinichi Maki and Soichiro Jin. Sakuragi is still like this. It seems to be in his world. No one is his opponent. But the strength does improve very quickly. This is also very happy news. Sakuragi, this guy, although very arrogant, but basketball talent really has nothing to say. The physical fitness is super strong, and the motor nerves are also very good. It's just that the golf quotient is a little lower. But as an inside player, having a strong body is far more important than golf intelligence. Subsequently, Kogure on the side elbowed Tatsuhiko. Tell me how Sakuragi Hanamichi improved so fast? Tatsuhiko waved his hand. Talent. Kogure's face darkened for a while. This is really shooting yourself in the foot. It's just talent. Don't you have any other training skills? There are, but this kind of training method is not suitable for others. That is, it is suitable for simple-minded guys like Sakuragi. Tatsuhiko rubbed the back of his head with his hands and smiled awkwardly. It's better not to mention his training method. Otherwise these guys will laugh at Sakuragi to death. Ayako suddenly covered her mouth and snickered. She remembered Tatsuhiko training Sakuragi. What an irresponsible teacher. Seeing this, Mitsui couldn't help laughing, and then made up the knife. Talent is something you are born with, and if you don't have it, you don't have it. Then Mitsui looked Kogure up and down maliciously, and then said with a wicked smile, Kogure, I think this sport may not be as suitable for you as you think. Go away. Mitsui. Kogure glared at Mitsui. This guy. It's really a pot that doesn't open. Don't you know that you don't have any basketball talent? But the national competition is coming soon. He has to improve his level more. This is the last county competition for these third-year seniors. How could their journey end here so easily? But speaking of Sakuragi, I think Tatsuhiko is more convincing. Mitsui couldn't help but praise Tatsuhiko. If we were both in the first grade, I'm afraid I wouldn't be your opponent. Tatsuhiko smiled, ready to answer. Kogure frowned back. Not to mention the first grade, even now, you are no match for Tatsuhiko. Hey, 4 eyes. You be asterisk 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 D. Mitsui gave Kogure a blank look. Now Tatsuhiko is the absolute core of Shohoku, the super ace. Of course he is clear. Of course, I am not Tatsuhiko's opponent. Just rely on that 3-pointer. Mitsui has already sighed, but it was directly pointed out by Kogure. He still felt a little embarrassed. After all, he is a senior in the 3rd grade. How can you admit so easily that you are not as good as a first-year student? Is not it? Kogure pretended to be enlightened. I see. If it wasn't for the fact that you haven't played basketball in a while, wouldn't Tatsuhiko be your match either? That's for sure, if I wasn't injured. Who is the #1 high school student in Kanagawa Prefecture now? Mitsui said confidently. He was in middle school. Don't be afraid of any opponent. But you are not that Hisashi Mitsui now. Kogure also complained mercilessly. Right now you're just an average shooter for Shohoku. Yes, a good backup. For eyes. You're screwed. Kogure brings up Mitsui's sad story again. Mitsui's physical fitness is really a very big problem. During the bad boy life of the previous 2 years, he both smokes and drinks. My body has already been much worse than before. He often stays up all night fighting. We can stand on pitch of prefectural tournament. It was already a very difficult thing, and acting as a substitute is a helpless choice. Kanen's strength is simply too strong. Mitsui comes on too early. His physical strength will definitely be consumed very seriously. Even in the second half, when Mitsui played for the last 5 minutes, he was already a little weak. He recalled when he left the field. Mitsui slumped in front of the vending machine. Coins bought a bottle of Coke. Tried several times. But I found that I didn't even have the strength to open the bottle cap. He lowered his head a little remorsefully. What the hell have I done these 2 years? Mitsui sighed. He never thought he would have this moment. Seeing that Mitsui's mood was a little depressed, Kogure patted Mitsui's shoulder with a smile. You guy, why are you thinking so much? In my heart, you are the best middle school MVP. Mitsui grabbed Kogure's hand on the shoulder. There was some sparkle in his eye sockets, but the corners of his mouth were full of smiles. Don't think that I can forgive you, Kogure. Seeing the two of them like this, Ayako also had a headache. How come Kogure, who has always been gentle, has changed like this? Really, Blackbelly. Akagi spoke a fair word. Tatsuhiko's strength is undoubtedly the most balanced in Shohoku. Whether it is offensive or defensive, his performance is very stable. Kid Rukawa was slightly moved. But there is nothing to say. What Akagi said was indeed true. Miyagi and the others also looked envious. Watch Kid Rukawa, Sakuragi Hanamichi, Tatsuhiko. Emotion. It's more of a freak than a monster. Sakuragi Hanamichi frowned. Who are you calling a freak? Hiderukawa was also upset. Miyagi glanced blankly. Rarely on the same front. But it was because of this kind of thing. Seeing this, Tatsuhiko couldn't help sighing. What an active bunch. The happy time is always very fast. Amidst laughter, the group returns to Shohoku High School. School entrance. The banner has already been pulled up. Welcome home, Shohoku players. Congratulations to Team Shohoku for their big win over Kanon. Looking at the exaggerated slogans at the school gate and the students watching, Tatsuhiko was speechless. He asked the people around him suspiciously, "Isn't our school not very concerned about this basketball team? Why is it still like this?" Everyone in Shohoku also looked at each other in blank dismay. Some genre monks were puzzled. Because it is a public school, the results of the Shohoku basketball team have not been particularly good, so they have not received much attention. But I didn't expect so many people to greet them at the door today. I'm a little flattered. Ayako on the side bit his lip in dissatisfaction. It came so fast. What? Akaji looked puzzled. But as the captain, he is still needed at this time. Akaji stepped out of the Shohoku crowd and shouted to the crowd at the door. We're back. Is that it? Tatsuhiko is even more handsome on the field. Yes, the skin is so fair, and the appearance is so sunny. I think it's okay to be an actor. Why play basketball? Listening to the noisy crowd talking, Akaji finally understood. These people are all here for Tatsuhiko. This is clearly Tatsuhiko's support team. It seems that there is no way to escape. Tatsuhiko had no choice but to step out from the crowd. A dozen or so girls rushed directly in front of Tatsuhiko. The surrounding Shohoku players looked enviously at Tatsuhiko surrounded by girls. Is this the benefit of being handsome? This idea was simultaneously on the minds of Kuwata et al. And Tatsuhiko is also full of helplessness. It seems that I can't refuse the invitation of these girls. He could only reluctantly agree to a dinner party to celebrate. Then everyone had a simple dinner and celebration. They went home separately. Go home. Tatsuhiko turned on the system for the first time. Check out the rewards for playing Kanon. Obtained 10 points of attribute value and 1,000 points of popularity. There will be another draw. Tatsuhiko draws immediately. He couldn't wait a minute. Him now, already deeply immersed in the feeling of strength improvement. Ding! Get the eye of awe. Eye-to-eye triggering is equivalent to the deterrent force of superiors to subordinates. Opponents feel palpitations, and their minds go blank for a short time. Note: the host can freely control. Tatsuhiko was surprised. This thing is extremely good. When it comes to matchups, plus a super start, it's perfect. A master's move, one move to control the enemy. This is the quickest step. You can complete the breakthrough. After thinking for a moment, Tatsuhiko decides 10 attribute values, all added to physical strength. Host: Tatsuhiko height, 187 cm weight, 80 kg physical strength, A speed, A strength, B plus bounce, A skills to master, top level dribbling skills, full court shooting skills, super start, quick recovery, phantom interception, precise passing, C shape dribbling, dunks and mid-air changes, perfect shooting posture, piercing eye, fadeaway jumper, dribble behind the back, super bounce, perfect copy skills, extreme pull bar, items, system basketball shoes, popularity detection, card, talent, the power of entanglement, the eye of shock. Simply not too satisfied. Now his breakthrough threat has gone up another order of magnitude. If he meets that guy Shinichi Maki, he is confident that he can definitely suppress him on the ground. Satisfied, Tatsuhiko fell into a deep sleep. The next day, still running in the morning, past the basketball court, Sakuragi Hanamichi is still training. The three were a little surprised. Sakuragi is really working harder and harder. This is indeed very good news. To know anyway, Sakuragi is the backbone of the future Shohoku interior. He can really like the sport of basketball. It is indeed something to celebrate. Tatsuhiko smiled lightly. Maybe after fighting Kanon, I discovered my own shortcomings. In the match between 843 and Kanon, Sakuragi arguably brought out the best enthusiasm to face this match. Although he only scored 6 points, he did have a lot of rebounds, with a full 10 rebounds. But the positive performance on the court. But no one can ignore it. He was active and desperate. Not only did it bring a fighting spirit to Shohoku, it also helped Shohoku get offensive rebounds many times. Got a second chance to attack. This virtually gave Shohoku a great chance to score. Field. Sakuragi Hanamichi raises his basketball to shoot. Do on. Basketball strikes iron again. Just when he was about to jump for a rebound, a man ran in quickly, jumped up, and violently dunked the basketball in the air into the hoop 10 times. Sakuragi Hana froze in place, frowning. Who is this guy who can dunk? Although the guy in front of him is ugly, but the basketball skills do look okay. Tatsuhiko outside the field was slightly surprised to see the man. Fukuda? It seems that the conflict with Sakuragi Hanamichi started. Haruko and Ayako were surprised and exclaimed. That man jumped so high. Even compared to Sakuragi, it's pretty much the same. Could it be a friend of Sakuragi Hanamichi? But I haven't seen any friends of Sakuragi who like to play basketball. But apart from Mido Yohei and others, did you find out that Sakuragi Hanamichi has other friends? This involuntarily made the two of Haruko a little confused. Fukuda landed and sat down directly on the ground. Then his eyes turned to Sakuragi, who was aside. High school student. Sakuragi nodded. He sensed a sense of danger in Fukuda. This guy's strength is definitely not weak. This genius is Shohoku's super ace. Which school are you from? Shohoku? Fukuda muttered to himself. His eyes lit up instantly. Shohoku. Isn't that his next opponent? The other side. 3 junior high school students were also present. All 3 guys are Fukuda's younger brothers, dedicated to praising Fukuda's basketball skills. Have to say, even Tatsuhiko's critical eye. They don't know how to fight. Let's observe in secret for a while. It is indeed a rare buckle. The two blushed suddenly. Then he was pressed hard by Tatsuhiko's 2 hands on top of his head. Tried to speak, but was interrupted by Tatsuhiko. The body is stretched enough. He wanted to step forward to stop him. Sakuragi Hanamichi looked at Fukuda, who looked like a hooligan, and suddenly felt angry. Then Fukuda took a defiant look at Sakuragi Hanamichi. Sakuragi Hanamichi, is this the time to fight? Say it. Why is everyone so arrogant? Power meets beauty. The 3 hid aside and began to observe the development of the situation. Seeing this, Haruko and Ayako couldn't help showing a look of worry on their pretty faces. 3 junior high school students praised Fukuda. All have to admit to Fukuda's slam dunk. It's so cool to play. Chapter 124. On the field. 3 junior high school students came to Sakuragi Hanamichi. They yell at Sakuragi. Red-haired, our big brother Afu told you to come over. Sakuragi Hanamichi listened to the tone of these people, turned his head and glared at the people in front of him with a look of disdain. Who is Afu? Why let this day pass? Sakuragi's face is indeed very fierce. After all, Sakuragi used to be a bad boy. 3 junior high school students are startled by Sakuragi Hanamichi's eyes. They are a little timid. He took a step back unconsciously. I complained in my heart. Very scary. They spoke hesitantly again. Brother Afu said, if you don't go, you are a coward, a weakling, a loser. Sakuragi Hanamichi is even more upset. How can a genius be timid today? A weak person? A loser? How can a genius be timid today? He looked at the man sitting on the sidelines. Sakuragi gritted his teeth and looked at Afu. Afu. He walked slowly towards Afu. At the same time, he rolled up his sleeves. This will let you see the strength of this genius. Strength in fighting? The 3 junior high school students looked at Sakuragi's aggressive appearance. Can't help but spit softly. This guy doesn't look like a basketball player. Instead, he looked more like a bad boy. Afu saw this. There was no look of timidity. Instead, he looked at Sakuragi with great interest. You look like a basketball athlete. Do you have the guts to compete? Want to single out? Sakuragi Hanamichi was a little smug. Since that's the case, I'll let you see how powerful a genius is. Everyone in the team has been able to play, and now it's good. There is a blind person who takes the initiative to bump into him. How could he miss this opportunity? Afu is indifferent. Of course, it's no fun just to compete. Why don't we raise the bet a little bit? When Sakuragi Hanamichi heard it, it was interesting. What bet? The corner of Afu's mouth rose slightly, and he said with a wicked smile, call me big brother if you lose. And cut off your annoying red hair. Sakuragi Hanamichi snorted coldly, then asked back, what if you lose? It's a big deal to cut your hair, but it's a shame to call him big brother. Afu couldn't help laughing when he heard Sakuragi Hanamichi's words. Losing? How could I lose? What if I lose like you? The 3 middle school students were a little surprised. The stakes are so high. Are you going to have to cut your hair as a bet? Sure enough, the world of adults. They don't know enough. The 3 middle school students immediately agreed. Brother Afu will never lose. Redhead, get ready to be called Big Brother. What Big Brother Fu? Sakuraji Hanamichi gritted her teeth. Weight will make you look good, off the field. Ayako saw several people talking about something. They didn't look like they were going to fight. Only then did I breathe a sigh of relief. She complained helplessly. If the fight is discovered now, then the chance to enter the national competition will be gone. Haruko also looked worried. It looks like Sakuraji-san doesn't seem to be fighting, but that tall guy looks fierce. Sure enough, Afu's appearance is really not very attractive. Tatsuhiko held his forehead helplessly. That's Rhiannon's player, Afu, who is a third scorer with strong offensive ability. Rhiannon's player? Or the number 3 scorer on the team? Ayako's eyes lit up all of a sudden. After defeating Kanan, their final challenge was for Rhiannon. It would be nice to have a little more news about Rhiannon now. After all, they have always formulated tactics against the opposing team. Tatsuhiko was rather curious. It looks like the two of you are planning to compete, but is it true that the opponents in the future will fight together from now on? But then again, better to meet Sakuraji Hanamichi sooner rather than later. Compare inside Rhiannon. Afu can also be regarded as Sendo's right-hand man, offensively comparable to Sendo. Fukuda's offensive talent is definitely not inferior to Rhiannon's Sendo. It's just that they haven't experienced systematic learning. There is no one to teach him about shooting. That's why Fukuda's shooting is so inconsistent. But even so, some talents are just innate. Like Fukuda's talent for attacking the rim. He can hit the rim with a variety of poses and tricks. That alone, it is unmatched by many players. Although the defense is indeed full of loopholes, and coupled with his rebellious character, caused him in the beginning, not liked by Coach Tauka, but in fact, Fukuda is a very well-behaved student. This is also something that Coach Tauka Mwachi approves of. On the field, Sakuraji Hanamichi takes the game. He shouted swearingly, "This genius is Shohoku's absolute trump card, just relying on you. If you want to win this genius, it is far from enough." The lips are pretty tough. Fukuda's expression hasn't changed much. He just looked Sakuraji's body up and down. Just look at this physical fitness. Sakuraji is definitely not an ordinary player. 2 out of 3 games is fine. Sakuraji threw the ball straight into Fukuda's hands. "You tee off. This opportunity was given to you today." Afu smiled and shook his head. "No need. We have the right to scrimmage." Scrimmage? Sakuraji was puzzled. Do you need to be so troublesome? Why do you still have to fight for the ball? Is it jumping? Jump ball? Is this guy so formal? The middle school students on the side were a little surprised. When will there be a jump ball rule in the field? Not at all. Afu looked indifferent. So what if I give you the upper hand? Sakuraji Hanamichi looked smug. Since that's the case, don't lose and refuse to admit it. He is also extremely optimistic about his own strength. After all, with Tatsuhiko's teachings. And Shohoku's record is so good. He has always believed in confidence. It's his own excellent performance. Only then can Shohoku achieve such good results. He's Shohoku's secret weapon after all. Alfred shrugged. It doesn't matter. The 3 middle school students applauded. They are all cheering for Afu. Have to say, Afu's offensive ability is absolutely second to none. Among the baseball areas in Kanagawa Prefecture, it can definitely be described as the first person. Have to say, although he is Rhiannon's abandoned general, but the Rhiannon team is not a team that can be entered casually. If not for some greatness, basketball colleges like Rhiannon, it is the first choice of many basketball players. In this kind of place is genius. Fukuda could still be Rhiannon's third leading scorer. His strength is definitely not weak. Game start. Sakuraji Hanamichi takes the ball. He's on the 3-point line. Afu is sticking to Sakuraji tightly. In Afu's eyes, his ultra-close defense is a very oppressive defense. Afu is most afraid of encountering in the field. The same is true for opponents. Adhere to people like candy. Sakuraji Hanamichi looked into Afu's eyes with a smirk. I couldn't help complaining in my heart. This guy looks a little ugly up close. This looks. Why do you feel a bit like an alien? Sakuraji gave a loud shout. Watch me break through you. Then Sakuraji charged forward with the ball. Seeing this, Afu was surprised. This guy does have some skills, have to say. Although Sakuraji's breakthrough is very immature, he just keeps hitting people with his body. But the momentum is also good. All of a sudden, Afu was bluffed. It really made Afu a little confused. But Afu's reaction was really good. It's not enough. Sakuraji Hanamichi breaks to the right. He was directly blocked by Afu. Afu laughed. That's it. Beginners also want to break through. Spot the opportunity. Afu goes straight for the basketball in Sakuraji Hanamichi's hands. Sakuraji Hanamichi was careless. Steal directly. He was very angry. Damn stinky foo. Sakuragi was out of breath. You actually attacked. The 3 junior high school students on the side laughed. Obviously your offense is too weak. You can't even protect the ball when you break through. It's Afu's turn to attack. Sakuragi Hanamichi stood in front of him. Afu lowered his body and broke through quickly. Sakuragi Hanamichi was surprised. This guy seems to be a different person, so fast. Tatsuhiko of the court appearance battle also squinted his eyes. Have to say, Fukuda was able to rely on breakouts to become Ryanen's number 3 scorer, definitely not because Ryanen doesn't have good shooters. It's because Fukuda's breakthrough is really too strong. Even keyed Rukawa. There is no guarantee that you will be able to keep up with Fukuda's speed. This guy, there is something. Ayako on the side said. Fukuda's speed. Not much difference even compared to Miyagi. But considering Fukuda's size and strength, this speed is very fast. Next second. Boom. Afu scored a slam dunk directly. The 3 children cheered. As expected of Big Brother Afu, the red-haired one is waiting to be called Big Brother. Sakuragi Hanamichi made a fist. Damn, I was underestimated. Then continue to Afu the ball. Afu's movements are simpler this time, a realistic worship Buddha, passing Sakuragi Hanamichi. Another slam dunk. Sakuragi's old habit strikes again. Tatsuhiko sighed helplessly. Sakuragi can't be in a hurry. If he is in a hurry, he can't even hit the ball. He will be full of fake moves, Haruko smiled. Sakuragi is a beginner though, but the progress is really great. The defense is now in shape. Sakuragi Hanamichi looked mad. You thick eyebrows and big eyes. Why do you still have fake moves? Then Sakuragi chased and defended. Alfred got up and shot a close-range jumper. Sakuragi Hanamichi takes off to block. His bounce is really strong. Even under such unfavorable circumstances, he can still touch the basketball. Sakuragi fingertips touched basketball. The basketball is disturbed and spins on the rim. The faces of the 2 of them sank. Enter. No. Next second the basketball rolled into the net. Sakuragi Hanamichi's eyes widened. Damn it. Just at this time, Afu was relieved. He was not good at this kind of shooting, but his close-range shooting rate was quite impressive. 2-0. Remember the bet. Then look to Tatsuhiko on the sidelines. This is his goal. The rookie king of Kanagawa this year. Debut is the representative of the pinnacle. He even has the strength to become the number 1 high school student in Kanagawa Prefecture. Tatsuhiko met playful eyes. Just by you? Not enough. Tatsuhiko's eyes revealed this meaning. Have to say, just Fukuda now. Tatsuhiko didn't pay attention at all. Lack of projection ability. Breakthrough speed may be strong with Sakuragi, but in front of him will definitely be steals. Not to mention other aspects. If it is Sendo to provoke yourself, Tatsuhiko might still be a little excited. But since it's Fukuda, for Tatsuhiko, not a problem at all. Afu frowned. Then he gave a few younger brothers a look. A few people understood and walked towards the outside of the field. Sakuragi Hanamichi's eyes were all on Fukuda in front of him. He gritted his teeth, extremely angry. But to lose is to lose. He still made a mosquito-like sound. Brother. Fukuda nodded in satisfaction. Although this guy looks like a bad boy, but in terms of keeping promises, very good indeed. He really didn't expect it. Sakuragi would call himself Big Brother so decisively. Sakuragi muttered under his breath. Next time, I must make you spit it out. That's probably a bit difficult. Fukuda laughed. I recognize you, little brother. Subsequently, footsteps sounded. Tatsuhiko walked slowly to the center of the court. He looked up at Fukuda and Sakuragi in front of him. Afu. For a moment, Tatsuhiko felt a little puzzled. Shouldn't the current Afu have returned to the team? Why did I still meet him on the field? Isn't Ryan training heavily? Why are you here? I'm not a Ryanen player. Afu shook his head heavily. He remembered the face of Coach Tiangang, and his earnest plea to himself to return to Ryanen's words. Ryanen is now in the middle of the national competition. Coach Tauka kneels at Fukuda's home. Don't you have dreams of making it to the nationals? Fukuda. Dream? Fukuda took a deep breath and shook his head lightly. Since I left the team from Ryanen, there has been no such dream. What nonsense are you talking about? Coach Tauka looked angry. Obviously have the ability to do such a thing. But because of this reason, I gave up. Isn't this a very regrettable thing? He accuses Fukuda loudly. What's more, the current Ryanen needs your offensive ability very much. You are our key figure. Coach Tauka was not stingy with his compliments. Based on your personal ability, You can completely achieve the level that does not belong to Sendo and become the best scorer in Nagawa or even the whole country. Isn't this what you want to do? This time, Fukuda was finally moved. He is in the same class as Sendo. When I first joined the basketball team, almost everyone has only Sendo in their eyes. This super genius from Kyoto, no matter how good Fukuda plays or how strong his offense is, it's as if they can't see themselves. This made Fukuda very hurt. He complained privately more than once. My offensive ability is not weaker than Sendo. Why no one sees? But even so, all eyes on Team Ryanen are on Sendo. Unconvinced, Fukuda began to train negatively and even publicly contradicted Coach Tauka. He just wasn't convinced. Why Sendo go fishing when he can train? Sendo can miss training without penalty. But these players can't do that. But what he didn't know was, Sendo plays basketball even in his spare time. In his world, there is nothing but fishing and basketball. During Sendo training, he doesn't think about rest at all. He will definitely practice a technique until he is extremely proficient before resting. This is something he doesn't know. Fukuda only saw Sendo as privileged defenders. Sakuraji. Tatsuhiko's words interrupted Fukuda's memory. Chapter 125. It's you, Tatsuhiko. Sakuraji Hanamichi was surprised to see Tatsuhiko. How did he come here? What about Haruko? Is it also nearby? When did they come? Just here? Still before the heads-up start? Did I let Haruko see how he was dunked? Countless questions raced through Sakuraji's mind. He cared more about Haruko's opinion. Although he said that he was in front of Haruko, his performance was not satisfactory. But every time I hear Haruko praise his figure, he will still feel happy from the bottom of his heart. You're getting better defensively, Sakuraji, Tatsuhiko said with satisfaction. Sakuraji's defensive level has indeed improved a lot compared to before. Now the defense is in shape. Fukuda's offensive skills are really good. That's why we can break through Sakuraji frequently. But if two people continue to single out, wait until Sakuraji adapts to Fukuda's speed. I am afraid that the balance of victory and defeat will be completely tilted. Haruko stepped out from behind Tatsuhiko. You played really well just now, Sakuraji-san. Haruko is here. Sakuraji looked stunned. He felt a little shy. Didn't the scene of being abused just now be seen? Sakuraji greeted shyly. Good morning, Haruko. Just now I was playing water. How can my real strength be like this? Tatsuhiko laughed and winked at Sakuraji Hanamichi. Don't worry, I won't tell Akagi and the others. Subsequently, Ayako jumped out from behind Tatsuhiko. I saw it all, Sakuraji. You played really well. Why is Ayako here too? Sakuraji was a little confused. Didn't he just hit a few balls heads up in the morning? Why don't they go for a run early in the morning? All come to me. And why does Ayako have such a big mouth? If Ayako is here, I'm afraid it won't take 2 days. This will reach the ears of everyone in Shohoku. This is nothing short of a disaster. Pause time. Sakuraji Hanamichi felt dull in the face. It was all seen and it was a shame. Ayako looked relieved. Isn't it just a competition? It's okay to lose. Just work hard later. Sakuraji glanced up at Ayako. He secretly thought in his heart, if you weren't here, I don't think I should be so sad. Haruko smiled. That's right. Everyone can see Sakuraji's progress, so keep working hard. 3:40 when Afu sees a few people chatting. The corners of his mouth twitch involuntarily. Hey, there's another person here. Afu's voice broke the conversation of several people. Tatsuhiko coughed twice in embarrassment. Sorry, I forgot. A few black lines dripped down Afu's face. What a pompous guy. Are you going to give me a slap in the face when you come up? Are you much stronger than this guy? Afu looked indifferent. Are you also on the Shohoku basketball team? I hope you are stronger than this kid. Not weak like him. Tatsuhiko nodded with a smile and didn't speak. Looking at Tatsuhiko without words, Afu said with some pride, Sho Kitahara is nothing more than that, and such a guy will be Shohoku's secret weapon. Sakuraji clenched his fists. You be asterisk 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 D. Do you dare to try again? The last thing Sakuraji can't stand is sarcasm. And Afu's behavior has deeply touched his bottom line. Sakuraji was very angry. He still has to fight Afu in a one-on-one round, but did not expect. Afu ignored Sakuraji. Instead, he looked at Tatsuhiko with burning eyes. He smiled. I heard that Shohoku won against Kanon, so it's not just his strength? Then pointing at Sakuraji Hanamichi, he complained mercilessly. This guy's strength is still too average. I heard that he is still an important player of Shohoku. Didn't you understand and hear clearly? A small smile appeared on Tatsuhiko's mouth. Why did you just pretend you didn't know? Sakuraji on the side gritted his teeth. Damn guy, I want to teach you a lesson. Sakuraji, calm down. Tatsuhiko patted Sakuraji on the shoulder, signaling Sakuraji not to be impulsive. Sakuraji's defense is not enough to find Afu's weakness quickly. This is something Tatsuhiko knows all too well. It is for this reason. Even if Sakuraji plays a few more heads-ups with Afu, the results are all the same. Sakuraji had little hope of winning. But on the pitch it's completely different. The game is often decided. Sakuraji can completely defend Afu for the whole game. And in the long-term defense, Sakuraji will gradually find Afu's weakness. After all, players like Afu who only have breakthroughs and no shots don't be too easy to deal with. Tatsuhiko has dozens of methods that can deal with Afu. This guy is still unconvinced. Why? Your hair is gone. What are you going to bet on? Listen to Fukuda's words. Sakuraji completely exploded. He stared into Fukuda's eyes angrily. You don't even know your last name. So arrogant. Tatsuhiko sighed helplessly. This guy Sakuraji, his temper has come up. But Afu's mouth on the other side is indeed a bit broken. No wonder Sakuraji. If it is him, it doesn't seem to be any better. Let's see the level on the field then. Tatsuhiko shook his head, then grabbed Sakuraji's shoulder. Go back to training, Sakuraji. The match against Buri is about to start. Although still very angry. But Tatsuhiko, Sakuraji is still very obedient. He nodded. Then let's go. Go back to training first. He also didn't want to pay attention to Afu anymore. As Tatsuhiko said, the real strength can only be discussed on the field. What's the use of talking now? Ayako on the side walked to the front of several people. Let's go. Now let's hurry up and go to training. I saw several people preparing to leave. Seeing this, Afu frowned. What? Scared? Wanna go? Fukuda invited the battle again and again. Even Tatsuhiko is a little upset. It's been a long time. Does Fukuda understand what people say? Tatsuhiko waved his hand, stood where he was, and whispered to the people beside him. Forget it. Wait for me for a few minutes. There was a hint of surprise in Ayako's eyes. Look at it like this. Tatsuhiko is angry. Don't know how Tatsuhiko will use to destroy the confidence of that Rainan player. On the other side, Sakuraji is puzzled by Monk Joji. What happened, Tatsuhiko? A small smile appeared on Tatsuhiko's mouth. He turned to look at Fukuda, who looked defiant. It seems that you will not die if you don't enter the Yellow River. Afu was puzzled. What does it mean? Ayako laughed. At this time, the words of Longwa mean that you must make yourself uncomfortable. Haruko winks with Sakuraji Hanamichi. It seems that Ayako followed Tatsuhiko and learned a lot of Dragon Kingdom culture. Listen to Ayako's explanation. Haruko was even more surprised. Is this the charm of Longwa culture? It seems that I have time to learn more. This may be one step closer to Tatsuhiko. Thinking about it, she couldn't help but blushed slightly. She had fantasized about Tatsuhiko kissing her. What? Sakuraji Hanamichi looked puzzled at Haruko, who was already steaming above his head. What's wrong with Haruko? Ayako on the side covered his forehead helplessly. Haruko, this guy. I must be fantasizing about some inappropriate things for children again. Alfred laughed. Interesting. The tone is very loud, but I don't know how strong it is. Played wild ball for so long. Afu has encountered many people who speak harshly before the game. But there is still a gap between these people and Tatsuhiko's cruel words. Have to say, just Tatsuhiko's self-confidence. The Kanagawa Rookie King is well-deserved. Dare you bet? Fukuda did it again. If you lose, call Big Brother and shave your hair. Think about having a super rookie from Kanagawa Prefecture as your younger brother in the future. Fukuda felt like he almost laughed out loud. This game must be won. Biff, Fukuda thought secretly. Sakuraji Hanamichi beside him had tears in his eyes. Tatsuhiko, you must avenge me. Sakuraji looked so funny. Ayako and Haruko on the side couldn't help laughing. Tatsuhiko tapped Sakuraji Hanamichi on the shoulder. Rest assured. Then he patted his chest. That guy is not my opponent. Sakuraji nodded, looking at Tatsuhiko with some longing in his eyes. When he first started learning basketball, what I most want to be is a player like Akaji. Jam dunk. Gorilla block. Sakuraji also wants to be like Akaji, a pillar of power in the interior. But as I know more about basketball, I learn more and more. He's more like a player like Tatsuhiko. Shooting, breakthroughs, dunks, fast breaks, three-pointers. As long as he can think of technology, Tatsuhiko is almost omnipotent. That's the player he wants to be now. But as he learns more, the more he understands. He feels that such technology is more difficult to realize. That's why he longed for Tatsuhiko. Tatsuhiko's mouth curled into a smile. Then he looked at Afu. I don't have much time, so let's just decide the outcome with one goal. Alfred shrugged. No problem. The other 3 middle school students snickered. Looks like someone called Afu the big brother again. They started cheering for Afu. Brother Afu, give them a good look. Ayako Haruko and Sakuraji Hanamichi retreated to the sidelines. Field. Afu asked. Whose possession? Tatsuhiko sighed. Don't say I'm bullying you, just let you serve first. I'm worried that after I get the ball, you won't even have the chance to attack. Afu looked disdainful. Looks like Shohoku are very proud. Voice just fell Shogun Sakuraji Hanamichi. The basketball and the ball was thrown at Afu. He gave a contemptuous look by the way. Hurry up and break through with the ball, or this will be your last ball of the game. Want to zero block me? Afu bit his lower lip. At first I wanted to save you a little face, but this time I will reseal you. And on the sidelines, Haruko looked worried. If this is lost, Tatsuhiko's hair will be lost. This originally handsome appearance is completely gone. Haruko can't imagine what Tatsuhiko looks like with a bald head. Shouldn't it be the same as the comedians on TV? Haruko couldn't bear to look directly. Ayako relieved. Don't worry, it's as strong as AMU, who is suppressed by Tatsuhiko on the field, let alone a Ryanen player. Hearing Ayako's words, Haruko breathed a sigh of relief. Exactly as Ayako said. Even Shinichi Maki, the strongest in Kanagawa, is no match for Tatsuhiko. Not to mention just a number 3 scorer for Ryanen. Sakuraji Hanamichi made a fist and cheered. Tatsuhiko, don't lose to this guy. Tatsuhiko raised his hand easily, smiling all over his face. This showdown, he doesn't even need to be serious. His strength has already crushed Afu. If it is Sendo and him one-on-one, Tatsuhiko has to get serious. Sendo's personal ability is absolutely not inferior to his own. And compared to Shinichi Maki, Sendo is not far behind either. More questions for Ryanen are. Except for Sendo and Fish Live, there is no third-rank scorer. They're kind of like Shoyo's problems. But their physical fitness determines their average defense. Tatsuhiko shook his head. He looked at Afu, who was directly opposite. I don't know if you are the one who can make a qualitative change for Ryanen. Alfred Ballright. He hovered around the 3-point line with the ball. Tatsuhiko remained motionless. He looked down at Afu's dribble. The dribble is very high, almost parallel to the waist. The change of direction at the crotch is very small, and in many cases it takes 2 more steps to break through. Thus, his starting speed is naturally much slower than others. And Fukuda's speed of changing direction in front of his body is a bit slow. Such a speed is very easy to lose the ball. Tatsuhiko shook his head. Compared with Fujima and Shinichi Maki, it is simply full of holes. Afu saw Tatsuhiko standing there, motionless. He bit his lip angrily. Damn it, you're so underestimating. Then prepare to break through. Only then did Tatsuhiko move his body slowly and began to defend. I thought about it. I don't know how powerful this shocking eye is. Afu happened to be a good candidate for the trial. Make up your mind. Tatsuhiko's body is in front of Afu, who dribbles. He raised his head and looked into Afu's eyes. The 4 eyes are facing each other. Instantly, Afu felt the eyes of a superior staring at him. Cold sweat appeared on his face, and his back felt chilly. The mind went blank briefly. The movement of dribbling in the hand is also slowed down. See Afu's performance like this. Tatsuhiko's mouth curled into a smile. It seems to be working. The effect is still very good. Even a breakthrough master like Afu, face yourself with this move, also can only stay in place. So it seems. If you use this trick at a critical time, the benefits brought are far greater than he imagined. Tatsuhiko reached out and went straight for the tackle. Afu barely resisted. The ball in his hand was directly sent to Tatsuhiko's hand intact. 2 seconds passed. Afu came back to his senses. The shocking eyes just now. The impact on him took much longer than expected. Tatsuhiko thought a split second would be long enough, but did not expect. The impact time is about 2 seconds. To know, during the game, there are so many things that can happen in 2 seconds. And the other side, Afu, who finally came back to his senses, was startled. He looked at his empty right hand. Afu had an expression of disbelief on his face. What happened just